Part 1, the incident. Back of the line, little girl, you don't belong up here. Flight attendant Rebecca Peterson's voice cut through the tarmac air like shattered glass. Her eyes narrowed, pale blue irises contracting in the morning sun as she stared down at the child approaching the boarding stairs. The Chicago wind whipped across the concrete, carrying the scent of jet fuel and the distant rumble of taxiing planes. 12-year-old Zoe Harrington stopped in her tracks, confusion blooming across her face. The white sundress she'd chosen so carefully that morning caught the breeze, fluttering against her brown skin as she clutched her boarding pass tighter. O'Hare's Terminal 3 loomed behind her, its glass windows reflecting the early morning light. "But I have a first-class ticket," Zoe began, lifting the paper. "My mom said—" Rebecca's hand shot out, fingers splayed, palm flat against the child's shoulder. It wasn't a tap. It wasn't a nudge. It was deliberate pressure, increasing until balance failed. Her gold name badge caught the sunlight as her arm extended. Time fractured into milliseconds. Zoe's eyes widened in shock as her feet lifted from the metal step. For a heartbeat, she was suspended, her white dress billowing upward as gravity prepared its claim. Then came the sickening sequence. Right shoulder hitting metal, then elbow, then hip, then knee, each impact punctuated by gasps from waiting passengers. "I'm falling and no one is catching me," Zoe thought as the world spun around her. Why is no one helping? 14 steps. 14 collisions of flesh against unforgiving aluminum. 14 brutal moments of a child's body tumbling down, helpless against physics and hatred. Blood bloomed crimson against white fabric as Zoe finally stopped tumbling at the bottom of the boarding stairs, sprawled on the tarmac beneath the massive Boeing 737. Her mother's company jacket, the navy blue one with the Skystream Energy logo she'd been so proud to wear, was torn at the sleeve, smeared with grease from the stairs. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth where she'd bitten her tongue. Her knee burned with searing pain. But worse than the physical hurt was the humiliation of lying there, surrounded by strangers. Their phones raised to capture her suffering. Phones rose in unison, recording what 47 witnesses would later describe as a deliberate assault on a child. The sound of cameras clicking mixed with horrified whispers and one passenger's audible, "Oh my God!" She pushed her, and then, cutting through the stunned silence, a single word delivered with such cold fury that even the pilots in the cockpit felt it: "Zoe." Olivia Harrington broke through the crowd at the boarding gate, her designer heels striking the tarmac with military precision as she sprinted toward her daughter. The Prada briefcase she'd been carrying hit the ground, abandoned without a second thought. The scent of her jasmine perfume reached Zoe seconds before her mother did, a familiar comfort amid the chaos. In that moment, she wasn't the CEO of Skystream Energy. She wasn't the woman who controlled 74% of aviation fuel supply chains across North America. She wasn't the Forbes cover executive worth $485 million. She was simply a mother, watching her child bleed on dirty concrete. Rebecca Peterson stood frozen at the top of the stairs, something like satisfaction flickering across her face before dissolving into the first traces of uncertainty as she registered the reaction of the crowd. Her wedding ring glinted as she gripped the metal railing, knuckles whitening. Have you ever witnessed a child being assaulted by someone who had no idea they just destroyed their entire career, their company's future, and an industry's complacency in exactly 3.8 seconds? Character introduction. The Harringtons. Olivia Harrington had precisely two priorities in life, her daughter and her company, always in that order. At 38, she'd built Skystream Energy from an inherited regional distributor into the dominant force in aviation fuel logistics across the Western Hemisphere. This morning, she'd dressed with her usual meticulous attention to detail. Charcoal Prada suit tailored to perfection, cream silk blouse, subtle diamond studs in her ears. Her natural hair was styled in an elegant twist, sophisticated yet unapologetically authentic. The only jewelry she wore beyond the earrings was a rose gold watch worth more than most people's cars, a gift from Zoe on her last birthday, purchased with the child's own savings and treasured above any luxury item in Olivia's extensive collection. Their Lincoln Park home, a renovated brownstone with views of Lake Michigan, held more photos of Zoe than corporate awards, though Olivia had earned plenty of both. The refrigerator displayed Zoe's science fair certificates alongside takeout menus from their favorite deep dish pizza place on Halsted Street. Skystream Energy wasn't just another corporation. It supplied the proprietary high-efficiency jet fuel that powered 74% of domestic flights and 51% of international departures from Aviation airports. Their revolutionary SkyFuel HE7 blend delivered 22% better fuel efficiency than standard options, saving airlines an average of $2 million annually per aircraft while reducing carbon emissions. Every major carrier depended on Skystream's supply chain. Every flight schedule relied on their delivery reliability. Every airline CEO knew Olivia Harrington's name and feared the possibility of ever getting on her bad side. But almost nobody recognized her by sight. Exactly as she preferred, Zoe Harrington was her mother's greatest pride. At 12, she already showed the same sharp intelligence and quiet determination that had propelled Olivia through Harvard Business School and into the executive suite. But where Olivia was measured in strategic, Zoe possessed an irrepressible enthusiasm that brightened every room she entered. She collected rocks and astronomy facts with equal passion. Her bedroom walls featured a hand-painted mural of the solar system that Olivia had commissioned from a local Chicago artist for her 10th birthday. She played defense on her school soccer team, not because she loved the sport, but because she loved the geometric patterns of player room positions and ball movement. "Mom, can I please wear your jacket today?" "Please," Zoe had asked that morning, eyeing the navy blue company jacket with the Skystream logo embroidered over the heart. They'd eaten breakfast in their sunny kitchen nook, sharing blueberry pancakes while jazz played softly on the speakers. "It'll be huge on you," Olivia had replied, amused at her daughter's persistence. "That's the point. It'll be like when I try on your shoes. It's practice for when I'm CEO someday." Olivia had relented, helping Zoe roll up the sleeves so her hands were visible. The jacket hung nearly to the child's knees, comically oversized but worn with such pride that Olivia couldn't help but snap a photo. "You look very executive," she'd said, straightening the collar. "Thank you, Mother," Zoe had replied with exaggerated formality before breaking into giggles. "Are you sure people won't recognize your logo?" "Sweetheart, most people have no idea what Skystream is. We're behind the scenes. That's why we can have a normal weekend trip without anyone bothering us." The white sundress had been Zoe's choice for visiting her grandmother in Miami. "Grandma loves when I dress up," she'd explained, twirling to make the skirt flare out. The contrast of the crisp white dress beneath the dark blue executive jacket somehow perfectly captured Zoe's dual nature, the child with dreams of following her mother's path. Their relationship was built on absolute trust. Olivia had raised Zoe alone after her husband Michael's death from cancer, when Zoe was just 4. The loss had forged an unbreakable bond between mother and daughter, each becoming the other's entire world. When not running a multi-billion-dollar company, Olivia dedicated herself to enriching Zoe's life with experiences rather than just material things. They'd traveled to 23 countries together. Zoe was fluent in Spanish and learning Mandarin. She played classical piano but loved pop music. She excelled in math and science but wrote poetry in her spare time. Most importantly, Zoe had her mother's moral compass, an unwavering sense of right and wrong, and the courage to stand up for what she believed. Neither of them could have possibly known how severely that courage would be tested today. The boarding process, O'Hare International Airport's Gate B-22 hummed with the familiar energy of Saturday morning departures. Flight 583 to Miami was scheduled for an 8:15 a.m. takeoff, with boarding announced to begin at 7:40. The terminal buzzed with typical Chicago efficiency, business travelers talking loudly on phones, families corralling excited children, baristas at the nearby Starbucks calling out complicated coffee orders. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, ground crews in fluorescent vests scurried around planes like worker ants, loading luggage and refueling aircraft. The aircraft assigned to the route was an older Boeing 737-800, lacking the modern jet bridges that connected directly to the terminal. Instead, passengers would board the old-fashioned way, walking across the tarmac and climbing the mobile stairs rolled up to the aircraft door. Olivia checked her watch. 7:38 a.m. The gate area was filled with the usual mix of travelers, business people tapping on laptops, families corralling excited children, solo travelers lost in headphones. A baby cried somewhere behind them. The smell of cinnamon rolls from the nearby bakery mingled with the antiseptic scent of the terminal. "Mom, when they call first class, can I go up first? I want to see inside the cockpit before everyone gets on," Zoe asked, bouncing slightly on her toes in excitement. Despite her executive success, Olivia had raised Zoe to understand that privilege came with responsibility. First-class travel was a luxury, not an entitlement. But Zoe's fascination with aviation was genuine. She devoured books about aircraft, could identify most commercial planes by silhouette, and dreamed of combining her mother's business acumen with her own passion for flight technology. "Of course you can, sweetheart," Olivia replied, adjusting the too large company jacket on Zoe's shoulders. "Just be polite to the pilots. They're very busy during boarding." "I know, Mom. I'll just peek in and say hello if they're not doing checklists." The gate agent's voice crackled over the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, so we're now ready to begin the boarding process for American Airlines Flight 583 service to Miami. We invite our first-class passengers to board at this time." Olivia reached for her briefcase just as an elderly woman beside them dropped her cane with a clatter. Without hesitation, Olivia stooped to retrieve it. "Go ahead, Zoe," she said. "I'll help Mrs. Garcia," the elderly woman supplied with a grateful smile, her Chicago accent thick with decades of South Side residency. "I'll help Mrs. Garcia and be right behind you. Wait for me at the top of the stairs if you can." Zoe nodded, clutching her boarding pass as she joined the small queue of first-class passengers moving toward the door that led to the tarmac. Her white dress and oversized navy jacket made her stand out among the business attire of other premium travelers. Olivia watched her daughter disappear through the door while helping Mrs. Garcia collect her belongings. The entire interaction took less than 45 seconds. 45 seconds that would change everything. Rebecca Peterson's perspective. Rebecca Peterson's day had started badly and showed every sign of getting worse. At 35, she'd spent 14 years as a flight attendant for American Airlines, a career that had once represented adventure and opportunity, but had gradually transformed into a grinding cycle of demanding passengers, corporate cost-cutting, and physical exhaustion. This morning, she'd awoken in the O'Hare Crew Hotel after just 4 hours of fitful sleep. The red-eye from Seattle had arrived 3 hours late due to mechanical issues, shrinking her rest period to less than half the scheduled time. Her divorce had been finalized last month after her ex-husband left her for a younger flight attendant at a competing airline. Amman, his parting words about her becoming bitter and impossible to live with, still stung daily. The mortgage on her Chicago condo in Wicker Park was underwater by $78,000. Her mother's nursing home in Milwaukee had called yesterday about increasing rates. Her small studio apartment was filled with half-unpacked boxes since the divorce, clothes she no longer wore but couldn't bear to donate, and takeout containers from the Thai place down the street that had become her primary source of nutrition. She'd once dreamed of opening her own home decor business, but now that dream seemed as distant as her once happy marriage. Rebecca swallowed another ibuprofen with the dregs of bitter airport coffee as she positioned herself at the top of the boarding stairs. Each small movement sent pain shooting through her lower back, the result of years lifting heavy bags into overhead bins despite airlines' supposed weight restrictions. "Let's get this over with," she muttered to Jason, the junior flight attendant checking the cabin. "I've got a quick turnaround in Miami." "Rough night?" Jason asked, noting her bloodshot eyes. "Aren't they all lately?" Rebecca's mood darkened further when she saw the passenger manifest. Full flight, 6 unaccompanied minors, 3 passengers requiring wheelchairs, all with reduced staffing because the airline was cutting costs again while executives received bonuses. She scanned the crowd gathering at the bottom of the stairs. Her mental categorization was automatic after years in the industry, demanding business traveler, high-maintenance platinum member, potential drink problem, family that will try to sit together despite booking separate seats. When Rebecca spotted Zoe approaching the stairs, something inside her shifted. The child's crisp white dress, the obvious designer quality despite its simplicity, the confidence in her walk. But most of all, the oversized corporate jacket with a logo Rebecca vaguely recognized but couldn't place. A toxic cocktail of thoughts bubbled up from Rebecca's subconscious. Look at this privileged little princess, playing dress-up in mommy's expensive clothes. Probably never heard the word no in her life. These people think they own everything, even the air we breathe. The phrase "these people" floated in her mind without specific definition, but the sentiment behind it was clear enough. Rebecca had grown up in rural Wisconsin, her family constantly struggling. Her father's factory job had been outsourced when she was 14, forcing them to move in with her grandmother in her cramped Milwaukee apartment. College had been community college plus crushing loans. Nothing had ever been handed to her, Every small comfort in her life had been earned through grueling work and sacrifice. And here was this child, radiating the easy confidence that came from never knowing want, never facing rejection, never being told to wait her turn. The fact that Zoe was black added another layer to Rebecca's resentment, one she would never acknowledge even to herself. Rebecca didn't consider herself racist. She had black colleagues she got along with fine. She'd voted for Obama. But somewhere deep in her psyche lurked the toxic idea that certain opportunities should follow a certain order. And that order had somehow been violated when people like this child's family achieved success beyond her own. Her sister had recently criticized her for becoming intolerant after Rebecca had complained about a family speaking Spanish at a restaurant. "You never used to be like this," her sister had said. Rebecca had dismissed the observation, but in her more honest moments, she knew something had hardened inside her over the years. As Zoe reached the bottom of the boarding stairs, Rebecca felt something harden inside her. Her back pain intensified. The caffeine headache pounded behind her eyes. The memory of her ex-husband's parting words, "You've become bitter, Becca," echoed in her mind. All of it crystallized into a single terrible impulse as she watched Zoe climb the stairs, white dress fluttering in the jet wash, oversized jacket making her look like she was playing a game of corporate dress-up. The child reached the midpoint of the stairs, and Rebecca Peterson made a decision that would destroy multiple lives, including her own: the confrontation. "First class isn't for everyone, honey." Rebecca's voice carried over the ambient noise of the tarmac, loud enough that passengers still queuing at the bottom of the stairs could hear clearly. Her lips curved into what might have been a smile, but contained no warmth. Zoe paused on the 8th step, looking up with confusion. She held out her boarding pass, the first-class designation clearly visible. "I have the right ticket. See seat 3A. Rebecca didn't even glance at the offered document. Her eyes flicked from Zoe's face to the Skystream jacket and back. "Where did you get that jacket, playing dress-up with someone else's clothes?" The dismissive tone made several nearby passengers uncomfortable. A businessman 2 steps below Zoe frowned, looking between the child and the flight attendant with growing concern. "It's my mom's," Zoe answered, her voice smaller now. "She said I could wear it. She's coming right behind me." "Sure she is," Rebecca replied, the words dripping with sarcasm. "Your kind should wait for the regular boarding call. We need to get the actual first-class passengers settled first." The phrase "your kind" hung in the air like poison. Murmurs rippled through the passengers on the stairs and those waiting below. A woman in a red blazer near the bottom pulled out her phone and began recording. A Hispanic man in a business suit stepped forward. "Excuse me, but that's inappropriate." Rebecca cut him off without taking her eyes off Zoe. "Sir, please wait your turn. I'm handling a boarding issue." Why is she being so mean, Zoe thought, confusion turning to hurt. "I didn't do anything wrong." Zoe's eyes had begun to glisten, but she stood her ground, the company jacket suddenly feeling like armor. "My mom is Olivia Harrington. We're going to visit my grandmother in Miami. I have a first-class ticket." She held the boarding pass higher, her hand trembling slightly. "Listen, little girl." Rebecca stepped down onto the top stair. "I don't care what your name is or who you think your mother is. You don't just rush to the front because you feel entitled." Zoe took a half step back, sensing the growing hostility. "I wasn't rushing. They called first class, and I don't need a lesson on boarding procedures from a child," Rebecca snapped, now descending to the second stair. She was close enough that Zoe could smell the coffee on her breath. "This isn't a field trip. Go back down and wait with the rest of the passengers until your section is called." By now, nearly every passenger was watching the confrontation. More phones had appeared, recording the increasingly tense exchange on. At the bottom of the stairs, a ground crew member had noticed the disruption and was speaking into his radio. "But my mom said—" "I don't care what your mom said." Rebecca's voice rose sharply, echoing against the metal fuselage of the aircraft. Her right hand rose in what should have been just a gesture, just emphasis to her words. But something happened in that moment, a revelation of character, a surrender to the darkest impulse. Rebecca's hand didn't stop at the gesture. It continued forward, palm connecting with Zoe's shoulder with deliberate force. The push wasn't light. It wasn't accidental. It was the physical manifestation of every frustration, every resentment, every bitter thought that had been building in Rebecca Peterson for years. Time slowed to an excruciating crawl. Zoe's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Her small body, already balanced precariously on the narrow stair, had no chance against the adult's strength. Her feet lifted from the metal step, boarding pass fluttering from her grasp. For a suspended moment, she hung in the air, the expression of betrayal on her face captured by at least 17 different camera phones. This can't be happening, Zoe thought in the frozen moment before gravity took over. Why would she push me? Then gravity took over. The first impact was her right shoulder against the metal edge of the step. The second was her elbow, then hip, then back, then knee. Each collision produced a sickening sound that witnesses would later struggle to describe. Not quite a thud, not quite a crack, but something in between that spoke of vulnerability and harm. Zoe tumbled down 14 steps, her white dress twisting around her legs, her mother's blue jacket ripping at the seam. The metal edges of the stairs were merciless against soft skin and fragile bones. With each impact, gasps rose from the watching crowd, the collective horror building as the child's body continued its terrible descent. When she finally came to rest on the tarmac, the pristine white dress was smeared with grease and blood. A crimson stain spread from her knee where the skin had torn open against the stair's edge. Smaller scrapes covered her arms, and a bruise was already forming on her cheek where it had struck the metal handrail. For 3 heartbeats, absolute silence fell over the scene. Then Zoe began to cry, not loud sobs, but the quiet, shocked tears of a child whose understanding of the world had just been fundamentally shattered. The kind of crying that hurts more to hear because it comes from deep betrayal rather than just physical pain. Zoe, Olivia Harrington's voice cut through the silence like thunder. She pushed through the crowd at the boarding gate, abandoning her Prada briefcase without a second thought as she ran toward her daughter. Rebecca Peterson remained frozen at the top of the stairs, watching as the scene below erupted into chaos. For a moment, something like satisfaction flickered across her face, the ugly gratification of having exercised power over someone who seemed to have everything she didn't. Then she registered the reactions around her, the horror on passengers' faces, the phones recording her every expression, the ground crew rushing forward, the distinguished-looking woman cradling the child, her face transformed by a mother's fury. Too late, Rebecca Peterson began to understand that she had just made the worst mistake of her life. Part 2. Immediate aftermath. Blood soaked through the white fabric at Zoe's knee, spreading in a crimson starburst that grew with each passing second. The fall had torn open a 3-inch gash just below her kneecap, deep enough that several passengers turned away at the sight. The wound gaped obscenely, revealing layers of tissue never meant to see daylight. The hot tarmac beneath her burned through the thin fabric of her dress. The smell of jet fuel mixed with the metallic scent of blood made her stomach churn. Every breath sent fresh pains shooting through her ribs where they had struck the metal edges. "Don't move, baby," Olivia whispered, kneeling on the rough tarmac beside her daughter. Designer suit forgotten. Her hands moved with practiced precision, assessing injuries without causing further harm. "I'm right here. I've got you." Zoe's breathing came in short, pained gasps. "Mom, why did she—" The question dissolved into a whimper as shock gave way to physical pain. "It hurts everywhere." "Shh, don't try to talk." Olivia's voice remained steady, but the tremor in her hands betrayed her rage. "Help is coming." Why would an adult hurt me on purpose? The thought circled through Zoe's mind like a trapped bird. What did I do wrong? Airport paramedic Miguel Sanchez arrived within 90 seconds of the incident, emergency kit in hand. He knelt beside Zoe, his experienced eyes quickly cataloging her injuries. "Hi there," he said gently. "I'm Miguel. Can you tell me your name?" "Zoe," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "Zoe Harrington." "Good, and Zoe, I'm going to check you over, okay? Tell me if anything hurts when I touch it." "Everything hurts," she whispered, her voice catching. "She pushed me. The lady pushed me down the stairs." Olivia moved slightly to give him room, but kept her hand on Zoe's uninjured shoulder. "She hit her head on the handrail," she said quietly. "4th or 5th stair from the bottom." Miguel nodded, careful fingers probing Zoe's scalp. "Small contusion here. No obvious laceration, but we'll monitor for concussion. Can you follow my finger with your eyes?" "Zoe," she complied, tracking his movement while he checked pupil response. "Good. equal and reactive. His attention shifted to her knee. This will need stitches. I'm going to clean and bandage it temporarily. He looked up at Olivia. Ma'am, are you her mother? Yes, Olivia Harrington. She needs to go to the emergency room for proper treatment. The knee laceration requires sutures, and I'm concerned about a possible wrist sprain and concussion. Would you like us to call an ambulance, or do you prefer to transport her yourself? Before Olivia could answer, a second paramedic arrived with a wheelchair. Gurney's coming, he reported. Chicago Memorial has been notified. Ambulance, Olivia said firmly. I want full documentation of every injury. The significance of her statement wasn't lost on the medical team. This wasn't just about immediate care, it was about establishing a record. As Miguel cleaned the knee wound, applying butterfly bandages as a temporary measure, Zoe winced but didn't cry out. Her eyes remained fixed on her mother's face, seeking reassurance in the midst of confusion and pain. You're being so brave, Olivia murmured, stroking Zoe's hair back from her forehead. I'm so proud of you. The crowd of passengers had grown, forming a loose semicircle around the scene. Some continued filming, while others looked on with expressions ranging from shock to outrage. Airport security officers attempted to establish a perimeter, urging people back toward the gate. A third medical responder arrived with a proper stretcher. We've got transport outside. Chicago Memorial's pediatric trauma unit is standing by. Mom, Zoe's voice quavered. What about Grandma? She's expecting us. Even in pain, even in shock, Zoe thought of others. Pride mixed with heartache in Olivia's chest. I'll call her, sweetheart. Don't worry about that now. As the medical team prepared to transfer Zoe to the stretcher, Miguel conducted a more thorough assessment. Left wrist shows mild swelling and tenderness, consistent with sprain, multiple contusions on right side from impact with stairs. Laceration to right knee approximately 3 inches long, half an inch deep at center. Facial contusion on right cheekbone. His colleague documented each injury, photographing them for medical records. The clinical cataloging of harm done to her child made something shift in Olivia's expression. A hardening, a resolute fury taking root beneath her composed exterior. Is there anything else I should know? She asked Miguel quietly while the other paramedics prepared the stretcher. He hesitated, then lowered his voice. The wound pattern is consistent with a deliberate push, not an accidental fall. The force required to propel someone backward downstairs. He stopped, professional discretion warring with what he'd witnessed. If you need that documented in my report, I can include it. Please do, Olivia replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. Document everything, exactly as you observed it. As they lifted Zoe onto the stretcher, she reached for her mother's hand. The jacket, she whispered. It's torn. Olivia looked down at the navy Skystream jacket, now ripped at the shoulder seam and stained with blood and tarmac grease. Don't worry about the jacket, baby. It can be replaced. But it's your company jacket, Zoe insisted, fighting tears. I promised I'd take care of it. Olivia leaned down, pressing a kiss to her daughter's forehead. You didn't break that promise. Someone else did. And I promise you this, they're going to answer for it. As the medical team wheeled Zoe toward the waiting ambulance, Olivia finally turned her attention to the top of the boarding stairs where Rebecca Peterson stood, still watching the scene unfold. Their eyes met across the distance. In that moment, Rebecca Peterson should have recognized the look on Olivia Harrington's face. It wasn't just anger. It wasn't just a mother's protective fury. It was the calculated gaze of someone who had built and destroyed corporations, who had navigated billion-dollar negotiations, who had the resources and resolve to ensure complete accountability. Had Rebecca recognized that look, she might have begun apologizing immediately. She might have resigned on the spot. She might have done anything to mitigate what was coming. Instead, she turned away, retreating into the aircraft as if she could escape the consequences of what she'd done. It was the second worst mistake she would make that day. Initial confrontation. She assaulted my daughter. Olivia's voice cut through the chaotic scene with diamond-edged precision. I want her name, employee ID number, and I want her removed from the aircraft immediately. Thomas Wilson, the station manager for American Airlines at O'Hare, had arrived moments after the paramedics. At 49, he'd handled thousands of passenger incidents during his 23 years with the airline. from minor disputes over seating to medical emergencies. His Cubs tie and Chicago accent marked him as a lifelong local who prided himself on knowing how to handle difficult situations with Midwestern pragmatism. Nothing in his experience had prepared him for this. "Ma'am, I understand you're upset," he began, clipboard clutched like a shield. "We're gathering information about the incident and—" "Information," Olivia interrupted, pointing to the ambulance now pulling away with her daughter inside. "My 12-year-old child was physically assaulted by your employee. It's on video from at least 20 different angles. What more information do you need?" Thomas swallowed hard, acutely aware of the crowd still filming every word. The morning sun beat down on the tarmac, highlighting the drops of Zoe's blood that had yet to be cleaned up. "We take allegations of misconduct very seriously." Allegations. A middle-aged businessman stepped forward. Phone in hand, he wore a Sox cap despite his expensive suit, marking him as a South Side native. "I was 3 steps below the girl. Your flight attendant deliberately pushed her. There was nothing accidental about it." "I've got the whole thing right here," added a college student, holding up her iPhone. "She called the kid your kind before shoving her down the stairs." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Thomas felt sweat beading along his hairline despite the cool morning air. "We'll need to review all evidence and statements," he said, attempting to regain control of the situation. "Ms. Harrington, Olivia Harrington." She fixed him with an unwavering stare. "CEO of Skystream Energy." Thomas felt his stomach drop. The name clicked into place immediately. Skystream Energy, the company that supplied fuel to every American Airlines flight departing O'Hare. The company with exclusive contracts across their entire domestic network. "Ms. Harrington," he said, his tone shifting markedly. "I want to personally assure you that this matter will receive our highest attention. The employee involved will be suspended immediately pending investigation and will—" "Suspended," Olivia's eyebrow arched. "A woman who assaulted a child on camera gets a suspension. Is that standard American Airlines policy?" Before Thomas could respond, Rebecca Peterson emerged from the aircraft, flanked by the co-pilot. Her face was flushed, defiance warring with dawning awareness of the situation's severity. "I was following protocol for unauthorized boarding," Rebecca announced loudly. She was disrupting the boarding process and refused to comply with crew instructions. The statement was so divorced from reality that for a moment, everyone simply stared. "Are you seriously?" Olivia began, incredulity briefly overriding anger. "She has a first-class ticket," interrupted the businessman who had spoken earlier. "I saw it in her hand before you knocked it away." "And she's a child," added a woman in a floral dress. "What kind of threat did you think she posed? She's wearing a sundress, for God's sake!" Rebecca's chin jutted forward. She was wearing a corporate jacket that clearly wasn't hers. In today's security environment, we have to be vigilant about— "Stop talking." Olivia's voice was low, controlled, and terrifying in its restraint. "My daughter was wearing my company jacket because I gave it to her. She had a valid first-class ticket. She was following proper boarding procedures. And even if none of that were true, nothing, absolutely nothing, would justify physically assaulting a child." She turned to Thomas. "I want this woman's full name and employee ID number." Now, the station manager hesitated, caught between company protocol and the reality of the situation unfolding before him. "Rebecca Peterson," the flight attendant supplied before he could respond. "Employee ID 87432, and I didn't assault anyone. I was maintaining order during the boarding process when she lost her balance." A collective gasp rose from the crowd. The blatant lie in the face of clear video evidence shocked even those accustomed to corporate deflection. "Maintaining order," echoed the Hispanic businessman who had tried to intervene earlier. "I was right there, Yust. You said your kind should wait for regular boarding before you pushed her." "That's not what happened," Rebecca insisted, though her voice wavered slightly. Olivia stepped closer, her composure even more frightening than rage would have been. "Miss Peterson, there are currently 43 videos of you assaulting my daughter. I just received the first 3 by text while we've been standing here. Would you like to see them before you continue lying?" She held up her phone, displaying a crystal-clear video of the incident. Rebecca's hand clearly pushing Zoe. The child stumbled down the stairs. The blood on the white dress. Rebecca's face paled. I didn't mean for her to fall all the way down. She was being disruptive and take her off this flight, Thomas interrupted, making a decision that was already too late to help anyone. Rebecca, you're suspended effective immediately. Please surrender your company ID and proceed to the administrative office. You can't suspend me for doing my job, Rebecca protested. This is a crime, Olivia cut in, her gaze unflinching. Assault on a minor, battery, hate crime, given what witnesses heard you say, child endangerment, and that's just the beginning of the legal issues you're facing. She turned back to Thomas. I expect American Airlines to preserve all evidence related to this incident, surveillance footage, employee records, previous complaints against Mrs. Peterson. My attorneys will be sending a formal preservation notice within the hour. The gravity of the situation finally seemed to register with Rebecca. Her defensive posture crumbled slightly as she looked from Olivia to Thomas to the crowd of passengers still recording every word. I want union representation, she said, her voice smaller now. And I want to file a counter-complaint about being threatened and intimidated. The absurdity of the statement would have been almost comical if the circumstances weren't so serious. Even Thomas couldn't hide his disbelief. Rebecca, he said quietly, there are dozens of witnesses and multiple videos. Please don't make this worse than it already is. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Rebecca's face, the first indication that she understood consequences were coming, even if she couldn't yet grasp their magnitude. A security officer approached, radio crackling. Chicago PD is at the gate, he reported. They're requesting the parties involved in the assault incident. I need to go to the hospital, Olivia said, already turning away. My daughter is being treated for injuries caused by your employee. I expect your full cooperation with police, Mr. Wilson, and I expect Mr. Peterson to be available for them as well. She fixed Rebecca with one final look. You hurt a child today, my child. Remember that when you're explaining yourself to the police. As Olivia strode away, phone already at her ear as she called her legal team, Thomas Wilson watched her go with the sinking realization that this incident would define his career and possibly end Rebecca's. Rebecca, come with me, he said quietly. You need to understand what's happening here. That wasn't just any passenger you pushed. That was Olivia Harrington's daughter. So what? Rebecca responded, still clinging to defiance. Rich people don't get special treatment. That's the problem with society today. Thomas shook his head slowly, the full catastrophe becoming clearer with each passing minute. It's not about her being rich. It's about who she is. Skystream Energy supplies our fuel. All of it. Every drop that goes into every aircraft in our fleet. The color drained from Rebecca's face as understanding finally dawned. The logo on the jacket. Yes, the jacket you mocked before pushing her child down metal stairs. The jacket from the company that keeps our entire airline functioning. Rebecca's hands began to shake. But I didn't know. It wouldn't matter if she worked at a coffee shop, Thomas said, anger finally breaking through his professional veneer. You assaulted a child on camera, but the fact that you did it to the daughter of the woman who controls our fuel supply, you haven't just destroyed your own career, Rebecca. You've potentially done catastrophic damage to this entire airline. As security escorted them toward the terminal, Thomas glanced back at the boarding stairs, now empty. The flight delayed indefinitely. Somewhere in Chicago Memorial Hospital, a child was getting stitches because of what had happened here today. The consequences had only just begun. Digital explosion. The first video hit Twitter at 7:52 a.m., just 9 minutes after Rebecca Peterson pushed Zoe Harrington down the boarding stairs. Posted by Mia Rodriguez, a 19-year-old college student traveling home to Miami for spring break. The 12-second clip captured the critical moment with devastating clarity, Rebecca's hand connecting with Zoe's shoulder, the child's expression of shock, the terrible tumble down the metal stairs, the blood on the white dress. Mia's caption was simple. Flight attendant just pushed a child down the boarding stairs at O'Hare. American Air, what the actual fuck? By 7:57 a.m., the video had 23,000 views. By 8:03 a.m., it reached 98,000. By 8:15 a.m., it surpassed 500,000. The comments section erupted immediately. I can't believe what I just watched. This is assault on a child. Name and shame this flight attendant now. Did she seriously just shove a little girl down metal stairs? Hey, what is wrong with people? I fly American twice a month and I'm canceling my upcoming flights, not spending another dime with an airline that lets this happen. A second video appeared on Instagram, this one 37 seconds long, capturing the lead up to the push. Rebecca's dismissive, "Your kind should wait for regular boarding," clearly audible. Zoe's confused attempt to show her boarding pass, the business passengers aborted intervention. Instagram user Chicago Life Coach posted, "Witness to child abuse at O'Hare this morning. American Airlines flight attendant used racist language before shoving a black child downstairs. This is what happens when people who shouldn't have authority get a little power." Hashtag justice for this child. Within minutes, the digital wildfire spread to every platform. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Reddit. Hashtags multiplied and trended. Simultaneously, hashtag justice for Zoe, hashtag American Airlines, hashtag child abuse, hashtag flying while black, hashtag O'Hare incident. TikTok creators began stitching the video with their reactions. As a flight attendant for another airline, I am disgusted. We are trained to protect children, not harm them. This woman needs to be fired and charged with assault. Notice the racial component here, your kind, before pushing a black child. This isn't just assault, it's a hate crime. Lawyer here, this is criminal assault on a minor with multiple witnesses and video evidence. Open and shut case. The airline is also facing massive liability. By 8:30 a.m., less than an hour after the incident, 5 different videos from various angles had collectively amassed 3.2 million views. The story jumped from social media to mainstream news when a local Chicago reporter spotted the trending hashtag and dispatched a crew to O'Hare. In the hospital waiting room, Olivia's phone buzzed continuously with notifications. She had made one critical call to Jessica Martinez, Skystream Energy's chief operating officer, before silencing the device to focus on Zoe's medical care. That single 3-minute conversation had set in motion a corporate response that would reshape an entire industry. Meanwhile, the online comment sections exploded with reactions. "I can't stop watching this. She literally pushed a child down metal stairs. How is this woman not in handcuffs?" Notice how she said "your kind" before the push. This wasn't just assault. It was racially motivated assault. "My cousin works for American. Says the girl's mom is some big executive who supplies their fuel. Flight attendant picked the wrong kid to mess with. This is going to cost American millions." Their stock is already dropping. Twitter user Aviation Insider wrote, "Sources tell me the child is the daughter of Olivia Harrington, CEO of Skystream Energy, which supplies 74% of Americans' jet fuel. This isn't just a PR disaster. It's potentially an existential threat to the airline's operations." The last comment proved prophetic. By 9 a.m. as trading opened on Wall Street, American Airlines Group stock, NASDAQ OPAL immediately dropped 4.2%. Investors, seeing the viral videos and recognizing the potential liability and public relations disaster, began selling inside American Airlines Corporate Communications Department in Fort Worth, Texas. Emergency alerts pinged on multiple screens. The social media monitoring software, designed to flag potential PR crises, had gone from normal operating status to critical emergency in less than 30 minutes, the fastest escalation in the company's history. Director of Communications, Sophia Montgomery was awakened by her crisis phone at 8:17 a.m. Central Time. By 8:45, she had assembled a virtual response team, including legal counsel, public relations specialists, and executive representation. "We're dealing with a Category 5 situation," she told the hastily convened Zoom meeting. "The videos are unambiguous. Our employee clearly pushed a minor down boarding stairs, resulting in injuries requiring hospitalization. The child is the daughter of Olivia Harrington, CEO of Skystream Energy." The significance of that last detail wasn't lost on anyone in the meeting. "Jesus Christ," muttered the chief legal officer. "The fuel contract. We just renewed a 5-year exclusive with Skystream 2 months ago. Current metrics on the social spread?" asked the CEO, Robert Whitman, his voice tense even through the digital connection. Sophia shared her screen, displaying a real-time analytics dashboard. "We're tracking approximately 28,000 social media mentions per hour, 94% negative sentiment, mainstream news pickup beginning with local Chicago stations, CNN and MSNBC now running the story. We expect full national coverage within the next 30 minutes. Response options? Whitman asked. Limited, admitted the legal counsel. The video evidence is clear. Our employee assaulted a minor on camera after making what could be construed as discriminatory comments. The standard playbook, investigation pending, no conclusions until all facts gathered, will only inflame the situation further. Transparency and immediate accountability are our only viable paths forward. While executives scrambled to contain the damage, Rebecca Peterson was escorted to a private office at O'Hare, where 2 Chicago Police Department officers were waiting. Her union representative had been called but had not yet arrived. Ms. Peterson, began Detective Marcus Powell, we're investigating an alleged assault on a minor that occurred approximately 90 minutes ago at Gate B22. Multiple witnesses and video evidence suggest you pushed a 12-year-old girl down boarding stairs, resulting in injuries requiring medical attention. Rebecca stared at the desk, reality finally crashing down around her. I want to speak to my union rep before making any statement. That's your right, Detective Powell acknowledged. However, I should inform you that we've already received 17 separate videos of the incident from witnesses. The evidence is substantial. As Rebecca waited in silence, her phone buzzed with a text from a colleague. Becca, it's all over the internet. Millions of views. They're saying the kid's mom controls the fuel contract for the entire airline. What the hell happened? The digital explosion continued to grow, algorithms amplifying the story with each share, each comment, each new piece of footage. By mid-morning, a cell phone video captured inside the terminal showed Olivia Harrington's controlled fury as she confronted airline management. Her poised demeanor and articulate demands in stark contrast to the chaotic scene. This new footage spawned a secondary wave of commentary. Watch how composed this mother stays while advocating for her injured child. This woman is leadership personified. My daughter was wearing my company jacket. That moment when the airline rep realized exactly who he was dealing with. She didn't raise her voice once, but still managed to be the most powerful person in that room. Learn from this. The story was evolving in real time, transforming from a shocking instance of passenger mistreatment into a case study of corporate accountability, racial bias, and the consequences of unchecked authority. By noon, #boycott, American Airlines was the #1 trending topic nationally, and in a hospital room across town, a 12-year-old girl received 17 stitches in her knee while her mother held her hand, both of them unaware that their private trauma had become the center of a national conversation about dignity, justice, and the abuse of power. The internet had rendered its verdict long before any court would have the chance. Corporate recognition. Oh my God, that's Olivia Harrington. The whispered realization spread through the American Airlines administrative offices at O'Hare like a virus, jumping from person to person, growing more urgent with each transmission. Customer service supervisor Ellen Parker was the first to make the connection, recognizing the name from quarterly fuel contract briefings. She immediately called Regional Director Mark Davis, who was still at home preparing for a later shift. Mark, we have a Category 1 situation. Olivia Harrington's daughter was just pushed down boarding stairs by one of our flight attendants. Yes, that Olivia Harrington, Skystream Energy, our fuel provider. The whole thing is on video. Mark's coffee mug hit the floor, shattering unnoticed as he processed the information. Jesus Christ, tell me you're joking. It's all over social media already. Thomas is with her now, but he doesn't fully understand who she is. You need to get here immediately. Has anyone called corporate? I notified Fort Worth 2 minutes ago. They're freaking out. Robert Whitman is being briefed as we speak. As word spread through the airline's hierarchy, the recognition of who exactly had been affected transformed the incident from a serious customer service failure into an existential threat to company operations. In the executive offices, Compliance Director Patricia Wells pulled up the Skystream Energy contract on her computer, scanning the terms with growing dread. Section 7.3, she announced to the room. Skystream reserves the right to suspend service with 4 hours' notice in the event of gross negligence, criminal activity, or significant breach of trust by authorized American Airlines personnel. Vice President of Operations James Henderson ran his hand through his thinning hair. Are we sure this qualifies? Patricia stared at him in disbelief. Their CEO's child was physically assaulted by our employee. on camera while wearing a Skystream company jacket, I'd say that checks all three boxes. What's our exposure if they invoke the clause total? Skystream supplies 74% of our domestic fuel. They're our exclusive provider at 17 major hubs, including O'Hare, Dallas, Miami, and LAX. There is no backup supplier with capacity to replace them on short notice. The implications sank in across the room. Without fuel, planes don't fly. Without flights, an airline ceases to exist. How long could we operate? Asked the regional director of finance. Assuming they cut supply immediately, we have reserve tanks at major hubs sufficient for about 36 hours of limited operations. After that, we'd be looking at mass cancellations, stranded passengers, and catastrophic financial impact. While this realization rippled through corporate channels, Thomas Wilson was escorting Olivia Harrington's abandoned Prada briefcase to the hospital, hoping the gesture might somehow mitigate the disaster unfolding around him. His phone hadn't stopped ringing since he'd left the tarmac, calls from increasingly senior executives, each more panicked than the last. "Yes, sir, I understand the seriousness," he repeated for what felt like the 100th time. "Ms. Harrington is currently at Chicago Memorial with her daughter." "No, so she hasn't made any explicit threats about the fuel contract?" "Yes, sir, I'm on my way there now." At Chicago Memorial Hospital, Security Director Frank Torres received an unusual call from his counterpart at American Airlines. "Frank, we have a VIP patient in your emergency department. Zoe Harrington, age 12. Her mother is Olivia Harrington, CEO of Skystream Energy. There's been an incident, and we have reason to believe reporters might attempt to access the hospital for interviews or photos. Can you ensure appropriate privacy protocols?" Frank's professional instincts kicked in immediately. "I'll assign officers to the treatment area and implement restricted access. Is there any security threat we should be aware of?" "No threat to safety, but extreme media interest. The incident involved our airline and it's sensitive." The deliberate understatement wasn't lost on Frank. "Understood. I'll handle it personally." Within 10 minutes, hospital security had established a perimeter around Zoe's treatment room. Visitor access was restricted to authorized personnel, and the hospital's media relations team had been briefed to direct all inquiries to their standard protocol. "We cannot confirm or deny any patient's presence in our facility." Inside the treatment room, Olivia sat beside her daughter, completely unaware of the corporate panic her name was causing across multiple organizations. Her focus remained entirely on Zoe, who lay on the examination table as a doctor carefully stitched the laceration on her knee. "You're doing great, Zoe," Dr. Patel said, her hands steady as she worked. "Just 17 stitches, and we're all done. These dissolving sutures won't even need to be removed." Zoe's face was pale but composed, her eyes fixed on her mother rather than the needle passing through her skin. The local anesthetic had numbed the physical pain, but nothing could numb the confusion and hurt in her expression. "Why did she push me, Mom?" she asked quietly, the question that had been building since the incident finally emerging. "What did I do wrong?" The question broke Olivia's heart more effectively than any physical injury could have. She squeezed Zoe's hand, choosing her words carefully. "You did nothing wrong, sweetheart. Not one single thing. What happened wasn't about you or anything you did. It was about her, her prejudice, her assumptions, her failure as a human being." "But she said you're kind." "Sometimes," Olivia interrupted gently, "people carry darkness inside them. Assumptions, biases, resentments. And sometimes they direct that darkness at others based on what they look like or who they assume them to be. That's what happened today. It wasn't about Zoe Harrington. It was about what she thought Zoe Harrington represented." But Patel finished the final suture, applying a sterile dressing over the wound. "You're very wise," she said to Zoe. "Most patients your age wouldn't be asking such thoughtful questions while getting stitches." As the doctor moved to examine Zoe's sprained wrist, a nurse entered the room. "Ms. Harrington, there's an American Airlines representative in the waiting area, a Mr. Wilson. He says he has your briefcase." Olivia's expression hardened slightly. "Thank you. Please tell Mr. Wilson I'll speak with him after my daughter's treatment is complete. He says it's urgent, something about operational concerns." "I'm sure it is urgent for him," Olivia replied, her tone cooling several degrees. "My urgent concern is my daughter's well-being. He can wait." As the nurse left, Dr. Patel finished her examination. The wrist is a mild sprain. I recommend a brace for support, ice for swelling, and over-the-counter pain medication as needed. The head CT showed no signs of concussion, but watch for symptoms over the next 24-48 hours. Headache, dizziness, nausea, sensitivity to light. What about psychological follow-up? Olivia asked. This was a traumatic experience. I've already requested a consult with pediatric psychology. They should be here shortly. Dr. Patel's expression softened as she looked at Zoe. You're physically going to be fine, Zoe. The knee will be sore for a few weeks, but children heal quickly. The emotional impact might take longer to process, and that's perfectly normal. After Dr. Patel left, Olivia finally checked her phone. 67 missed calls, over 200 text messages, thousands of notifications from social media platforms she rarely used. One message from Jessica Martinez caught her attention. Protocol 72 initiated as instructed. Fuel delivery suspended at ORD, DFW, MI, awaiting further direction. Legal standing by. For the first time since the incident, something like satisfaction flickered across Olivia's face. Corporate wheels were turning. Accountability was in motion. A soft knock at the door preceded the arrival of Dr. Linda Howard from pediatric psychology. She introduced herself warmly, pulling up a chair beside Zoe's bed. I heard you had quite a morning, she said, her tone conversational rather than clinical. How are you feeling now? Zoe considered the question carefully. My knee hurts, and I keep seeing it happen again in my head, like a video that keeps replaying. Dr. Howard nodded. That's a very normal response to a traumatic event. Our brains try to process what happened, especially when it was unexpected and frightening. Will the video in my head ever stop? Zoe asked quietly. It will change over time. Howard assured her. Right now, it's very fresh and intense. With proper support and processing, those memories will become less intrusive and less painful. That's what I'm here to help with. While Dr. Howard spoke with Zoe, Olivia stepped just outside the door to make a call, keeping her daughter in sight through the window. Jessica, it's me. What's our status? Jessica Martinez's voice came through clearly. Fuel deliveries suspended at 3 major hubs as directed. We've notified American Airlines that the action is based on Section 7.3 of our contract. Their legal team is currently reviewing options, but they have none. We're prepared to extend the suspension to all 17 hubs on your command. Hold at 3 for now, Olivia directed. I want them to understand the seriousness without creating a national transportation crisis. Yet, understood. How's Zoe? 17 stitches in her knee, sprained wrist, no concussion, thankfully, but significant psychological trauma. She keeps asking why it happened. Jessica's voice hardened. Because some people are monsters. The videos are everywhere. Olivia, I've never seen anything spread so fast. American Airlines stock is down almost 8% already. Good. Fear is the only language some corporations understand. Olivia glanced back at Zoe, who was still talking with Dr. Howard. Keep me updated on the fuel situation. I need to get back to my daughter. As she ended the call, Olivia noticed Thomas Wilson hovering anxiously at the end of the hospital corridor. Her Prada briefcase clutched in his hands like a shield. His face was pale, perspiration visible even from a distance. He had finally recognized exactly who she was. The realization had come too late to prevent the incident, but just in time for him to understand the reckoning that was coming. Olivia turned away, returning to her daughter's side. The time for corporate negotiations would come soon enough. First power move. Initiate Protocol 72. Full supply suspension, effective immediately. Olivia Harrington's voice was calm, measured, betraying none of the rage churning beneath her professional exterior as she spoke to Skystream Energy's Chief Operating Officer, Jessica Martinez. On the other end of the line, Jessica didn't hesitate. All locations are targeted. Start with O'Hare, Dallas-Fort Worth, and Miami. Maximum visibility, minimal passenger disruption for now. This is about sending a message, not punishing innocent travelers. Understood. Timeline. Immediate cessation at those 3 hubs. No new fuel deliveries. No access to existing supply beyond safety reserves. I want American Airlines to understand exactly what's at stake. Jessica's fingers flew across her keyboard, the secure company messaging system lighting up with urgent directives to regional managers. Protocol 72 authorization code. Harrington Alpha 739 Echo. Confirmed. Response team is being activated now. Legal is standing by for the inevitable pushback. Olivia glanced through the treatment room window at Zoe, who was still speaking with the pediatric psychologist. They can push back all they want. We're operating within contractual rights under Section 7.3. The airline will claim this is disproportionate response to an isolated incident. My daughter is lying in a hospital bed with 17 stitches in her knee because their employee physically assaulted her after making racist comments. There's nothing disproportionate about our response. Agreed. Just preparing you for their arguments. Jessica paused, the sound of rapid typing audible in the background. First action orders transmitted. Fuel operations at O'Hare are being suspended as we speak. Dallas and Miami will follow within 15 minutes. Keep me updated. I need to get back to Zoe. Olivia ended the call, returning to her daughter's side just as Dr. Howard was finishing her initial assessment. While mother and daughter focused on immediate medical needs, Jessica Martinez's orders rippled through the Skystream Energy organization with military precision. At O'Hare International Airport, Skystream's regional operations manager, Carlos Diaz, received the Protocol 72 alert on his secure company phone. Without question or hesitation, he implemented the predetermined response sequence. All active fueling operations were immediately completed or safely terminated. Skystream fuel trucks were recalled to the company depot on the north side of the airport. Access to Skystream fuel storage facilities was secured, with electronic locks engaged on all valves and pumps. Automated notifications were sent to American Airlines Operations Center, informing them of the supply suspension under Contract Section 7.3. At 10:14 a.m., exactly 7 minutes after Jessica Martinez transmitted the Protocol 72 authorization, the first tangible effects became visible on the tarmac. 3 Skystream fuel trucks, previously positioned to service American Airlines aircraft, simultaneously pulled away from their assigned gates. Pilots preparing for departure watched in confusion as their expected fuel service disappeared. Gate agents received cascading alert messages on their terminals. Fuel ops suspended. Stand by for instructions. Inside American Airlines Operations Control Center in Fort Worth, Texas, the first warning indicators flashed red on the master systems display. Fuel supply status at O'Hare changed from normal to critical interruption without passing through any intermediate states. Operations Director Philip Jenkins initially assumed it was a system error. Run a diagnostic on the ORD fuel monitoring system, he ordered. We're showing a complete supply failure. His deputy's face paled as she read an incoming message. Sir, it's not a system error. Skystream Energy has suspended all fuel operations for American flights at O'Hare under Contract Section 7.3. They're citing gross negligence and criminal activity by authorized personnel as justification. Who authorized this? Get me someone from Skystream immediately. Sir, 2 more alerts coming. Same suspension, now active, at DFW in Miami. The blood drained from Philip's face as understanding dawned. 3 of their largest hubs simultaneously losing fuel access could only mean one thing: a coordinated, high-level decision. The incident at O'Hare this morning, he said quietly. The child who was pushed down the stairs. Has anyone confirmed her identity? Zoe Harrington, age 12. Her mother is Olivia Harrington, CEO of Skystream Energy. Philip closed his eyes briefly, the full magnitude of the disaster becoming clear. Get me Robert Whitman, now. As the corporate crisis escalated, the immediate operational impacts multiplied. At O'Hare, 7 American Airlines flights scheduled for imminent departure found themselves unable to fuel. At Dallas-Fort Worth, 12 more joined the growing list. Miami added another 9. Within 30 minutes, the total number of affected flights reached 47, with approximately 8,700 passengers facing potential delays or cancellations. The estimated financial impact began at $843,000 per hour, and that was before calculating reputation damage, rebooking costs, and potential legal liability. In the executive suite at American Airlines headquarters, CEO Robert Whitman stared at the emergency briefing on his tablet with growing horror. She's shutting down our fuel, he said, the words barely audible. She's actually doing it. General Counsel Victoria Adams nodded grimly. Section 7. 3 gives them the right to suspend service in these circumstances. We have limited legal recourse unless we want to argue that physically assaulting the CEO's child doesn't constitute a significant breach of trust. Can we source alternative fuel suppliers? Not at this volume, not on short notice. We might cobble together enough for limited operations at the affected hubs, but at spot market prices 140% above our contracted rates with Skystream, the financial bleeding would be severe. How long can we operate on reserves? Current estimates give us approximately 36 hours of limited operations at the 3 affected hubs before we'd be forced to begin canceling flights. If they extend the suspension to all 17 hubs, where they're our exclusive provider. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Robert Whitman had built his career on calm, measured leadership during crises. But nothing in his 32 years of aviation experience had prepared him for this particular catastrophe, an employee assaulting the child of their most critical supplier, on camera, with the evidence spreading virally across every social media platform. "Get me a direct line to Olivia Harrington," he ordered. "This needs to be resolved immediately." His chief of staff shook his head. "We've tried. She's not taking calls from anyone at American Airlines while her daughter receives medical treatment. Her office says all communications should go through Skystream's legal department. Then get our best people on a plane to Chicago. Now, I want our most senior representatives in that hospital with a comprehensive response plan within 2 hours." As executives scrambled to contain the damage, frontline employees dealt with the immediate chaos. At O'Hare, Gate B-17 became the flashpoint for passenger frustration when Flight 623 to Los Angeles was delayed indefinitely. "Ladies and gentlemen," the gate agent announced nervously, "we're experiencing a temporary fueling delay. We appreciate your patience as we work to resolve this issue." A business traveler near the counter frowned. "Temporary, the fuel trucks literally drove away. I watched them go." "Sir, I don't have specific information about. It's because of that little girl who got pushed down the stairs, isn't it?" called out another passenger. "I saw it on Twitter. Her mom runs the fuel company." Whispers rippled through the gate area as passengers connected the viral videos they'd been watching with their own delayed flight. "Wait, so we're stuck here because your airline assaulted a child?" demanded a woman with 2 teenagers. "That seems like an appropriate consequence to me." Yeah, the gate agent, caught between corporate messaging and unfolding reality, could only offer platitudes. "We're working to accommodate all passengers as quickly as possible." But across 3 major hubs, the reality was becoming unavoidable. American Airlines was facing an operational nightmare of unprecedented proportions, triggered by a single act of inexcusable cruelty toward a child. And in a hospital room across town, that child's mother had only begun to demonstrate the full extent of her power. Part 3: Escalation. The rhythmic beeping of hospital monitoring equipment provided a soft backdrop as Zoe finally drifted into troubled sleep. The combined effects of pain medication and emotional exhaustion momentarily granting her respite from the day's trauma. The private room at Chicago Memorial's pediatric wing was painted a calming blue, with cheerful animal murals that seemed at odds with the clinical equipment surrounding the bed. The antiseptic hospital smell mixed with the faint scent of the flowers a nurse had brought in yellow daisies that brightened the sterile environment. Olivia sat beside the bed, her normally perfect posture softened by concern as she watched her daughter's face. The bruise on Zoe's cheekbone had darkened to a deep purple, standing out starkly against her brown skin. The white hospital gown had replaced the blood-stained sundress, but the evidence of violence remained visible in the bandaged knee, the braced wrist, the small cuts and abrasions that mapped her tumble down the metal stairs. How could anyone do this to a child, Olivia thought, her anger momentarily overtaking the professional composure she'd maintained throughout the day. "My child." A soft knock at the door preceded Dr. Patel's return. The physician entered quietly, clipboard in hand. "How is she?" she asked, voice low to avoid disturbing Zoe. "Finally sleeping," Olivia replied. "She was fighting it. Said she kept seeing the fall every time she closed her eyes." Dr. Patel nodded. "That's consistent with acute stress response. Dr. Howard has recommended follow-up sessions with a trauma specialist once Zoe is discharged. When will that be?" "We'd like to keep her overnight for observation. The head CT was clear, But with the emotional component and the pain management needs, it's better to monitor her for at least 24 hours. Olivia nodded, gently brushing a strand of hair from Zoe's forehead. Whatever she needs. Ms. Harrington, Dr. Patel continued, hesitation evident in her voice. I should inform you that there's significant media presence outside the hospital. Our security team is maintaining privacy protocols, but you should be prepared for attention when you eventually leave. I understand. Thank you for the warning. After the doctor left, Olivia finally allowed herself a moment of vulnerability, her hand trembling slightly as she covered her face. For just a few seconds, she wasn't the powerful CEO orchestrating a corporate response. She was simply a mother overwhelmed by what had happened to her child. The moment passed quickly. She straightened her shoulders, determination replacing distress. She had calls to make, strategies to implement, justice to secure. But first, she needed to be here, present for the moment Zoe woke up confused and in pain, needing reassurance that she was safe. What happened at the airport, Zoe thought, as she began to surface from medicated sleep. Why am I in a hospital? Then the memories crashed back the boarding stairs, the flight attendant's angry face, the sudden push, the terrible tumbling sensation, the impact of metal against her body, the blood on her white dress. Mom. Her eyes fluttered open, darting around the unfamiliar room in momentary panic. I'm right here, baby. Olivia moved immediately to the bedside, taking Zoe's uninjured hand. How do you feel? Thirsty. And my knee hurts. The words came out raspy, her throat dry from sleep and medication. Olivia helped her sip water through a straw. The pain medicine is wearing off. I'll call the nurse. No. Zoe's grip on her mother's hand tightened. Not yet. I want to be awake for a minute first. Even at 12, her daughter showed remarkable self-awareness. Olivia nodded, respecting her choice. Mom, why did she hate me so much? The question emerged quietly, hesitant but persistent. What did I do wrong? The repetition of the question from earlier broke something inside Olivia. She sat carefully on the edge of the bed, mindful of Zoe's injuries. You did nothing wrong, not one single thing. Then why? Because some people carry darkness inside them. Baby, assumptions, biases, resentment, and sometimes they direct that darkness at others based solely on what they look like or who they assume them to be. Because I'm black, Zoe asked directly, her eyes searching her mother's face for truth. Olivia had never shielded Zoe from reality. She'd always believed in age-appropriate honesty about the world they lived in. Partly, yes, but it was also about the jacket you were wearing, about how confident you looked, about her assumptions regarding who belongs where. She said, "You're kind." Zoe's voice was small but steady. Yes, she did. And that reveals something important about her, not about you. Zoe was quiet for a long moment, processing this. Then will she be punished? Yes, Olivia answered without hesitation. She's already been arrested. There will be legal consequences for what she did. What about the airline they hired her? Even in pain, even traumatized, Zoe's mind worked with remarkable clarity. Olivia felt a surge of pride despite the circumstances. The airline will also face consequences, serious ones. Because of Skystream, because of our fuel, Olivia nodded. That's part of it. We have leverage that most people in this situation wouldn't have. But it's also because what happened was wrong, and it was captured on video for the world to see. Zoe's eyes filled with tears. I keep seeing it. Mom, every time I close my eyes, I'm falling again. I can feel every bump, every hit against the stairs. I can hear people gasping. I can smell the blood on my dress. Olivia gathered her daughter as gently as possible, mindful of her injuries. That's called trauma, sweetheart, and it's a normal response to what happened. But I promise you, those memories will fade with time and with help. We'll get you the best care, the best support. Will I ever stop being afraid? Zoe whispered against her mother's shoulder. Yes, Olivia promised, hoping with every fiber of her being that it was true. You will heal, Zoe, and something else will happen, too. And what the high, this experience, as terrible as it is, will lead to changes that protect other children. Your suffering will not be for nothing. I promise you that. Zoe pulled back slightly, her eyes finding her mother's. You are going to make sure of it, aren't you? That's why you suspended the fuel. Yes, but not out of revenge. Out of determination that what happened to you never happens to another child. That's the difference between justice and vengeance. Zoe, justice creates change. Vengeance just creates more pain. A nurse entered quietly, checking the monitors and noting Zoe's discomfort. Time for pain medication. Zoe nodded, the conversation having exhausted her limited reserves. As the medication flowed through her IV, she asked one last question before drifting back to sleep. Mom, will you make them understand why it was wrong? Not just that they got caught, but why it was wrong in the first place. Olivia's heart swelled with pride at her daughter's wisdom. Even in trauma, Zoe understood that true accountability required understanding, not just fear of consequences. Yes, baby, that's exactly what I intend to do. As Zoe slipped back into medicated sleep, Olivia remained by her side, simultaneously the most powerful corporate executive in the aviation fuel industry and a mother keeping vigil over her injured child. Both identities fused into a single, unstoppable force driven by love, justice, and the determination that no other child would endure what Zoe had experienced today. The hospital room was quiet save for the gentle beeping of monitors, but beyond its walls, corporate boardrooms echoed with panic, news studios buzzed with breaking updates, and an industry began to confront its accountability for the safety of all passengers, not just those with mothers powerful enough to ground an airline. Corporate war room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing an existential threat to this airline. CEO Robert Whitman's voice cut through the tense atmosphere in American Airlines Emergency Response Center. Converted from a large conference room at headquarters, the space now hummed with the energy of dozens of executives, legal advisors, operations specialists, and communications experts working frantically to contain the growing crisis. The room itself reflected the urgency of the situation. Coffee cups and half-eaten sandwiches littered conference tables. Suit jackets hung over chairbacks. Whiteboards were covered with hastily scrawled contingency plans. The air conditioning strained to compensate for the body heat of so many people packed into the space, leaving the room uncomfortably warm despite the cool Fort Worth spring day outside. Digital displays covered the walls, each monitoring a different aspect of the unfolding disaster. Screen 1 real-time flight status across the network, showing growing disruptions at the 3 affected hubs. 47 flights already grounded, the number increasing by the minute. A ticker at the bottom showed estimated passenger impacts 8,746 currently delayed, 2,137 likely to be stranded overnight. Screen 2 financial impact metrics, currently calculating losses at $843,000 per hour and climbing exponentially. The stock ticker showed a 9.7% drop since market opening, representing over $800 million in lost market capitalization. Screen 3 social media analytics, displaying a heat map of negative sentiment spreading across platforms. The hashtag boycott American Airlines was trending in all 50 states. A word cloud showed the most common terms: assault, child, racism, boycott, fuel. Harrington. Screen 4 stock price tracker showing a catastrophic 3% drop since market opening, representing over $900 million in lost market capitalization. Screen 5 live news coverage from multiple networks, all featuring the same footage of Zoe Harrington tumbling down the boarding stairs. Our immediate priorities, Whitman continued, his normally impeccable appearance showing signs of strain, loosened tie, rolled sleeves, thinning gray hair disheveled from running his hands through it repeatedly, are threefold. First, operational continuity. We need alternative fuel sources at the affected hubs immediately. Second, legal and regulatory response. We're facing potential criminal charges, civil liability, and federal investigations. Third, reputation management. We need to demonstrate meaningful accountability, not just damage control. Whitman was known for his even temperament, but the slight tremor in his voice revealed the gravity of the situation. At 62, he had navigated the airline through recessions, pandemics, and regulatory challenges, but nothing in his career had prepared him for this specific convergence of crises. Chief Legal Officer Victoria Adams stepped forward, her expression grim. The legal exposure is unprecedented, beyond the obvious civil liability for Zoe Harrington's injuries. We're looking at potential class action suits from affected passengers, shareholder litigation over stock price impact, and regulatory scrutiny from the FAA and DOT. Potential damages, Whitman asked, bracing himself. Conservative estimate, $75, $120 million for the Harrington family alone, assuming standard calculations for physical injuries, emotional distress, and punitive damages given the egregious nature of the conduct. Add another $50, $80 million for related passenger claims and shareholder actions. And that's before considering regulatory fines, which could range from $10 to $30 million, depending on findings of systematic failures. The room fell silent as executives absorbed the staggering figures. The only sound was the soft hum of the air conditioning and the occasional ping of urgent messages arriving on tablets and phones. Jesus Christ, muttered the CFO. Frank Thompson, a normally unflappable numbers man whose perpetual poker face had finally cracked. That's potentially $230 million in liability from a single incident. And that doesn't include the operational losses if this fuel situation continues, added Operations Director Philip Jenkins. We're looking at approximately $20 million per day if all 3 hubs remain affected. If Skystream expands the suspension to all 17 hubs where they're our exclusive provider. He didn't need to finish the sentence. Everyone understood the implication bankruptcy within weeks. What about alternative fuel suppliers? Whitman asked, turning to the VP of Procurement. We're reaching out to every possible source, she replied, the strain evident in her voice. But Skystream controls 74% of the market for a reason. No other provider has sufficient capacity to replace them, especially on short notice. We might cobble together enough for limited operations, but at spot market prices approximately 140% above our contracted rates. Do it anyway, Whitman ordered. Whatever the cost, we need planes in the air. Communications Director Sophia Montgomery raised her hand. Sir, our initial statement has been poorly received. We're being criticized for clinical language and lack of accountability. Social media sentiment is 94% negative, the worst metrics we've ever recorded. Whitman's jaw tightened as he scrolled through public responses to their initial press release. Draft a new statement, he directed. Personal, from me directly. Acknowledge the severity without admitting specific legal liability. Express sincere concern for Zoe Harrington's well-being. Announce termination, not suspension, of the employee involved. Rebecca Peterson has already been arrested, interjected the HR director. Chicago PD took her into custody approximately 40 minutes ago. Charges include assault on a minor and child endangerment. Include that in the statement, full cooperation with law enforcement. But we need to go beyond just addressing this specific incident. We need to announce systematic changes to prevent anything similar from happening again. What kind of changes are you suggesting? Asked the chief operating officer skeptically, his Texas drawl becoming more pronounced under stress. We can't redesign our entire boarding process overnight. No battle, but we can implement immediate bias training requirements, enhance passenger protection protocols, and an independent review of our hiring and training practices. Whitman countered. We need substantive actions, not just words. The room fell silent again as the enormity of the crisis continued to sink in. This wasn't just another PR challenge to be managed with careful statements and nominal changes. This was a fundamental threat to the airline's continued existence. Has anyone successfully reached Olivia Harrington? Whitman asked, turning to his chief of staff. No, sir. She's still refusing calls from anyone at American Airlines. Her executive assistant says she's focused exclusively on her daughter's care at the moment and will address corporate matters when appropriate. That's not good enough, Whitman said, frustration evident in his tone. We need direct communication. Get our Chicago team to the hospital. Senior leadership, not middle management. I want someone with decision-making authority sitting outside her daughter's room until she's ready to talk. Sir, ventured the general counsel cautiously, we should consider the optics of appearing to pressure a mother while her injured child receives medical treatment. This isn't about optics anymore, Whitman replied sharply. This is about survival. Without fuel, we cease to exist as an airline. We need to resolve this situation immediately, and that can only happen through direct negotiation with Olivia Harrington. Across the room, Technical Systems Director Eduardo Ramirez interrupted with fresh urgency. Sir, We're receiving reports that Skystream is extending the fuel suspension to include Dallas-Fort Worth's international terminals. That's an additional 14 wide-body flights affected. Whitman closed his eyes briefly, absorbing this escalation. When he opened them, his expression had shifted from professional concern to existential recognition. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, his voice now steeled with resolve, "I want to be absolutely clear about our position. This isn't a situation we can manage through conventional crisis response. We are facing a coordinated attack on our operational capacity, our legal standing, our financial stability, and our public reputation, all stemming from the inexcusable actions of one employee." He turned to Victoria Adams. "Prepare settlement parameters assuming worst-case scenario for the Harrington litigation. Whatever it takes to resolve this immediately. To operations. Implement full emergency protocols at all hubs, not just the affected 3. Prioritize passenger accommodation and transparent communication. To communications. I want a comprehensive announcement within the hour outlining specific, verifiable changes to prevent similar incidents. Not vague promises, concrete actions with implementation timelines and accountability mechanisms." As the room mobilized with renewed urgency, Whitman addressed his executive leadership team in a lower voice. "We need to recognize that this crisis requires more than conventional management. It requires fundamental transformation of how we approach passenger safety, employee training, and corporate accountability. The crisis that had begun with a child tumbling down boarding stairs had escalated into an existential threat requiring not just damage control, but comprehensive organizational change. As executives dispersed to implement their assigned tasks, the final screen in the war room displayed a real-time counter of the incident's viral spread, 17. 3 million views across platforms and climbing by thousands each minute. The moment when Rebecca Peterson pushed Zoe Harrington down those stairs had become more than just a shocking video. It had become a symbol of unchecked authority, systemic bias, and the abuse of power. And as American Airlines scrambled to contain the damage, the public had already rendered its verdict. Evidence collection. I need everything. Every video, every witness statement, every angle. Olivia Harrington spoke quietly into her phone from the hospital corridor, careful to remain within sight of Zoe's room while conducting necessary business. On the other end of the line, Marcus Taylor, Skystream Energy's chief security officer and former FBI special agent, was already coordinating a comprehensive evidence collection operation. The hospital corridor was quiet, with only the occasional nurse or doctor passing by. The polished floor reflected the fluorescent ceiling lights. A cleaning cart stood unattended nearby, the smell of disinfectant mingling with the typical hospital antiseptic scent. "We've secured 17 distinct videos so far," Marcus reported efficiently. "Multiple angles, varying durations, all showing the critical moment clearly. Our digital forensics team has verified the metadata, timestamps, geolocation tags, device information, chain of custody documentation is being established for each file. What about the airport's surveillance footage? American Airlines is claiming a system malfunction affected cameras in that specific boarding area during the relevant time frame." Olivia's expression hardened. "Convenient, but ineffective," Marcus continued. 4 passengers were live streaming, meaning the footage was transmitted to external servers in real time. Even if they wanted to, the airline couldn't suppress all evidence. Have our legal team send a preservation demand to American Airlines, O'Hare International Airport, the Chicago Department of Aviation, and any other entity that might have surveillance coverage of that area. Make it crystal clear that destruction of evidence will trigger separate legal action." "Already done. Alexander Diaz filed the notices 30 minutes ago." Olivia nodded, unsurprised by her team's efficiency. She'd built Skystream Energy on precisely this kind of operational excellence, surrounding herself with professionals who anticipated needs rather than waiting for instructions. "What about witness statements?" "We've identified 43 passengers who directly witnessed the incident. 17 have already provided preliminary statements to our field team. We're prioritizing those closest to the stairs who had unobstructed views." Olivia glanced through the window at Zoe's room, where her daughter still slept, the IV drip steadily delivering pain medication. "Any conflicting accounts?" "None regarding the central facts. Multiple witnesses confirmed that Rebecca Peterson used the phrase Your kind should wait before physically pushing Zoe. The deliberate nature of the push is consistent across all accounts. Olivia processed this information with the same analytical precision she brought to billion-dollar acquisitions. In the technical analysis, Dr. Rajesh Patel from Northwestern University's Biomechanical Engineering Department has reviewed the highest resolution video. His preliminary assessment confirms deliberate application of force with intent to displace. The pressure pattern on Zoe's shoulder and the subsequent motion trajectory are inconsistent with an accidental contact or minimal guidance. I want his analysis formalized in an expert report, full credentials, methodology, conclusions. Already underway. We'll have the preliminary report within 24 hours. Olivia glanced back toward Zoe's room, where her daughter still slept under the influence of pain medication. What about Rebecca Peterson's background? Personnel file requested through legal channels. Preliminary research shows 14 years with American Airlines, 6 formal complaints filed by passengers over the past decade, 3 for inappropriate tone or language, and 2 for excessive use of authority. None resulted in significant disciplinary action. Social media. Digital forensics team is analyzing now. Private accounts. But we've identified several concerning the posts from the past 3 years, comments about entitled passengers, and specific references to people who don't know their place. A screenshot appeared on Olivia's phone, a Facebook post from Rebecca Peterson 6 months earlier, complaining about these people who think first class is their birthright, with specific reference to a family who obviously didn't belong there. Document everything, Olivia directed. I want a complete psychological profile. This wasn't a momentary lapse. It was a revelation of character. While this conversation continued, a parallel evidence collection effort unfolded at O'Hare International Airport, where Alexandra Diaz, Skystream's general counsel, had assembled a team of attorneys and investigators at Gate B22. The morning bustle of the terminal continued around them, travelers flowing past with little awareness of the legal team methodically documenting the scene of the incident. They photographed the boarding stairs from multiple angles, measuring the height and angle of each step. A forensic specialist in a dark suit knelt on the tarmac, marking measurements where Zoe had landed after her fall. The total vertical distance from the point of impact to the tarmac is approximately 9.5 feet, reported the specialist, marking measurements on a detailed diagram. Given the child's height and weight, the force of impact with each step would have been sufficient to cause significant soft tissue damage, with particular risk to joints and exposed areas like the knee. Alexandra nodded, her expression grave as she directed the documentation. I want impact force calculations for each point of contact, and blood pattern analysis for the residue on the stairs and tarmac. Meanwhile, in a downtown Chicago law office, a digital evidence specialist analyzed the video footage with specialized software, breaking down the crucial moment frame by frame on a large monitor. The room was darkened to better view the screen, where the moment of impact was frozen in high definition. The push lasted approximately 0.73 seconds from initial contact to complete loss of balance. He explained to the attending attorneys. The hand position and follow-through motion are consistent with deliberate force application rather than an accidental contact or protective reflex. He pointed to the specific frames showing Rebecca Peterson's facial expression immediately after the push, a fleeting micro-expression of satisfaction before being replaced by uncertainty as she registered the crowd's reaction. This sequence is particularly significant, he noted. The initial satisfaction suggests intent and fulfillment of purpose, not surprise or regret as would be expected following an accidental action. Back at the hospital, Marcus continued his report to Olivia. Chicago PD has formally charged Rebecca Peterson with assault on a minor and child endangerment. Initial bail hearing is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Our law enforcement liaison is monitoring the case closely. An American Airlines internal investigation. Largely for show at this point, they've terminated her employment, effective immediately, likely hoping to create distance between her actions and corporate liability. We're countering with evidence of systematic failures in training, supervision, and corporate culture. Olivia considered this information carefully. What about the airline's response to our fuel suspension? Exactly as predicted, initial shock, followed by frantic attempts to secure alternative suppliers. They've managed to arrange limited delivery at O'Hare from 3 smaller providers. but at approximately 140% above our contracted rates. Their operating costs are bleeding exponentially. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the corridor, Chicago's skyline was visible against a clear blue sky. Commercial aircraft could be seen taking off from O'Hare in the distance, though notably fewer American Airlines planes than usual. Good. Maintain the pressure. I want them to understand exactly what's at stake before any negotiations begin. As she concluded the call, Olivia noticed Thomas Wilson hovering at the far end of the corridor, her briefcase still clutched in his hands after nearly 4 hours of waiting. His determination to speak with her was evident, as was his growing desperation. She approached him with measured steps, her expression unreadable. "Mr. Wilson." He straightened immediately, relief washing over his features. "Ms. Harrington, thank you for... You've been waiting here for some time," she interrupted calmly. "I assume you have a message from your leadership." "Yes, ma'am. CEO Robert Welletman is en route to Chicago personally. He wants to meet with you as soon as possible to discuss resolution of this unfortunate... My daughter has 17 stitches in her knee, Mr. Wilson. She has a sprained wrist, multiple contusions, and psychological trauma that may take years to heal. There is nothing unfortunate about what happened. It was deliberate, it was cruel, and it was enabled by your airline's culture and practices." Thomas swallowed hard. "I apologize for my poor choice of words. You're absolutely right. When Mr. Whitman arrives, he can contact my office to schedule a meeting. I'll speak with him when my daughter's immediate medical needs are addressed and when I'm satisfied that American Airlines understands the true nature of the situation. Ms. Harrington, the operational impact of the fuel suspension is already severe. Thousands of passengers are being inconvenienced," Olivia finished for him. "My daughter was assaulted. There's a significant difference between those two scenarios. Wouldn't you agree?" Without waiting for his response, she continued, "Please inform Mr. Whitman that when we eventually meet, I expect him to come prepared, not with excuses or standard crisis management tactics, but with comprehensive, substantive changes to ensure no other child experiences what Zoe endured today." She accepted her briefcase from his outstretched hands. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to return to my daughter." As Olivia walked away, Thomas Wilson remained rooted in place, the full weight of the airline's predicament settling around his shoulders like a shroud. He had witnessed firsthand what the executives in the war room were only beginning to understand. This wasn't a standard corporate crisis to be managed with careful statements and minimal concessions. This was a fundamental reckoning, driven by a mother's determination to transform her daughter's pain into meaningful change, and backed by the economic leverage to ensure that determination became reality. Rebecca's arrest. The fluorescent lights of the police interview room cast harsh shadows across Rebecca Peterson's face as she sat alone, waiting. The events of the morning seemed distant now, like scenes from someone else's life playing on a screen she couldn't turn off. The room was sparse, a metal table bolted to the floor, 4 chairs, a two-way mirror on one wall. The faint smell of stale coffee and industrial cleaner permeated the space. The concrete block walls were painted institutional beige, with years of scuff marks near the baseboards. A single camera in the corner tracked her every movement. The door opened, and Detective Marcus Powell entered, followed by his partner, Detective Sophia Ramirez. They carried identical tablets and serious expressions. Detective Powell was a 20-year veteran of the Chicago PD, his salt and pepper hair and lined face suggesting years of witnessing human failings. Detective Ramirez, younger but equally seasoned, carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen it all. "Ms. Peterson," Detective Powell began, activating the recording equipment on the table. "For the record, this interview is being recorded. You have been read your Miranda rights and have declined legal representation at this time. Is that correct?" Rebecca nodded numbly, then realized she needed to speak. "Yes, that's correct." Her voice sounded strange to her own ears, hoarse, unfamiliar. "We're investigating an incident that occurred at approximately 7:49 a.m. this morning at O'Hare International Airport, Gate B-22. According to multiple witnesses and video evidence, you physically pushed a 12-year-old girl, identified as Zoe Harrington, down a set of boarding stairs, resulting in injuries requiring medical treatment. Do you understand why you're here?" "Yes," the word emerged barely above a whisper. Detective Ramirez opened her tablet, turning it to show Rebecca a still image from one of the videos, her hand clearly making contact with Zoe's shoulder, the child's expression captured in the moment of shocked realization before falling. "Miss Peterson, can you explain what happened in this moment?" Rebecca stared at the image, seeing herself as others had seen her arm extended, face tight with resentment, pushing a child in a white dress. The reality of her actions hit her with physical force. "I didn't mean for her to fall all the way down," she said finally. "I just wanted her to move back, to wait her turn. She was disrupting the boarding process." Multiple witnesses state that the child had a valid first-class boarding pass and was boarding during the appropriate call. Is that accurate? Rebecca hesitated, a drop of sweat trickling down her temple despite the room's cool temperature. "I didn't actually check her boarding pass." "So you physically removed a passenger from the boarding stairs without verifying their documentation?" "It wasn't like that. She was wearing this oversized jacket, like she was playing dress-up. She didn't look like she belonged in first class." The words hung in the air, their implication unmistakable. Detective Ramirez made a notation on her tablet, her expression unreadable, but her pen pressing harder into the screen. "What specifically made you think she didn't belong in first class?" Detective Powell asked, his tone deliberately neutral. Rebecca felt the trap closing around her. "I didn't mean... It wasn't about..." "Several witnesses reported that you used the phrase, 'your kind should wait for regular boarding.' What did you mean by your kind of blind?" "I meant children," Rebecca said quickly. "Young passengers. They usually board with families, not in first class alone." Detective Ramirez swiped to another image on her tablet. Zoe standing on the stairs, clearly holding up her boarding pass. "According to 17 separate witness statements, she attempted to show you her boarding pass, which you refused to look at. Is that accurate?" Rebecca's facade began to crumble. Her hands trembled slightly where they rested on the table. Things were happening quickly. "I was trying to maintain the boarding schedule." "Ms. Peterson, we have reviewed 43 videos of this incident from various angles." Detective Powell's voice remained professional, but took on a harder edge. "In none of them does the child appear to be causing disruption. In fact, multiple first-class passengers behind her have stated that she was proceeding normally until you confronted her." The overhead light buzzed intermittently, the sound growing more irritating as Rebecca's anxiety increased. "I want to be very clear, this is not about a boarding dispute or a procedural misunderstanding. This is about the physical assault of a minor, resulting in documented injuries." He turned his tablet to show medical photographs, the stitched laceration on Zoe's knee, the swollen wrist, the bruises along her right side where she had impacted the metal stairs. 17 stitches, Ms. Peterson, a sprained wrist, multiple contusions, potential concussion. These are the consequences of your actions this morning. For the first time, Rebecca's eyes filled with tears as the reality of what she had done, what she had become, truly registered. "I never meant to hurt her that badly. I was tired. I'd worked a red eye. I was frustrated. She looked so entitled, so confident. Entitled, she's 12 years old. Ms. Peterson. She was wearing a white dress to visit her grandmother." The controlled disbelief in Detective Powell's voice cut through Rebecca's defenses. The tears spilled over. "I didn't know who she was. I didn't know her mother was important." Detective Ramirez's expression hardened. "Would it have mattered? Would you have treated her differently if you had known her mother was a CEO? Because that suggests you consciously treat some passengers better than others based on their perceived status." "No, that's not what I meant. Ms. Peterson, based on the evidence we've reviewed, we are charging you with assault on a minor, a Class 2 felony under Illinois law, and child endangerment, a Class 3 felony. These charges carry potential prison sentences of 3 7 years and 2 5 years respectively." The blood drained from Rebecca's face. "Prison. But I'm a flight attendant. I've never been in trouble before." "You physically assaulted a child, resulting in injuries requiring emergency medical treatment. The fact that this occurred while you were in a position of authority as a representative of the airline elevates the seriousness of the offense." Detective Powell continued, his tone matter of fact. "The state's attorney is also reviewing potential hate crime enhancements based on witness statements regarding your comments immediately prior to the assault. Hate crime. Rebecca's voice rose in panic, echoing off the concrete walls. I'm not racist. I didn't do this because she's black. Yet multiple witnesses report that you specifically used the phrase your kind and made assumptions about her belonging in first class without checking her documentation. The state's attorney will make the final determination regarding those enhancements. The reality of her situation crashed down on Rebecca with crushing force. Her career was gone. Her freedom was in jeopardy. Her future had been destroyed by a single moment of unchecked bias and cruelty. I want a lawyer. Please, I need to call a lawyer. That's your right, Detective Ramirez acknowledged, making a note. The interview is suspended until your legal representation arrives. As the detectives gathered their materials to leave, Rebecca called out, her voice breaking, "What's going to happen to me?" Detective Powell paused at the door. You'll be processed and held for arraignment tomorrow morning, where bail will be determined. Given the nature of the charges and the evidence involved, I would prepare for significant bail requirements. But my job, my apartment. Ms. Peterson, American Airlines terminated your employment approximately 2 hours ago. Your future employment prospects are beyond the scope of this investigation. Our concern is the harm done to a child in your care and the appropriate legal consequences for that harm. Left alone in the interview room, Rebecca Peterson finally confronted the full reality of what a few seconds of unchecked bias and cruelty had cost her job, her freedom, her reputation, potentially her entire future. She buried her face in her bonds, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. For 14 years, she had built a career in aviation, traveled to 57 countries, prided herself on professionalism, and in 3.8 seconds, she had destroyed it all by pushing a child downstairs because she didn't like how confident that child looked in first class. Outside the police station, news crews had already gathered, capturing footage of the building where the flight attendant from the viral video was being held. The story had expanded beyond the incident itself to include her arrest, fueling another cycle of coverage across traditional and social media platforms. Inside American Airlines corporate offices, the news of Rebecca's arrest added another dimension to the unfolding crisis. While her employment had been terminated, the company remained legally vulnerable for having employed her, trained her, and placed her in a position of authority over passengers, including the child she had harmed. And in a hospital room across town, Olivia Harrington received notification of the arrest from Marcus Taylor, noting it with grim satisfaction not as an endpoint, but as merely the first step in a comprehensive accountability process that would extend far beyond one flight attendant's individual actions. Justice for Zoe would require more than a single arrest. It would require fundamental change to prevent other children from experiencing similar harm. Change that Olivia had both the determination and the leverage to ensure Airline's failed response. This statement is a disaster. Communications Director Sophia Montgomery stared at her screen in dismay, analyzing the real-time reactions to American Airlines' second official statement on the incident. Despite CEO Robert Whitman's personal attribution and stronger language, the public response remained overwhelmingly negative. The communications team had gathered in a glass-walled conference room at headquarters, banks of monitors displaying social media feeds and news coverage. The mood was grim as they watched sentiment analytics continue to plummet despite their best efforts. What's the specific criticism? Asked Chief Marketing Officer Jonathan Pierce, leaning over her shoulder to view the analytics dashboard. His typically immaculate appearance was showing signs of strain, tie loosened, collar unbuttoned, faint coffee stain on his sleeve. 3 primary themes, Sophia explained, pointing to the data visualization. First, timing. We waited nearly 4 hours to issue a substantive response. Second, perceived insincerity. Phrases like does not reflect our values are being called corporate boilerplate. And third, insufficient action. Terminating the employee is seen as the bare minimum, not a meaningful response. On the largest monitor, a CNN panel discussion was in progress, with a crisis management expert eviscerating the airline's handling. This response reads like it was drafted by legal counsel to minimize liability rather than address the actual harm done. The phrase deeply regret the incident is the corporate equivalent of mistakes were made passive, detached, and utterly insufficient given the severity of what happened. The room fell silent as executives absorbed this feedback. Their carefully crafted crisis management playbook, refined through decades of PR challenges, was failing spectacularly in the face of this particular incident. "We need to go bigger," Jonathan suggested, wiping sweat from his brow despite the room's aggressive air conditioning. "A comprehensive passenger protection initiative, major policy changes, significant compensation." "We're working on those," Whitman replied, frustration evident in his voice as he entered the communications center. "But none of that matters if we can't get Olivia Harrington to restore our fuel supply. Without operational capacity, all our promises are meaningless." The tension in the room escalated as breaking news alerts appeared on several screens. American Airlines' stock had fallen a staggering 14.8% since market opening, representing over $1.2 billion in lost market capitalization in a single day. "We need to hold a press conference," declared VP of External Relations Patricia Morgan, a formidable woman whose decades of experience had never prepared her for a crisis of this magnitude. "Show leadership, take questions directly, demonstrate transparency." Whitman nodded grimly. "Set it up for 4 p.m. Central. We'll broadcast from headquarters here in Fort Worth. I'll take full responsibility as CEO." As preparations for the press conference began, a parallel response effort unfolded at O'Hare International Airport, where American Airlines' customer care team attempted to manage the growing chaos of stranded passengers. The Terminal 3 concourse had transformed into an impromptu campground of frustrated travelers. Business people conducted conference calls from the floor, families spread out their belongings across rows of seats, and a harried gate agent attempted to maintain order at the customer service desk as the line stretched nearly to the food court. "Ladies and gentlemen," announced gate agent Michael Rivera to the crowded terminal, his voice cracking with stress. "We understand your frustration with the continued delays. We're working to secure alternative transportation for all affected passengers. Priority will be given to those with connecting flights and those traveling with small children." "Is this because of the girl who got pushed down the stairs?" called out a passenger near the counter, holding up his phone with the viral video playing. "I saw it on Twitter. Her mom controls your fuel supply." "Right." Michael hesitated, caught between corporate messaging and obvious reality. "We're experiencing some operational challenges." "Just be honest," interrupted another passenger, a middle-aged woman with 2 teenagers. "Your airline assaulted a child, and now you're facing consequences. We deserve to know why we're stuck here." The crowd's mood shifted perceptibly, from frustrated inconvenience to something more complex, a mixture of righteous indignation on Zoe's behalf and satisfaction that corporate misconduct was facing tangible consequences. "I'm canceling my frequent flyer membership," announced a business traveler loudly, his executive status evident in his tailored suit and luxury luggage. "I can't support an airline that allows employees to physically assault children." A murmur of agreement spread through the gate area. Several passengers pulled out phones, filming the scene and adding to the growing digital record of the airline's unfolding crisis. Back in Fort Worth, the hastily organized press conference began precisely at 4 p.m. CEO Robert Whitman stood before a podium emblazoned with the American Airlines logo, his normally confident demeanor subdued as cameras from every major network captured his statement. The conference room had been quickly converted for broadcasting, with the company logo backdrop hastily installed and lighting positioned to minimize the shadows under Whitman's tired eyes. The room smelled of fresh paint and nervous sweat. "Good afternoon, I'm Robert Whitman, CEO of American Airlines. I'm here to address the deeply disturbing incident that occurred this morning at O'Hare International Airport, where one of our flight attendants physically assaulted a 12-year-old passenger, Zoe Harrington." He paused, taking a deliberate breath before continuing. "First and foremost, I want to express our profound regret for what happened to Zoe. The behavior displayed by our former employee was inexcusable and does not reflect the values or expectations we have for anyone representing American Airlines." Whitman gripped the podium, his knuckles whitening slightly. "The employee involved, Rebecca Peterson, has been terminated effective immediately. We are cooperating fully with law enforcement regarding criminal charges, and we have reached out directly to the Harrington family to offer whatever support they may need during this difficult time." He outlined a series of immediate actions: mandatory emergency bias training for all customer-facing staff, appointment of an independent review board to evaluate hiring and training practices, and establishment of a passenger advocate position at major hubs. As Whitman concluded his prepared remarks and opened the floor for questions, the carefully constructed facade of corporate contrition immediately began to crumble. "Mr. Whitman," began CNN's transportation correspondent, her expression skeptical, "your statement focuses primarily on the actions of one employee, but witnesses report that other American Airlines staff initially attempted to support her version of events rather than helping the injured child. Does this suggest a broader cultural problem within your organization?" Before Whitman could fully respond, another reporter called out, "American's first statement referred to this as an incident rather than an assault. Despite clear video evidence, was that deliberate minimization? And if so, who approved that language?" The questions continued relentlessly, each more pointed than the last. Has anyone from American Airlines executive leadership actually spoken directly with Olivia Harrington or her daughter? Reports indicate Skystream Energy has suspended fuel delivery to 3 major hubs. Is American Airlines currently able to maintain normal operations? Does the airline have any evidence of previous passenger complaints against Rebecca Peterson that went unaddressed? Whitman's responses grew increasingly defensive as the press conference continued. When asked about previous complaints against Peterson, he deflected. "I don't have her personnel file in front of me, so I can't speak to specific historical incidents." The evasion was immediately seized upon. "So you came to this press conference without reviewing the employment history of the person whose actions have created this crisis?" By the time the press conference concluded 27 minutes later, it was clear to everyone watching that the airline's response had failed to achieve its intended purpose. Rather than demonstrating leadership and accountability, it had revealed a fundamental disconnect between corporate messaging and genuine understanding of the harm done. Social media reaction was swift and damning, expert. "Notice how he keeps saying former employee like that absolves the airline of responsibility. They hired her, trained her, and kept her for 14 years. Business ethics 101. He hasn't even spoken directly to the family yet, but had time for a press conference. Priorities. Crisis comms watch. We've reached out to the family, Ixels. We've left messages they aren't returning because they're busy caring for their injured child." Inside Chicago Memorial Hospital, Olivia Harrington watched portions of the press conference on her phone while Zoe slept nearby. Her expression remained impassive, but the slight tightening around her eyes revealed her assessment of Whitman's performance. The pediatric wing's quiet was interrupted only by the soft beeping of monitors and occasional footsteps of medical staff in the hallway. The afternoon sun cast long shadows through the window blinds, creating stripes of light across Zoe's sleeping form. When her phone rang with a call from Jessica Martinez, she stepped into the corridor to answer. "I saw it, my boa," she said without preamble. "Transparent damage control without substantive understanding. Their stock closed down 16.2% today," Jessica reported. "Over $1.3 billion in market cap erased. They've managed to arrange alternative fueling for approximately 22% of affected flights, but at costs that are completely unsustainable. And our demands delivered it to their legal team 30 minutes ago. No formal response yet, but sources inside their corporate office indicate significant pushback on the financial components." Olivia's voice remained steady. "Expand the suspension to include Dallas-Fort Worth International. That should clarify our seriousness." "Understood. How's Zoe physically stable? Emotionally, am I new?" Olivia paused, allowing herself a rare moment of vulnerability with her trusted colleague. "She keeps asking why it happened. What she did wrong." "She did nothing wrong," Jessica replied, her usual professional tone softening. "This is on them, not her." "I know that. You know that. But a 12-year-old who was physically assaulted by an authority figure needs more than rational explanations. She needs to see justice, not just punishment, but actual change to prevent this from happening to other children. That's exactly what you're making happen." As Olivia returned to Zoe's room, American Airlines executives received notification of the expanded fuel suspension to include Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, their largest hub and operational heart of their entire network. The message was unmistakable performative apologies and standard crisis management tactics would not resolve the situation. Only fundamental, substantive change would restore their fuel supply and, by extension, their ability to function as an airline. Robert Whitman, watching the latest operational impact reports with growing dread, finally grasped what should have been obvious from the beginning. This wasn't about managing a PR crisis. It was about confronting a moral failing that had been captured for the world to see and demonstrating through actions, not words, that such failing would never be permitted again. As flight cancellations mounted and passenger frustration grew, the airline faced a choice between meaningful transformation and potential collapse. The path forward was clear. If painful, acknowledge the full scope of the failure, accept complete accountability, and commit to whatever changes were necessary to ensure no other child experienced what Zoe Harrington had endured. Whether the corporation had the courage to embrace that path remained to be seen. Industry ripple effects. The shockwaves from O'Hare spread through the aviation industry with remarkable speed. By mid-afternoon, competing airlines had begun implementing protective measures, both to distinguish themselves from American Airlines' failure and to safeguard against similar incidents within their own operations. Delta Airlines CEO Michael Patterson convened an emergency executive meeting at 2:30 p.m., less than 7 hours after the original incident. The sleek conference room in Delta's Atlanta headquarters hummed with tense energy as executives gathered around the polished mahogany table, tablets displaying real-time updates on the unfolding situation. I want a comprehensive review of our boarding procedures, employee training protocols, and response mechanisms for passenger conflicts, Patterson directed, his normally relaxed demeanor replaced by intense focus. This cannot happen on our flights. American stock has dropped nearly 15% today, noted Delta's CFO. Our shares are up 3.20% as investors migrate to competitors. This isn't just about market opportunity, Patterson replied sharply. It's about making damn sure we never find ourselves in a similar position. I want our response to be substantive, not just performative. United Airlines took similar action, with an additional focus on proactive public messaging. Their Chicago headquarters buzzed with activity as teams worked to develop both internal protocols and external communications. Within 4 hours of the incident, their social media accounts shared an important update on passenger safety that outlined existing protections for minors traveling on United flights, along with newly enhanced training requirements for all customer-facing staff. All minor passengers traveling on United receive special identification and monitoring throughout their journey. The announcement highlighted, our newly expanded youth protection protocol includes verification at every service touchpoint. The calculated contrast with Americans' failure was obvious without directly referencing their competitors' crisis. Southwest Airlines leadership approached the situation differently, leveraging their long-standing family-friendly brand positioning. By 5:00 p.m., they had announced the creation of a Young Traveler's Bill of Rights to be displayed prominently at all boarding gates and included in pre-flight safety briefings. Children deserve special care and respect during air travel, declared Southwest's announcement. Our staff undergoes specialized training in age-appropriate communication and support techniques, ensuring young travelers feel safe and valued throughout their journey. In Southwest's Dallas headquarters, Marketing Director Sarah Williams explained the strategy to her team. We're highlighting protections we already have in place while accelerating enhancements that were in development. This isn't opportunistic. It's demonstrating industry leadership at a moment when passengers are rightfully questioning airline standards. These rapid responses reflected not just concern for public perception, but tangible financial implications. As American Airlines stock plummeted, competitors saw opportunity in the crisis. Travel agencies reported significant booking shifts away from American toward other carriers, particularly for family travel. We've seen a 43% increase in requests to avoid American Airlines for bookings involving children, reported Maria Gonzalez, Operations Director for Global Travel Partners, a major corporate travel management firm based in Chicago. Our corporate clients are explicitly asking for alternative carriers, citing ethical concerns rather than just operational reliability. From her corner office overlooking Lake Michigan, Maria examined the latest data. What's fascinating is that clients are willing to pay premium fares on other carriers rather than book available American flights at discount rates. This isn't just economic decision-making. It's values-based purchasing. The ripple effects extended beyond direct competitors to industry associations and regulatory bodies. The International Air Transport Association, IATA, issued a statement by 6:00 p.m. calling for a renewed industry-wide commitment to passenger dignity and safety, with particular emphasis on vulnerable travelers, including children, elderly passengers, and those with disabilities. In IATA's Montreal headquarters, crisis management teams worked through the night to develop guidance for member airlines worldwide. What's happening to American Airlines today could happen to any carrier tomorrow, noted IATA's Director General. The industry needs standardized protocols that prevent such incidents rather than just addressing them after they occur. More significantly, the Federal Aviation Administration and Department of Transportation both announced accelerated reviews of passenger protection regulations. Transportation Secretary James Williams addressed the situation directly during an already scheduled press briefing in Washington, D.C., the agency's formal press room packed with reporters seeking comment on the viral incident. What we witnessed today is completely unacceptable in American aviation or any transportation system. While we acknowledge this appears to be the action of one individual, we are examining whether current regulations and oversight mechanisms are sufficient to prevent similar incidents. The traveling public deserves absolute confidence that they and their children will be treated with dignity and respect. Behind the scenes, DOT officials were already drafting emergency regulatory proposals. We've had passenger rights initiatives in development for months, an insider revealed. This incident has accelerated the timeline from years to weeks. Inside the corporate offices of Skystream Energy, Industry Relations Director Michael Okafor monitored these developments with strategic interest. His team had created a comprehensive tracking system to document every public response, policy change, and operational adjustment across the aviation sector. The industry recognizes this as a watershed moment, he reported to Jessica Martinez during their hourly briefing call. Every major carrier is implementing protective measures to ensure they don't become the next American Airlines. The prevention value alone is incalculable. Jessica nodded, reviewing the data on her tablet. What about the financial impact beyond American? Industry-wide market capitalization decreased approximately 3.4% today, roughly $9.2 billion in collective value. Investors are concerned about potential regulatory responses and changes to operational protocols that might increase costs. And Skystream specifically, our stock is up 2.7%. Actually, the market sees Olivia's response as principled and values the demonstration of our corporate leverage. Several analysts have upgraded their ratings, citing exceptional leadership during a values-defining moment. While corporate entities calculated financial implications, travel consumer advocacy groups mobilized rapidly. Passengers United, a prominent advocacy organization headquartered in Boston, launched a Safe Skies for All campaign by late afternoon, encouraging travelers to report any mistreatment and providing resources for documenting incidents. What happened to Zoe Harrington today has finally made visible what many travelers, particularly travelers of color, disabled travelers, and families with young children, have experienced for years, stated Executive Director Sarah Kim in a widely shared video message. The difference is that most victims don't have mothers who control fuel supplies. We're calling for systematic protections that don't depend on having corporate leverage to ensure basic dignity. At major airports nationwide, the conversation among frontline airline employees reflected profound concern. At Denver International Airport, American Airlines gate agent Melissa Thompson spoke quietly with colleagues during her break. We're all watching our steps today. Management sent 3 separate urgent protocols in the last 4 hours. They're terrified this could happen again. Her colleague nodded grimly. What scares me is that I've seen that same attitude from some of our coworkers. That contempt for passengers they think don't belong in certain sections. This could have happened on any airline. American just got caught. By evening, travel industry analysts were describing the situation as a potential inflection point for passenger airline power dynamics. Aviation consultant Robert Anderson, appearing on CNBC's Closing Bell segment against the backdrop of New York's financial district, observed, "What we're witnessing is extraordinary. A single incident catalyzing industry-wide reform because, for once, the victim had sufficient leverage to demand accountability. The question is whether these reforms will protect all passengers or only those with similar economic power." As the business day concluded on the East Coast, reservation systems told the most concrete story of impact. American Airlines had experienced a 67% drop in new bookings compared to the previous Monday, while competitors saw increases ranging from 11% to 28%. Corporate travel managers reported unprecedented rates of policy exceptions, allowing employees to book away from American regardless of price differentials. Hotel chains near major American Airlines hubs began expanding capacity for stranded passengers, anticipating that the operational disruptions would continue or even worsen in coming days. Rideshare companies deployed additional drivers to airports with high concentrations of affected travelers. The crisis had transcended a single airline to become an industry-defining moment, a public reckoning with how passengers, particularly the most vulnerable, were treated by those entrusted with their care and safety during air travel. And while executives across the aviation sector implemented emergency responses and damage control, the fundamental question remained unanswered. Would these changes represent genuine transformation, or merely temporary adaptations to weather a public relations storm? The answer would emerge in the coming days, shaped in large part by one mother's determination to ensure her daughter's suffering led to meaningful protection for all children who would board aircraft in the future. Part 4, Strategic Justice. The private conference room at Skystream Energy's Chicago office hummed with focused energy as Olivia Harrington stood before a digital whiteboard, her composed demeanor belying the controlled fury that had driven her since witnessing Zoe's injuries. After ensuring her daughter was stable and resting comfortably under hospital supervision, Olivia had transferred her full attention to crafting a response strategy that would transcend mere punishment to create lasting change. The corner office provided a sweeping view of the Chicago skyline, Lake Michigan glittering in the distance. Late afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the determined faces of the assembled team. "This isn't about revenge," she stated, addressing the assembled team of Skystream executives and external specialists. "This is about systemic transformation. What happened to Zoe cannot happen to another child. Not on American Airlines. Not on any carrier." The room contained a carefully selected group: Jessica Martinez, Skystream COO, Alexandra Diaz, General Counsel, Marcus Taylor, Chief Security Officer, Dr. Eleanor Wright, Child Psychology Consultant, and Robert Chen, Aviation Regulatory Expert. Each brought specific expertise to the multifaceted response Olivia envisioned. A silver coffee service sat untouched on the credenza. Documents and tablets were arranged with military precision on the glass conference table. The air carried the subtle scent of Olivia's signature jasmine perfume, mixed with the leather of executive chairs and fresh printer toner from just-produced reports. "Our leverage is significant but temporary," she continued, gesturing to the operational impact dashboard displaying American Airlines cascading flight cancellations. "Eventually, they'll secure alternative fuel sources, albeit at unsustainable costs. We need to use this moment of vulnerability to secure binding, verifiable commitments to structural change." Alexandra Diaz nodded, reviewing notes on her tablet. "From a legal perspective, we're pursuing a three-pronged approach: criminal accountability for Rebecca Peterson, civil liability for American Airlines, and regulatory reform through DOT and FAA channels." "The criminal case is proceeding as expected," Marcus Taylor reported. "Peterson remains in custody following her arraignment. Bail was set at $150,000, which she hasn't posted. The prosecutor has indicated openness to hate crime enhancements based on witness statements and video evidence." "That's just the beginning," Olivia replied, her designer heels clicking softly on the hardwood floor as she paced. "Individual accountability is necessary but insufficient. This incident revealed institutional failures at multiple levels." She turned to the whiteboard, where a comprehensive strategy map outlined interconnected components of the response plan: legal action, criminal prosecution of Rebecca Peterson, civil litigation against American Airlines, regulatory complaints to DOT, FAA, congressional testimony on passenger protections, operational leverage, strategic fuel supply suspension, phased implementation based on airline response, transparent conditions for restoration, industry reform, passenger bill of rights with specific protections for children, independent oversight mechanisms, standardized incident response protocols, mandatory bias training with measurable outcomes, public awareness, strategic media engagement, establishment of Zoe Harrington Foundation, educational resources for traveling families, documentation tools for reporting incidents. "The fuel suspension has their attention," Olivia explained, highlighting the progression from immediate pressure to long-term reform. Now we need to transform that attention into binding commitments with verification mechanisms. Dr. Wright, the child psychology consultant, spoke up. I'd like to emphasize that while corporate accountability is essential, Zoe's healing must remain the priority. Every public-facing element of this response should be evaluated for its potential impact on her recovery process. Olivia's expression softened momentarily. Absolutely. Zoe will never become a public spectacle or symbolic victim. Her privacy and well-being are non-negotiable priorities. She moved to the next section of the strategy map, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. The Zoe Harrington Foundation will focus on 3 core objectives: education about passenger rights, support for victims of mistreatment during travel, and advocacy for regulatory reform. Initial funding will be $20 million, with potential expansion based on impact assessments. What about American Airlines' attempts at settlement? Jessica asked, referencing the increasingly desperate communications from airline executives. They're still approaching this as a PR crisis to be managed rather than a moral failing to be corrected, Olivia replied, gesturing toward a stack of corporate communications on the table. Their latest offer includes substantial financial compensation, executive apologies, and vague promises of internal review. Nothing concrete, nothing binding, nothing that would prevent this from happening again once public attention shifts. Alexandra consulted her notes. Our counterproposal contains 24 specific requirements, including establishment of a passenger advocate office with independent oversight, comprehensive bias training for all customer-facing staff with quarterly refreshers, modified hiring protocols with enhanced screening for bias indicators, zero-tolerance policy for discriminatory conduct with clear enforcement mechanisms, child-specific protection protocols for all stages of air travel, public reporting of passenger complaint data with demographic analysis, financial penalties automatically triggered by verified discrimination incidents, independent audit of corporate culture with mandatory implementation of recommendations. The total implementation cost is approximately $40 million. Alexander concluded, significant, but a fraction of what they're losing daily under the current fuel suspension. Olivia nodded, studying the operational dashboard where real-time data showed American Airlines mounting losses. When we meet with Whitman tomorrow, I want these requirements presented not as negotiable requests, but as essential conditions for resuming normal business operations. This isn't a typical corporate negotiation where we settle for half of what we asked for. Every single requirement addresses a specific failure that contributed to what happened to Zoe. Robert Chen, the aviation regulatory expert, raised an important consideration. We should emphasize that many of these changes will actually benefit their business long-term. Improved passenger experience translates to customer retention. Reduced discrimination incidents means fewer legal liabilities. Better trained staff results in more efficient operations. This isn't just moral correction, it's sound business practice. Exactly, Olivia agreed. This isn't punishment. It's transformation that serves everyone's interests, passengers, employees, shareholders. The only thing being demanded here is basic human dignity. She turned to Marcus Taylor. What's our media strategy? Controlled, strategic engagement, he replied. No exhaustive interviews, no emotional appeals. We release verified facts, documentary evidence, and specific reform demands. We position this as an industry-wide issue that happens to have been captured on video in this particular instance. And Zoe's privacy. Absolute protection, no interviews, no photographs beyond what's already circulating. Her name and basic facts are public, but her recovery remains private. All media inquiries regarding Zoe specifically are directed to a standard response, emphasizing her need for privacy during recovery. The Chicago skyline had begun to glow with evening lights as the strategy session continued. The cityscape transforming from daytime business hub to glittering urban landscape. Olivia checked her watch. I need to return to the hospital soon. Zoe will be waking up, and I promise to be there. Her voice softened slightly at the mention of her daughter. She asked me something important earlier, whether we're pursuing this just for her, or for other children too. I told her it was about ensuring no other child experiences what she did. The room fell silent, the team momentarily reflecting on the 12-year-old girl whose suffering had catalyzed this extraordinary response. One final point, Olivia said, her voice regaining its authoritative edge. American Airlines will attempt to frame our demands as disproportionate, as leveraging a crisis for corporate advantage. We need to be absolutely clear. Skystream Energy gains nothing from these reforms except the knowledge that our fuel enables safe, dignified travel for all passengers. This isn't about business advantage. It's about basic humanity. She gathered her materials, preparing to return to her daughter's side. Tomorrow, when we meet with their executive team, they'll discover the difference between crisis management and genuine accountability. They're still approaching this as a problem to be contained. We're approaching it as a system to be reformed. As the meeting concluded and team members dispersed to implement their assigned responsibilities, Jessica Martinez walked with Olivia toward the elevator. "You know they'll eventually find alternative fuel sources," she said quietly. "Our leverage has an expiration date." Olivia nodded. "Yes, but their memory of this moment doesn't. When this is over, every executive in that room will understand that there are consequences more significant than quarterly earnings reports. Some lessons need to be experienced rather than just heard." As the elevator doors closed, Olivia's thoughts returned to Zoe, to the stitches in her knee, the bruise on her cheek, the confusion in her eyes when she asked why someone would hate her without knowing her. The master plan unfolding across multiple legal, corporate, and public fronts was ultimately about answering that question, not just for Zoe, but for every child who would board an aircraft in the future. This wasn't just about justice for one girl. It was about transforming an industry so that no parent would ever again watch their child tumble down boarding stairs simply because someone with momentary authority decided they didn't belong. Legal filings. The offices of Perkins, Diaz & Associates hummed with coordinated precision as Alexandra Diaz, Skystream Energy's general counsel, orchestrated the most comprehensive legal response of her career. 3 separate teams worked simultaneously, each focused on a distinct aspect of the multi-pronged legal strategy. The firm's downtown Chicago office occupied the top 3 floors of a sleek glass tower. The legal war room transformed from a conference space into Command Central. Multiple screens displayed real-time updates on case preparation, while attorneys moved between workstations with focused intensity. Whiteboards covered with legal strategies and flowcharts lined the walls, with color-coded sticky notes marking priorities and deadlines. The smell of gourmet coffee mixed with the subtle scent of legal briefs fresh from the printer. "The civil complaint against Rebecca Peterson is ready for filing," reported Senior Associate Michael Reeves, handing Alexandra a tablet displaying the finalized document. His normally immaculate suit showed signs of the overnight work session, loosened tie, rolled sleeves, and a 5 o'clock shadow. "We've structured it as a personal injury action, seeking $20 million in compensatory and punitive damages." Alexandra reviewed the complaint meticulously, noting the careful articulation of claims assault and battery against a minor, intentional infliction of emotional distress, violation of civil rights under state law, and hate crime considerations under Illinois statute. "The evidence documentation is comprehensive," Michael continued. 17 separate videos from different angles, 43 witness statements, medical records detailing all injuries, expert analysis of the biomechanics of the push, and psychological assessment of traumatic impact. In service of process, we have a process server waiting at the county jail. The moment she posts bail or is released, she'll be served immediately. Alexandra nodded approval. "Perfect. What about the corporate action?" At the conference table across the room, litigation director Sandra Torres looked up from her team's work. Her designer glasses couldn't hide the fatigue of 20 straight hours of preparation, but her voice remained energetic and precise. "The complaint against American Airlines is ready. We've structured it as a $150 million action with multiple causes of action, negligent hiring and supervision, corporate liability for employee actions, breach of common carrier duty of care, violation of federal aviation regulations, and pattern or practice of discriminatory conduct." "The pattern or practice claim is particularly strong," added Associate David Washington, spreading multiple exhibits across the table. "We've documented 247 discrimination complaints filed against American Airlines over the past 5 years, with statistical analysis showing systematic failure to address incidents involving passengers of color." Alexandra moved to review this complaint as well, particularly focusing on the section establishing corporate liability beyond respondeat superior principles. This section on corporate culture is crucial. We're not just arguing they're responsible for Peterson's actions. We're establishing that they created the environment where such actions were possible. Even predictable. Sandra nodded. We've included internal communications showing inadequate response to previous incidents, training materials that fail to address implicit bias, and statistical evidence of disparate treatment across passenger demographics. In the regulatory filings, at the third workstation, aviation law specialist Jonathan Park finalized documents directed to federal agencies. The wall behind him was covered with post-it notes detailing relevant regulations and precedents, creating a visual map of the regulatory landscape they were navigating. Department of Transportation complaint alleges violations of 49 SC 42827 prohibiting discrimination by air carriers. FAA filing cites violations of multiple provisions within 14 CFR Part 91 regarding passenger safety and crew responsibilities. We've also prepared testimony for the congressional hearings being organized by the House Transportation Committee, added his colleague. Maria Gonzalez. Olivia's statement focuses on systematic failures in passenger protection rather than just this specific incident. Alexandra checked her watch, 11:30 a.m., exactly 28 hours after Rebecca Peterson pushed Zoe Harrington down the boarding stairs. The coordinated legal assault was ready for deployment. File everything simultaneously, she directed. I want all 3 complaints hitting the system within the same hour. Maximum impact, maximum pressure. As her team mobilized to execute the filings, Alexandra called Olivia with a status update. Everything's ready, she reported, moving to the window that offered a panoramic view of the Chicago River winding through the city. Civil action against Peterson seeking $20 million. Corporate complaint against American Airlines seeking $150 million. Regulatory filings with DOT and FAA, all supported by comprehensive evidence packages. Timing, Olivia asked, her voice steady despite the background sounds of the hospital room where Zoe was recovering. We file at exactly 1:00 p.m. The press will have it by 1:15. American Airlines will be served during their executive meeting at 1:30. Perfect. And the emergency injunctive relief, included in the corporate complaint, we're seeking immediate court-ordered implementation of passenger protection protocols pending final resolution, given the clear video evidence and potential ongoing risk to other passengers. We have strong arguments for preliminary injunction. After concluding the call, Alexandra rejoined her team for final preparation. The choreographed legal strategy was designed not just to win in court, but to create maximum leverage for the broader reform agenda. Each filing represented a distinct pressure point on American Airlines, forcing response on multiple fronts simultaneously. At precisely 1:00 p.m., the team executed the coordinated filings in the Circuit Court of Cook County, Illinois. Zoe Harrington, a minor. By Olivia Harrington, her mother and next friend, V. Rebecca Peterson case num 2D25 AL003742 in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois. Zoe Harrington, a minor. By Olivia Harrington, her mother and next friend, V. American Airlines, Inc., case number bearer 125 CV 4582, with the Department of Transportation in rediscriminatory practices by American Airlines, Inc., in violation of 49 U.S.C. 40127 docket number ADOTE OST 225 412, with the Federal Aviation Administration complaint of regulatory violations by American Airlines, Inc., under 14 CFR Parts 91, 121 docket number on FAA 250371. Within minutes, legal journalists monitoring court filings began reporting on the coordinated legal action. By 1:25 p.m., major news networks had breaking alerts about the $170 million in combined legal claims against Rebecca Peterson and American Airlines. At American Airlines headquarters in Fort Worth, General Counsel Victoria Adams was in mid-sentence during the executive strategy meeting when her assistant entered urgently, placing a thick legal document before her. One glance at the caption told her everything she needed to know. The sleek executive conference room fell silent as she scanned the first page. The polished walnut table reflected the concerned faces of executives who had been discussing crisis management strategies just moments before. The view of the Texas landscape through the floor-to-ceiling windows seemed suddenly irrelevant as the corporate future darkened. "We've been served," she announced, her voice tight. Federal complaint seeking $150 million in damages, plus injunctive relief requiring immediate implementation of extensive passenger protection protocols. CEO Robert Whitman's face paled. On what grounds? Victoria scanned the document quickly. Multiple causes of action: negligent hiring, supervision, training, breach of common carrier duty, pattern or practice of discrimination. They've included statistical analysis of passenger complaints showing systematic failure to address incidents involving passengers of color. Can we get this dismissed? Asked the chief operating officer. Victoria's expression was grim as she continued reviewing the complaint. Not likely. The evidence package is extensive. Videos from multiple angles, witness statements, expert analysis, and they're seeking emergency injunctive relief, immediate court-ordered implementation of protection protocols pending final resolution. What does that mean practically? Whitman pressed. It means a federal judge could order us to implement their entire passenger protection proposal within days, before we even begin defending the actual lawsuit. The room fell silent as the executives absorbed this development. And that's not all, Victoria continued, checking the urgent messages now filling her phone screen. They've simultaneously filed a separate $20 million civil action against Peterson personally, regulatory complaints with both Yacht and FAA, and apparently there's congressional testimony being scheduled. Jesus Christ, muttered the CFO. They're coming at us from every possible angle. Whitman's expression hardened as understanding dawned. This isn't just legal strategy. This is leverage for tomorrow's negotiation. Harrington is demonstrating what happens if we don't agree to her terms. The terms that would cost $40 million to implement, the CFO added, which suddenly seems quite reasonable compared to $150 million in liability, plus whatever the regulatory penalties might add. Victoria nodded grimly. Exactly. And the injunctive relief means we can't simply delay through typical litigation tactics. A judge could order immediate implementation while the case proceeds. As the American Airlines executive team grappled with this new reality, Alexandra Diaz held a brief, controlled press interaction outside the federal courthouse. Chicago's spring sunshine cast her in a professional light as cameras captured her measured statement. Behind her, the neoclassical courthouse facade provided a backdrop of institutional authority. Today's legal actions address both individual and systematic failures that resulted in the assault of a 12-year-old child during air travel. While we seek appropriate compensation for Zoe Harrington's physical and psychological injuries, these filings are primarily about ensuring no other child experiences similar harm. The evidence is clear and compelling. We are confident in the merits of these actions and prepared to pursue them through trial if necessary. When asked about potential settlement, Alexander's response was equally direct. Any resolution must include not just financial compensation, but binding commitments to specific reforms that protect all passengers, particularly children, from discriminatory treatment or physical harm. This isn't about money, it's about fundamental change to prevent future incidents. By late afternoon, American Airlines stock had dropped an additional 4.7% on news of the legal filings, bringing the two-day decline to nearly 21%, the steepest drop in the company's history outside of major terrorist events or global pandemics. Legal analysts across major networks discussed the extraordinary nature of the coordinated filings, with most concluding that American Airlines faced unprecedented exposure on multiple fronts simultaneously. What makes this situation unique, explained CNN's legal correspondent from their New York studio, is the combination of unambiguous video evidence, the minor status of the victim, the racial component suggested by witness statements, and the comprehensive approach targeting both individual and corporate liability. American Airlines isn't just fighting one lawsuit. They're defending against a systematic legal assault designed to force structural change. Inside her hospital room, Zoe watched a brief news segment about the filings on the television mounted on the wall. The pediatric room's cheerful animal murals contrasted with the serious legal discussion unfolding on screen. The afternoon sunlight filtered through partially closed blinds, casting warm patterns across her hospital bed. "Mom," she asked, turning to Olivia, who sat beside her bed. "What does all this mean? All these lawsuits and complaints?" Olivia considered how to explain complex legal strategy to a 12-year-old. "It means we're using every available tool to make sure what happened to you creates lasting change. Some tools address what Rebecca Peterson did to you personally. Others address why American Airlines hired her, kept her, and created a system where she felt empowered to treat passengers that way. Will it work? Zoe asked, her expression serious beyond her years. Yes, Olivia replied with absolute certainty. Because we're not just asking for these changes. We're creating a situation where implementing them becomes the only rational choice. The legal filings were merely the opening moves in a carefully orchestrated strategy. Each complaint, each claim, each demand for relief designed not just to win in court, but to create irresistible pressure for the systematic reforms that would protect future passengers from experiencing what Zoe had endured. Justice would come not just through verdicts and settlements, but through transformation of the systems that had failed to prevent harm in the first place. Rebecca's defense crumbling. The visitor room at Cook County Detention Center offered little privacy, with its clear plexiglass dividers and monitored conversations. Rebecca Peterson sat hunched in the uncomfortable plastic chair, the standard-issue jumpsuit hanging loosely on her frame after just 48 hours in custody. The institutional space was relentlessly bleak, harsh fluorescent lighting that buzzed intermittently, beige walls with scuff marks from years of use, and the constant background noise of an overcrowded facility. The air smelled of industrial cleaner and too many bodies in too small a space. A guard stood impassively by the door, occasionally checking his watch. Across from her, defense attorney Martin Graves reviewed paperwork with growing concern. A public defender for 17 years, he had handled thousands of cases, but few with such overwhelming evidence and such catastrophic personal consequences for the defendant. Ms. Peterson, he began carefully, pushing his wire-rimmed glasses up his nose. I've reviewed all the evidence provided by the prosecution during discovery. I need to be completely transparent about our situation. Rebecca looked up, dark circles beneath her eyes suggesting sleepless nights. Her normally highlighted blonde hair hung limp and dull, roots showing several weeks of growth. Without makeup, the fine lines around her eyes and mouth were more prominent, aging her beyond her 35 years. Can you get me out of here? I can't post the bail. I don't have $15,000 for the bond payment. That's one of the things we need to discuss, Martin replied, shuffling through his well-worn leather portfolio. The evidence against you is substantial. 17 separate videos showing the incident from different angles. 43 witness statements, most explicitly contradicting your initial account. Medical records documenting the victim's injuries in detail. He paused, gauging her reaction. The prosecution has also obtained your social media history, including several private posts with comments that could be interpreted as showing bias against certain passengers. Rebecca's face paled. What posts? From approximately 8 months ago, another day, another entitled passenger who thinks first class is their birthright. From 3 months ago, sometimes I wish I could show people exactly where they belong on this plane, and it's not in the seats they've paid for. Those were jokes, Rebecca protested weakly, venting after difficult shifts. Unfortunately, also, in the context of this case, they establish a pattern of thought that culminated in your actions toward Zoe Harrington. Martin shuffled his papers, continuing with professional detachment. The prosecution has also obtained your employment records, including 6 formal complaints from passengers over your 14-year career, 3 specifically alleging discriminatory tone or language, and excessive use of authority. Those complaints were all dismissed. Rebecca's voice rose slightly before she caught herself, conscious of the correctional officer watching from the corner. Yes, they were dismissed by American Airlines, but they still exist as documentation, and in the current context, they suggest a pattern of behavior that the airline failed to address appropriately. A toilet flushed loudly in the adjacent room, followed by the sound of a heavy door slamming. Rebecca flinched at the noise, her hands trembling slightly where they rested on the small metal counter between them. Martin leaned forward, lowering his voice. Rebecca, I need you to understand our position clearly. You're facing Class 2 and Class 3 felony charges that carry potential prison sentences of 3 7 years and 2 5 years, respectively. The evidence against you is overwhelming. Multiple videos, dozens of witnesses, medical documentation, historical patterns in both your social media and employment record. Rebecca stared at the table, reality finally penetrating the defensive shell she'd maintained since the arrest. What are my options? The prosecution has offered a plea agreement. They're willing to drop the hate crime enhancement consideration if you plead guilty to assault on a minor and child endangerment. They're recommending a sentence of 18 months in prison, followed by 5 years probation, plus restitution to the Harrington family. 18 months, Rebecca whispered, shock evident in her voice. For pushing someone on stairs. Martin's expression remained professionally neutral, but his tone carried unmistakable significance. For assaulting a 12-year-old child, causing injuries requiring 17 stitches, a sprained wrist, multiple contusions, and documented psychological trauma, all captured on video from multiple angles after making what witnesses describe as discriminatory comments. The reality of her situation finally seemed to register completely. Rebecca's shoulders sagged as the last vestiges of defiance drained away. The sounds of the detention center distant conversations, security doors opening and closing, intercom announcements faded into background noise as she confronted the consequences of her actions. If we go to trial, she asked, voice barely audible. Given the evidence, conviction is virtually certain. Sentencing would likely be 4-6 years based on similar cases, plus whatever financial penalties the judge imposes. And that's just the criminal case. There's also a $20 million civil lawsuit that's been filed against you personally. $20 million, but I have nothing. My condo is underwater. I have credit card debt. My savings are gone after the divorce. I understand, but the judgment would follow you for decades, potentially affecting future employment, housing, and financial options. Rebecca covered her face with her hands, the full consequences of her actions finally becoming clear. When she looked up, tears streaked her cheeks. Why did I do it? She whispered, the question seemingly directed at herself rather than her attorney. She was just a child in a white dress. She wasn't hurting anyone. She wasn't even being rude. She was just standing there, and I pushed her down those stairs. Martin remained silent, allowing her this moment of reflection. I've been so angry for so long, Rebecca continued, voice breaking. At my ex-husband, at the airline for the pay cuts, at passengers who didn't respect what we do, at my own life for not becoming what I thought it would be, and I took all that anger out on a 12-year-old girl I'd never even met before. For the first time, there was no defensiveness, no excuses, no attempts to minimize or justify, just the devastating recognition of what she had done and why. Through the small window in the visitor room door, sunlight created a narrow beam that illuminated the dust particles floating in the air. A reminder of the outside world that Rebecca would not be rejoining anytime soon. Do you recommend I take the plea deal? She asked finally. Yes, Martin answered without hesitation. It's the best outcome available given the circumstances. 18 months with potential reduction for good behavior versus potentially 4-6 years if convicted at trial. Rebecca nodded slowly, defeat evident in every line of her body. What about the civil case? The $20 million? That will proceed regardless of the criminal plea. However, demonstrating genuine remorse and accepting responsibility in the criminal case may positively influence how the civil matter is resolved. Would it be possible to write her a letter, the girl, Zoe, to apologize? Rebecca asked hesitantly. Not for the legal case, just because I need her to know I understand what I did was wrong. Martin considered this request carefully. Any communication would need to go through legal channels, and the Harringtons would have complete discretion about whether to accept it. But yes, I can facilitate that if you wish. Rebecca nodded, wiping tears from her face with the sleeve of her jumpsuit. Please, I want her to know that I understand now, that I'm sorry. Not because I got caught, not because of the consequences, but because what I did was wrong, and she deserved better. As the meeting concluded and Rebecca was escorted back to her cell, Martin Graves gathered his materials with the weariness of someone who had witnessed countless human tragedies. This case was remarkable not for the crime itself. He had defended far worse, but for how quickly a single moment of unchecked bias and cruelty had destroyed a life that had taken decades to build. Rebecca Peterson's 14-year career, her professional identity, her freedom, her financial future, all obliterated in the 8 seconds it took to push a child down boarding stairs. By the time Martin returned to his office in a weathered building near the courthouse, news had already broken that Rebecca Peterson was considering a plea deal. The story once again cycled through media channels, with analysis focusing on the personal consequences of her actions. "What we're witnessing," observed a legal commentator on CNN against the backdrop of their Chicago studio, "is the complete destruction of one person's life resulting from a single moment of inexcusable behavior. The question isn't whether Rebecca Peterson deserves these consequences. The evidence suggests she does. The question is how many others in positions of authority exercise similar bias daily without being caught on camera." This observation captured the essence of what made the case so compelling beyond its specific details. Rebecca Peterson had become not just an individual defendant, but a symbol of unchecked authority and the consequences that should, but rarely did, follow its abuse. As her defense crumbled under the weight of irrefutable evidence, the broader narrative shifted from whether she would face accountability to what that accountability meant for others in similar positions, who had simply never been captured on video, exercising the same bias against those they deemed unworthy of dignity or respect. Zoe's recovery journey. The physical wounds began healing first. 3 days after the incident, Zoe sat on the edge of her hospital bed while Dr. Patel carefully examined the stitched laceration on her knee. The angry red line had begun to fade slightly at the edges, the swelling reduced by consistent ice application and anti-inflammatory medication. The pediatric room's cheerful decor walls, painted with colorful jungle animals, child-sized furniture in primary colors, and a window overlooking a small garden provided a stark contrast to the serious medical examination underway. The afternoon sunlight created patterns on the tiled floor as branches outside swayed in the spring breeze. "The healing is progressing nicely," Dr. Patel noted, gently palpating the area around the wound. "How's the pain level today? On a scale of 1 to 10, Zoe considered the question seriously, her brow furrowing slightly. "Maybe a 4. It hurts when I bend it too much, but not all the time now." "That's good improvement." "And the wrist?" Zoe rotated her braced left wrist cautiously. "Better, maybe a 3. Dr. Patel made notes in her tablet. "You are healing well physically, Zoe. The stitches will dissolve on their own over the next week or so. The wrist sprain should resolve completely within 3 to 4 weeks as long as you wear the brace and avoid overuse." Olivia watched from beside the window, relief evident in her expression. The initial terror of seeing her daughter injured had given way to the steady determination to ensure complete recovery, both physical and emotional. "When can she go home?" she asked. "Today, if you'd like. Her vital signs are stable, the risk of infection is minimal, and the concussion screening has been consistently negative. I'll write prescriptions for pain management and anti-inflammatory medication, plus a referral for physical therapy to begin next week." After Dr. Patel left, Olivia helped Zoe change from the hospital gown into comfortable clothes brought from home, soft sweatpants that wouldn't press against her injured knee, a favorite t-shirt with a NASA logo, and a light zip-up hoodie. "Ready to sleep in your own bed tonight?" Olivia asked, carefully brushing Zoe's hair back into a neat ponytail. "Yes," Zoe replied, though her voice carried an undercurrent of anxiety. "Mom, will there be people outside our house, reporters and cameras?" The question reflected her growing awareness of how public their private trauma had become. Olivia had carefully limited Zoe's exposure to news coverage, but the child understood enough to know that what had happened to her had become a national story. "Security is in place," Olivia assured her. "No one will get past the gate without our permission, and we don't have to talk to anyone or answer any questions we don't want to." The journey home from the hospital required careful planning. Marcus Taylor had arranged a secure exit through the service area, avoiding the small cluster of media representatives who remained outside despite repeated statements that the Harringtons would not be giving interviews. As their car traveled the familiar route home through Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood, Zoe stared out the window, uncharacteristically quiet. The city streets bustled with normal afternoon activity, people shopping, walking dogs, enjoying the spring weather, a stark contrast to the turmoil of her recent experience. "What are you thinking about, sweetheart?" Olivia asked gently. "I keep seeing it," Zoe admitted, her voice small. "Every time I close my eyes, I'm falling down those stairs again. I can feel each bump, each hit. I can hear people gasping. I can smell the blood on my dress." Olivia reached across to take her daughter's uninjured hand. "That's called trauma, baby. It's how our brains process frightening experiences. but it will get better with time and help. When the simple question contains so much hope and fear. I don't know exactly, Olivia answered honestly, but we're going to do everything possible to help it happen as soon as possible. That evening, Dr. Linda Howard arrived for Zoe's first home therapy session. The pediatric psychologist had been carefully selected for her expertise in childhood trauma and her warm, straightforward approach. They met in Zoe's bedroom, a space designed to reflect her diverse interests, with bookshelves filled with science fiction novels, a telescope by the window, a piano keyboard in the corner, and walls adorned with framed photographs from their travels around the world. The room smelled faintly of lavender from the essential oil diffuser Olivia had purchased to help with sleep. "This is a lovely room," Dr. Howard commented, settling into a comfortable chair while Zoe sat cross-legged on her bed, careful to position her injured knee at a comfortable angle. "It tells me a lot about who you are." "What does it tell you?" Zoe asked, genuinely curious. "That you're curious about the world, that you love music and science, that you've traveled to amazing places with your mom, that you have both artistic and analytical interests." Zoe nodded, relaxing slightly at the accurate assessment. "Today," Dr. Howard continued, "I'd like to understand more about what you're experiencing since what happened at the airport. There's no right or wrong way to feel, and you don't have to talk about anything that feels too difficult right now." "I keep seeing it happen," Zoe said directly, echoing what she'd told her mother in the car. "Like a video playing in my head, sometimes even when I'm awake, but especially when I try to sleep." Dr. Howard nodded. "That's called a flashback, and it's a very common response to traumatic experiences. Your brain is trying to process what happened, to make sense of something that was frightening and unexpected." "Will they ever stop?" "Yes, they typically become less frequent and less intense over time, especially with proper support. There are specific techniques we can practice to help manage them when they occur." Over the next hour, Dr. Howard guided Zoe through some basic grounding exercises, techniques to help reconnect with the present moment when flashbacks occurred. They practiced deep breathing patterns, sensory awareness exercises, and simple physical movements that could interrupt intrusive memories. Before leaving, Dr. Howard spoke privately with Olivia in the hallway. "She's remarkably articulate about her experience, which is actually helpful for recovery. Many children her age struggle to verbalize trauma, but Zoe has the vocabulary to express what she's feeling." "And the prognosis?" Olivia asked, the business executive temporarily replaced by the concerned mother. "With consistent support, most children recover well from single-incident trauma. The fact that she has a stable home environment and strong parental support significantly improves the outlook." Dr. Howard paused, choosing her words carefully. "However, I am concerned about how the ongoing public and legal aspects might affect her recovery. Media attention, legal proceedings, these can sometimes re-traumatize victims or delay healing." Olivia nodded, having already considered this dimension. "We're shielding her from media coverage completely. As for legal proceedings, she won't participate directly unless absolutely necessary, and then only with extensive psychological preparation and support." The following days established a rhythm for Zoe's recovery. Mornings began with gentle physical therapy exercises to maintain mobility in her injured knee without compromising healing. Afternoons often included therapy sessions with Dr. Howard, who introduced art therapy techniques to help Zoe process her experience through drawing and painting. 1 week after the incident, Zoe created an image that proved particularly revealing, a series of jagged lines descending diagonally across the page, with a small figure tumbling between them. Around the edges of the composition, she had drawn dozens of eyes watching, witnessing, but not helping. "Can you tell me about this drawing, daughter?" Howard asked gently, the afternoon light from Zoe's bedroom window illuminating the artwork between them. "It's how it felt," Zoe explained. "Like I was falling forever, and everyone was just watching it happen. The eyes around the edges, those are the other passengers." Zoe nodded. "They saw her push me. They heard what she said before, but nobody stopped her." This observation revealed a dimension of the trauma beyond the physical injuries, the profound sense of vulnerability that comes from witnessing adults fail to protect a child from harm. "That must have felt very frightening and lonely," Dr. Howard acknowledged. When people who could help Attendant. Why didn't they? Zoe asked, the question containing genuine confusion rather than accusation. Why did they just watch? Dr. Howard considered how to address this complex question in age-appropriate terms. Sometimes people freeze when something shocking happens. They're surprised or confused, and by the time they process what's happening, it's already over. Other times, people are afraid to intervene, especially when the person doing wrong has some kind of authority. Like a flight attendant. Yes, exactly. But what's important to remember is that afterward, many of those same people did help. They recorded videos that showed what really happened. They gave statements to police. They're making sure the truth is known. This perspective seemed to offer Zoe some comfort, the idea that the witnesses had ultimately contributed to justice, even if they hadn't prevented the initial harm. Nighttime remained challenging. Despite the comfortable familiarity of her own bedroom, Zoe experienced frequent nightmares that sent her running to her mother's room, tears streaming down her face as the traumatic memories resurfaced in sleep. Olivia never hesitated. No matter how late the hour or how many times it happened, she would hold her daughter, stroke her hair, and whisper reassurances until the terror subsided and sleep eventually returned. 10 days after the incident, a package arrived at their home, carefully screened by security before being delivered to Olivia. It contained a sealed envelope addressed to Zoe, with a note indicating it had been vetted by Rebecca Peterson's attorney and the prosecutor's office. Olivia read it first, of course, determining whether its contents would help or hinder her daughter's recovery. The handwritten letter contained a straightforward apology, not excusing the behavior or minimizing its impact, but acknowledging the wrong done and expressing genuine remorse. After careful consideration and consultation with Dr. Howard, Olivia decided to share it with Zoe. "Someone sent you a letter," she said, sitting beside Zoe on the window seat in her bedroom. "It's from Rebecca Peterson, the flight attendant who pushed you. You don't have to read it if you don't want to." Zoe's eyes widened slightly, but she held out her hand for the envelope. "I want to read it." The letter was simple, written in a somewhat shaky hand. "Dear Zoe, I am so sorry for what I did to you. There is no excuse for pushing you down those stairs. You did nothing wrong. You were just a child boarding a plane, and I hurt you because of my own anger and prejudice. I know saying sorry doesn't fix your injuries or take away the fear you must have felt. I know it doesn't undo what happened, but I want you to know that I understand what I did was terribly wrong, and I will carry that understanding with me for the rest of my life. You deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, and I failed to do that in the worst possible way. I am accepting responsibility for my actions and the consequences that come with them. I hope that someday your memories of what happened will fade, and that you won't let my cruelty change how you see yourself or the world. With deepest regret, Rebecca Peterson." Zoe read the letter twice, her expression thoughtful. "She really understands what she did was wrong," she said finally. "Not just because she got in trouble, but because it was wrong to treat someone that way." "Does reading this help at all?" Olivia asked carefully. Zoe considered the question with characteristic seriousness. "A little, not because I forgive her yet. I'm still too angry and scared for that, but because it helps me understand that what happened wasn't about me. It was about her problems, her anger. I didn't do anything to deserve it." Olivia marveled at her daughter's insight, the ability to separate the act from her own worth, to recognize that the cruelty directed at her reflected the perpetrator's failings rather than any inadequacy of her own. 2 weeks after the incident, physical healing had progressed significantly. The stitches in Zoe's knee had dissolved, leaving a healing scar that would fade with time. The wrist brace was now worn only during physical activity. The bruises had faded from angry purple to yellow-green, soon to disappear completely. The psychological healing progressed more gradually, marked by small victories rather than linear improvement. The nightmares decreased in frequency from nightly to every few days. The daytime flashbacks became less intrusive, more manageable using the techniques Dr. Howard had taught. One significant breakthrough came when Zoe decided to draw a different version of her tumble down the stairs. This one showing hands reaching out to help her, supporting her, breaking her fall. When Dr. Howard asked about the new drawing, Zoe explained, "This is what I wish had happened, but also what's happening now. Mom is fighting for me. Doctors are helping me heal. You're helping me understand my feelings. I'm not alone anymore. This reframing represented a crucial step in recovery, the ability to place the traumatic event within a larger context of care, support, and healing. Physical activities played an important role in reconnecting Zoe with her body after the trauma. Though initially hesitant about physical challenges following her injuries, she gradually returned to swimming, a sport she had enjoyed before the incident. The weightlessness and freedom of movement in water provided both physical therapy for her healing knee and psychological comfort through regaining physical confidence. 7 months after the incident, Zoe faced a significant challenge, her first flight since the trauma. Olivia had carefully planned a short trip to visit her grandmother in Miami, the original destination they had been attempting to reach on the day of the incident. Preparation began weeks in advance, with Dr. Howard helping Zoe develop specific coping strategies for potentially triggering moments. They created a detailed plan that included everything from breathing techniques to distraction methods to a security word Zoe could use if she needed immediate support from her mother. The day of the flight arrived with mixed emotions. As they approached the airport, Zoe grew quieter, her hand finding Olivia's with a slight tremor. "We can still drive instead," Olivia offered gently. "There's no pressure to do this today." Zoe shook her head. "I want to try. I don't want to be afraid of flying forever." At the terminal, they were met by Michael Thompson, one of the first passenger advocates hired under the Harrington Protocol. Though Olivia had arranged his presence in advance, she introduced him to Zoe as if the meeting were coincidental. "The advocates are here for all passengers," Michael explained, "but especially for young travelers who might have questions or concerns. Would you like me to show you how the boarding process works with our new procedures?" Zoe nodded, her anxiety visibly lessening as Michael walked her through each step of the journey, emphasizing the safety mechanisms and oversight systems now in place. When they reached the gate, Zoe froze momentarily at the sight of boarding stairs leading to the aircraft. Modern jet bridges had replaced most such stairs, but this particular gate still utilized the older boarding method. "I'm not sure I can do this part," she whispered to Olivia. "You don't have to," Olivia assured her. "We can request boarding through the accessible entrance. That's your right as a passenger. No questions asked." This small accommodation, the option to avoid the specific physical trigger of boarding stairs, made the difference between overwhelming anxiety and manageable stress. They boarded through the alternative entrance, and once seated on the plane, Zoe's breathing gradually steadied. During the flight itself, Zoe alternated between reading her favorite book, listening to music, and occasionally asking Olivia factual questions about aircraft operations, a technique Dr. Howard had suggested for maintaining cognitive engagement during anxiety-provoking situations. When they landed in Miami, there was no dramatic celebration, no announcement of victory over trauma, just the quiet achievement of having faced a significant fear and moved through it with support. "Was it as bad as you thought it might be?" Olivia asked as they collected their luggage. Zoe considered the question carefully. "Some parts were scary, but most parts were just normal, like flying used to feel before." "That's progress," Olivia noted. "Not perfection, just progress." This incremental approach to recovery characterized Zoe's entire healing journey. There were setbacks, nights when nightmares returned with unexpected intensity, moments when a sudden sound or movement triggered a flashback, but the overall trajectory moved steadily toward integration and growth. 8 months after the incident, Zoe made a decision that surprised even Olivia. She requested a meeting with Rebecca Peterson, who was now serving her prison sentence. "Are you absolutely certain about this?" Olivia asked, concern evident in her voice. "There's no obligation to have any contact with her." "I'm sure, Zoe replied with unexpected certainty. "Dr. Howard and I have talked about it a lot. I have questions that only she can answer, and I think hearing those answers might help me understand what happened in a different way." After extensive consultation with Dr. Howard and careful preparation, including role-playing possible scenarios, a modified restorative justice meeting was arranged. Due to Zoe's age, the meeting would not be face-to-face but conducted through exchange of recorded video statements, allowing for psychological support during both creation and viewing of the messages. Zoe recorded her questions with remarkable composure. "I want to know why you pushed me that day, not the excuses or the circumstances, but the real reason inside yourself. I want to know if you would have treated me the same way if I looked different or was wearing different clothes. I want to know if you understand now what it felt like to fall down those stairs with everyone watching and no one helping. Most of all, I want to know if you've learned something that will prevent you from hurting another child in the future. Rebecca's response, recorded in the prison's restorative justice program room, showed a woman markedly changed from the defensive, angry person who had pushed Zoe down the stairs. Zoe, the truth is painful but simple. I pushed you because I was carrying years of resentment, frustration, and bias that had nothing to do with you personally. I saw a confident black child in a company jacket and first-class line, and I made assumptions based on my own prejudices about who belongs in certain spaces. Those assumptions were wrong, harmful, and ultimately revealed more about my character flaws than about you. She continued, addressing each of Zoe's questions directly. If you had been white or dressed differently, I probably wouldn't have confronted you the way I did. That's the ugly truth about bias. It changes how we perceive and treat others based on superficial characteristics rather than their humanity. As for understanding what you experienced, I can never truly know how it felt, but I think about it every day. The fear, the pain, the public humiliation, all caused by my actions toward a child who had done nothing wrong. Regarding lessons learned, Rebecca's response was equally forthright. Prison has given me time to examine the thought patterns and emotional responses that led to that moment. I've learned to recognize my biases, to question my assumptions, and to understand the harm that comes from treating others as less deserving of dignity or respect. I will carry the knowledge of what I did to you forever, and it has fundamentally changed how I understand my responsibilities toward others, especially those more vulnerable than myself. Watching Rebecca's response with Dr. Howard beside her for support, Zoe remained thoughtful and composed. When the recording ended, she sat quietly for several minutes before speaking. She's actually changed, she observed finally. Not just saying sorry because she got caught, but really understanding why what she did was wrong. How does that make you feel? Dr. Howard asked gently. Relieved, I think, not because it erases what happened, but because it means something good might come from her side too. Not just the protocol and the advocacy program, but maybe she'll actually be different when she gets out. This perspective reflected Zoe's remarkable capacity for seeing beyond her own experience to the broader patterns of harm and healing, a wisdom beyond her years that had emerged through the process of recovery. 9 months after the incident, Zoe reached another milestone in her journey presenting at her school's Community Impact Forum. Unlike her previous science presentation, this talk directly addressed her experience and its aftermath, though in carefully controlled terms appropriate for a school setting. Last April, something happened that changed how I see the world, she began, standing confidently before students, teachers, and parents. I was hurt by someone who should have kept me safe. That experience was frightening and painful, but what happened afterward taught me something important. Individual pain can lead to collective protection. She described, without specific traumatic details, how the incident had catalyzed the creation of the Harrington Protocol and its impact across the aviation industry. The focus remained not on her suffering, but on the systemic changes that had emerged from it. What I learned is that change doesn't have to wait for adults or authorities to decide it's necessary. Sometimes it starts with one person's experience, one moment that reveals problems that were always there but weren't being addressed. And while I wish what happened to me hadn't happened at all, I'm proud that it led to protections that will help other kids travel safely. As Zoe concluded her presentation, the audience rose in standing ovation, not just for her courage in speaking, but for the substantive message about how individual experiences could drive meaningful collective change. This moment represented a crucial aspect of Zoe's healing and growth, the ability to transform her narrative from one of victimization to one of catalyst and advocate. She hadn't chosen what happened on those boarding stairs, but she was actively choosing how that experience would shape her future and impact others. 1 year after the incident, as Zoe prepared to enter 8th grade, she sat with Olivia in their backyard garden, reflecting on the journey. "Do you still think about it a lot?" Olivia asked. "Not as much," Zoe answered thoughtfully. "It's not gone, but it's not the main thing anymore. It's more like something that happened that's part of my story, but not the whole story." "And how do you feel about everything that came after the protocol?" The foundation, all of it. Zoe considered the question with characteristic care. I'm proud of what you did, making sure it wasn't just about me, but about changing things for everyone. And I'm starting to be proud of what I did too. Not just surviving what happened, but finding ways to use it to help other kids. She hesitated briefly before continuing. But sometimes I wonder what I would have been like if it never happened at all. Who would normal Zoe be? The one who never fell down those stairs. Olivia reached for her daughter's hand. She'd be exactly who you are now. Intelligent, compassionate, thoughtful. Those qualities weren't created by what happened. They were revealed by how you responded to it. This exchange captured the essence of Zoe's healing journey, not a return to who she had been before the trauma, but an integration of the experience into a more complex, resilient identity that included both vulnerability and strength, both pain and purpose. Part 5, Transformation. The Cook County Courthouse hummed with unusual energy as spectators and media representatives filled every available seat for Rebecca Peterson's sentencing hearing. 3 weeks of intense media coverage had transformed what might have been a routine criminal proceeding into a symbolic moment in the national conversation about accountability, bias, and the abuse of authority. The historic courtroom with its polished wooden benches, ornate ceiling, and imposing judge's bench seemed designed for just such a momentous occasion. Morning sunlight streamed through high windows, creating dramatic shafts of light in the otherwise somber space. The low murmur of whispered conversations filled the room as people waited for proceedings to begin. Rebecca sat beside her attorney, Martin Graves, her appearance markedly different from the confident flight attendant who had pushed Zoe Harrington down boarding stairs just 27 days earlier. Her navy blue suit hung loosely on her frame, suggesting weight loss during her time in custody. Her previously highlighted hair had returned to its natural brown, pulled back in a simple ponytail. Without makeup, the dark circles beneath her eyes were prominent, mapping sleepless nights and growing recognition of consequences. At the prosecution table, Assistant State's Attorney Daniela Rodriguez arranged her materials with methodical precision. Her crimson blazer stood out in the muted courtroom, a visual statement of authority and purpose. The case had been straightforward from a legal perspective. Overwhelming video evidence, multiple witness statements, clear elements of both assault on a minor and child endangerment. Rebecca's guilty plea had eliminated the need for trial, leaving only the matter of appropriate sentencing. Judge Carlos Mendoza entered the courtroom, his reputation for thoughtful jurisprudence preceding him. At 62, his silver hair and distinguished bearing commanded immediate respect as the bailiff called the room to order. After the formalities of opening proceedings, he addressed Rebecca directly. Ms. Peterson, you have entered a guilty plea to 1 count of assault on a minor, a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of child endangerment, a Class 3 felony, in relation to an incident at O'Hare International Airport on April 12, 2025. Before hearing sentencing recommendations, I'll provide you the opportunity to address the court. Do you wish to do so? Rebecca stood slowly, hands trembling slightly as she gripped the edge of the table. Her voice, when it came, was steady but subdued. Yes, Your Honor. I want to take full responsibility for my actions on April 12. I physically assaulted Zoe Harrington, a 12-year-old child who was simply trying to board an airplane. I caused her physical injuries and emotional trauma that no child should ever experience. She paused, visibly struggling with emotion. There is no excuse for what I did. Not my personal stress, not my work conditions, not any perceived provocation. Nothing justifies pushing a child downstairs. Nothing justifies treating another human being with such cruelty and contempt. The courtroom remained silent as she continued. I've had 27 days to reflect on my actions and their consequences. 27 days to ask myself how I became someone capable of harming a child. The answer isn't comforting or exculpatory. I allowed resentment, frustration, and bias to build inside me until they exploded in that moment on those stairs. Rebecca looked directly at Judge Mendoza. I accept whatever sentence the court deems appropriate, not because I've been caught or because I have no choice, but because accountability is necessary for both justice and my own path forward. I only wish I could undo the harm I've caused Zoe Harrington and her family. Judge Mendoza nodded, acknowledging her statement. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Does the prosecution wish to present sentencing recommendations? Assistant State's Attorney Rodriguez rose, her posture reflecting the gravity of the moment. Yes, Your Honor, the state recommends a sentence of 18 months imprisonment followed by 5 years of supervised probation, consistent with the plea agreement. While this represents a downward departure from standard sentencing guidelines for these offenses, we believe it balances several factors: the defendant's lack of prior criminal history, her acceptance of responsibility, and the need for meaningful consequences given the severity of harm caused to a minor victim. Rodriguez continued, her tone measured but firm. This case has received significant public attention not merely because of its shocking nature, but because it reflects broader concerns about the abuse of authority and discriminatory treatment. The sentence should reflect both individual accountability and deterrent effect for those in similar positions of authority over vulnerable individuals. Martin Graves then presented the defense perspective, emphasizing Rebecca's immediate acceptance of responsibility, her previously unblemished criminal record, and her demonstrated remorse. He submitted character references from former colleagues and community members, painting a picture of someone whose actions on April 12 represented an aberration rather than a pattern. After considering both presentations, Judge Mendoza delivered his decision, his voice carried throughout the silent courtroom. Ms. Peterson, this court has reviewed the evidence, the pre-sentencing report, the victim impact statement, and the recommendations from both prosecution and defense. What occurred on April 12 was not merely a momentary lapse of judgment, but a profound betrayal of the trust placed in those who hold authority over others, particularly children. He continued, his expression grave. The video evidence, which I have reviewed multiple times, shows not just a physical assault, but a deliberate act preceded by statements suggesting bias and contempt. The harm caused was not just physical. 17 stitches, a sprained wrist, multiple contusions, but psychological, with lasting trauma that the victim continues to address through professional therapy. Rebecca remained standing, her gaze fixed on the judge as he continued. This court must balance multiple considerations: the need for justice for the victim, the defendant's personal circumstances and acceptance of responsibility, and the broader societal interest in establishing that such behavior carries significant consequences. Judge Mendoza paused briefly before delivering his sentence. Rebecca Peterson, having pled guilty to assault on a minor and child endangerment, you are hereby sentenced to 18 months imprisonment in the Illinois Department of Corrections, followed by 5 years of supervised probation. Additionally, you are ordered to pay restitution for all medical and psychological treatment expenses incurred by the victim, both current and future, related to this incident. The sentence, while consistent with the plea agreement, still sent a visible wave of impact through Rebecca as the reality of prison time solidified. Furthermore, the judge continued, as conditions of your eventual probation, you will complete 500 hours of community service specifically focused on children's welfare, undergo comprehensive anger management and bias recognition therapy, and participate in a restorative justice program if the victim and her family consent to such participation. He leaned forward slightly, his final words directed not just at Rebecca, but at the broader audience watching the proceedings. Let this case serve as a reminder that authority carries responsibility, that bias has consequences, and that our society will not tolerate the abuse of power against its most vulnerable members, particularly children who deserve safety, dignity, and respect regardless of appearance, background, or circumstance. With a strike of his gavel, the formal proceedings concluded. As court officers approached to take Rebecca into custody for transfer to the state prison system, she turned toward the courtroom's public seating area. Though Zoe Harrington was not present, her mother having made the deliberate choice to shield her from the potentially re-traumatizing experience, Rebecca addressed the empty space where a victim might traditionally sit, speaking words meant to be conveyed rather than heard directly. I am truly sorry, Zoe. You deserve better. You deserve safety and respect, not cruelty and harm. I hope someday you can heal completely from what I did to you. As Rebecca was led from the courtroom, media representatives rushed to capture reaction statements from the attorneys. Outside on the courthouse steps, with the Chicago skyline visible in the distance, Olivia Harrington's appointed spokesperson delivered a brief, prepared statement to the gathered press. The Harrington family acknowledges today's sentencing as an appropriate step toward individual accountability. While no punishment can undo the harm Zoe experienced, This sentence reflects the seriousness of assaulting a child and the breach of trust involved when authority figures abuse their power. The family remains focused on Zoe's continued recovery and on the broader systemic reforms necessary to prevent similar incidents in the future. The measured response reflected Olivia's strategic approach, acknowledging the importance of individual consequences while maintaining focus on the systematic changes that would have greater lasting impact. By evening, legal analysts across major networks contextualized the sentence within broader patterns of accountability for similar offenses. This sentence is notable not for its severity, which falls within standard ranges for these offenses, but for the fact that it exists at all, observed CNN's legal analyst. Historically, similar incidents of authority figures using excessive force or discriminatory treatment have rarely resulted in criminal charges, much less prison sentences. The visibility of this case, thanks to multiple video recordings and high-profile attention, ensured accountability that might otherwise have been absent. For Rebecca Peterson, the sentencing marked the beginning of a lengthy personal reckoning, 18 months of incarceration during which she would confront the consequences of a moment that had defined not just Zoe Harrington's life, but her own. For the aviation industry and broader public, the criminal accountability represented just one dimension of justice, necessary but insufficient, without the systematic reforms that would prevent future incidents rather than merely punish them after they occurred. And for Zoe, watching carefully filtered news coverage from the safety of her home, the sentencing provided a measure of resolution, confirmation that what had happened to her was universally recognized as wrong, that the person responsible acknowledged that wrong, and that consequences followed actions even for those in positions of authority. It wasn't healing, not yet, but it was a necessary step on the path toward it, for Zoe, for Rebecca, and for a system beginning its own transformation from enabling harm to preventing it. Airline corporate overhaul. American Airlines announces historic overhaul of passenger protection policies. The press release headline appeared simultaneously across major business and travel publications, marking the first public acknowledgement of the comprehensive changes negotiated during the boardroom confrontation 3 weeks earlier. The timing was strategic, a Tuesday morning when markets were stable and news cycles relatively quiet, allowing for maximum focused attention on the announcement. From their Fort Worth headquarters, a sprawling modern complex of glass and steel nestled amidst the Texas landscape, American Airlines launched what industry observers would later call the most significant corporate transformation in aviation history. The press briefing room hummed with anticipation as journalists from financial, travel, and mainstream news outlets awaited details of the announced changes. The opening paragraph established the tone of transformation rather than mere damage control. American Airlines today unveiled the most significant passenger protection reform in its history, a comprehensive overhaul of policies, training, accountability mechanisms, and corporate culture designed to ensure dignity, safety, and equal treatment for all travelers, with particular emphasis on vulnerable populations including children, elderly passengers, and those with disabilities. What followed was not the typical corporate vagueness, but detailed, specific commitments with implementation timelines and verification mechanisms. Creation of an independent passenger advocate office, with authority to intervene in real-time situations, investigate complaints, and implement immediate corrective actions. The office would be staffed by professionals with backgrounds in civil rights, consumer protection, and child welfare, reporting directly to an oversight board rather than airline management. Implementation of comprehensive bias recognition and prevention training for all 128,000 employees, with specialized enhanced modules for 42,000 customer-facing staff. Unlike previous training initiatives, this program would include pre- and post-assessments with measurable outcomes and regular refresher requirements. Revision of hiring protocols to include enhanced screening for bias indicators and conflict resolution capabilities, developed in partnership with leading civil rights organizations and psychology experts. Establishment of a zero-tolerance policy for discriminatory conduct with clear, consistent enforcement mechanisms and transparent reporting of outcomes. Development of child-specific protection protocols for all stages of air travel, from check-in through boarding, in-flight experience, and arrival. Implementation of public reporting systems for passenger complaint data, including demographic analysis to identify potential patterns of disparate treatment. Institution of financial penalties automatically triggered by verified discrimination incidents. with proceeds directed to civil rights organizations and passenger advocacy groups. Commitment to independent audit of corporate culture with mandatory implementation of recommendations, conducted by a third-party organization selected through mutual agreement with Skystream Energy. The most significant aspect of the announcement, however, was the introduction of the person selected to lead this transformation to ensure these reforms represent genuine transformation rather than symbolic gestures. American Airlines has appointed Dr. Diana Rivera as Chief Executive Officer, effective immediately. Dr. Rivera brings 27 years of experience in organizational psychology, corporate culture transformation, and civil rights advocacy, most recently serving as Executive Director of the National Transportation Equity Initiative. The appointment represented a seismic shift in leadership philosophy, replacing Robert Whitman, whose background was primarily in finance and operations, with an executive whose expertise centered on equity, organizational culture, and systematic change. In her first public statement as CEO, Dr. Rivera established a clear vision. American Airlines has an opportunity to transform a painful incident into a catalyst for industry-leading change. These reforms are not just about addressing a single failure, but about building systems that consistently deliver dignity, respect, and safety for all passengers, regardless of appearance, background, or circumstance. Under my leadership, passenger protection will not be treated as a compliance obligation, but as a fundamental operational priority. The press release concluded with acknowledgement of the catalyst for these changes. These reforms emerged from extensive dialogue with Skystream Energy CEO Olivia Harrington, following the deeply regrettable incident involving her daughter. Zoe, American Airlines acknowledges that the incident revealed systemic failures requiring comprehensive transformation rather than incremental improvement. We are committed to implementing these changes not merely to resolve immediate operational challenges, but to fundamentally redefine industry standards for passenger treatment and protection. Financial markets responded with cautious optimism to the announcement, with American Airlines stock recovering 4.3% by market close, the first significant positive movement since the incident. Industry analysts noted the unprecedented nature of the overhaul. This goes far beyond typical crisis response, observed aviation consultant James Mitchell during a CNBC interview. We're seeing commitments to structural changes with specific metrics, independent oversight, and financial consequences for non-compliance. The appointment of Dr. Rivera, whose background is in organizational transformation rather than traditional airline operations, signals genuine intent to change corporate culture rather than just policies. Inside American Airlines, the transformation began immediately. Within 24 hours of the announcement, Dr. Rivera initiated town hall meetings with employee groups across all levels of the organization, from frontline staff to senior management. The first of these meetings took place in a hangar at O'Hare International Airport, symbolically reclaiming the location where the catalyzing incident had occurred. The cavernous space, normally housing aircraft maintenance operations, had been temporarily converted with rows of chairs facing a simple podium. The smell of jet fuel and machine oil provided an authentic backdrop as flight attendants, gate agents, and ground crew gathered to hear directly from their new CEO. "I want to be absolutely clear about our direction," she told a gathering of flight attendants. "The changes we're implementing aren't punishment or excessive reaction to a single incident. They represent best practices that should have been in place long ago. Treating all passengers with dignity isn't just morally right, it's good business. It reduces complaints, increases customer loyalty, decreases legal exposure, and creates a healthier work environment for all of you." The corporate overhaul proceeded along multiple simultaneous tracks. Structural changes, the Passenger Advocate Office took shape rapidly, with office space allocated at major hubs and recruitment underway for specialists with backgrounds in civil rights, consumer protection, and conflict resolution. The key innovation was reporting structure. Advocates would report to an independent oversight board rather than through traditional airline management chains, ensuring autonomy and identifying and addressing issues. Training revolution. The Bias Recognition and Prevention Training Program moved beyond traditional corporate diversity modules to incorporate evidence-based approaches from behavioral psychology, conflict de-escalation techniques from law enforcement reform initiatives, and practical scenario-based learning developed in partnership with civil rights organizations. Crucially, the new training included pre- and post-assessments with measurable outcomes rather than simply tracking participation. Employees would demonstrate actual skill development and changed behavior patterns, not just program completion. Policy implementation. The zero-tolerance policy for discriminatory conduct established clear definitions, consistent consequences, and transparent reporting mechanisms. Unlike previous approaches that relied heavily on management discretion, the new system created objective criteria for evaluating incidents and standardized response protocols. Cultural transformation. Perhaps most significantly, Dr. Rivera initiated a comprehensive cultural assessment, engaging an independent consulting firm to evaluate every aspect of organizational behavior, from informal communication patterns to decision-making processes to unwritten norms that shaped employee actions. Culture isn't created through policy manuals, she explained to the executive leadership team gathered in the boardroom, where, just weeks earlier, Olivia Harrington had negotiated the terms of this transformation. It's shaped by what gets rewarded, what gets punished, what gets ignored, and what gets celebrated. We need to identify and transform the informal systems that enable discriminatory treatment to persist despite official policies prohibiting it. The initial assessment revealed telling patterns complaints from certain demographic groups were systematically treated with greater skepticism. Employees who enforced rules strictly received more positive performance evaluations than those who exercised compassionate discretion. And incidents involving premium cabin passengers received more thorough investigation than those in economy sections. 3 months after the announcement, the first quarterly progress report demonstrated measurable changes. Passenger complaint investigation times decreased by 47%, with standardized protocols ensuring consistent handling regardless of passenger demographics. Independent audits showed 78% improvement in frontline staff responses to simulated scenarios involving potential discrimination. The Passenger Advocate Office had successfully intervened in 142 escalating situations before they reached critical levels. Employee satisfaction metrics showed a 23% increase in response to questions about clarity of expectations and fairness of accountability systems. The transformation extended beyond American Airlines to influence industry practices broadly. Other major carriers, recognizing both the moral imperative and competitive advantage of enhanced passenger protections, began implementing similar reforms, though typically less comprehensive and without independent oversight mechanisms. The Department of Transportation, responding to heightened public awareness and congressional pressure, initiated rulemaking proceedings to establish minimum standards for passenger protection, bias prevention training, and complaint investigation across all U.S. airlines, 6 months after the initial announcement, as the final components of the reform program neared full implementation. Dr. Rivera reflected on the transformation during an aviation industry conference in Dallas. What happened to Zoe Harrington was tragic and inexcusable. But from that tragedy has emerged an opportunity to fundamentally redefine the relationship between airlines and passengers, to establish dignity, safety, and equal treatment not as aspirational values but as operational imperatives with measurable outcomes and real consequences for failure. She continued, addressing the broader industry implications. The reforms we've implemented aren't just about preventing another viral video moment. They're about recognizing that the traditional power dynamic between airlines and passengers created conditions where mistreatment could occur with minimal accountability. By restructuring that dynamic, creating independent advocacy, transparent metrics, and meaningful consequences, we're establishing new industry standards that benefit everyone, from passengers to employees to shareholders. The corporate overhaul represented more than crisis management or public relations recovery. It demonstrated how a moment of failure, when met with sufficient leverage and strategic vision, could catalyze transformation that might otherwise have taken decades of incremental pressure to achieve. For American Airlines, the changes meant rebuilding trust with the traveling public, establishing competitive differentiation based on passenger experience, and reducing legal and regulatory exposure through proactive reform rather than reactive compliance. For the industry, it established new benchmarks against which all carriers would be measured, accelerating the adoption of passenger protection standards that advocacy groups had long sought without sufficient leverage to secure. And for Zoe Harrington, watching from a distance as her experience drove meaningful change, it offered the beginning of an answer to her profound question: if it makes things better for other kids, then maybe it becomes important. Maybe it has a purpose. Boom, that purpose was becoming clearer with each component of the transformation, not just punishing what had happened, but preventing its recurrence for countless children who would never know how close they had come to experiencing similar harm. The Harrington Protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Before we begin our safety briefing, I'd like to draw your attention to our Passenger Rights and Protection Protocol, also known as the Harrington Protocol. The flight attendant's announcement, now standard on all major U.S. airlines, continued. Under this protocol, every passenger is entitled to dignity, safety, and equal treatment throughout your journey. Should you experience or witness any concerning behavior, you can request immediate assistance from a passenger advocate by pressing the call button twice or approaching any crew member with the phrase, "Harrington Assistance Requested." 6 months after Zoe Harrington tumbled down boarding stairs at O'Hare International Airport, her name had become synonymous with a revolutionary approach to passenger protection that extended far beyond American Airlines to reshape industry standards nationwide. The Harrington Protocol, formally adopted by American Airlines as part of their settlement with Olivia Harrington, had quickly expanded to other carriers, first as a competitive necessity, then as a regulatory requirement following Department of Transportation rulemaking that established minimum standards based directly on the protocol's core principles. At its heart, the protocol contained 5 essential elements: accessible advocacy, independent passenger advocates with specialized training in conflict resolution, civil rights, and child welfare stationed at major airports and available via real-time communication channels during flights, protected reporting, multiple channels for reporting concerns without fear of retaliation, including anonymous options and direct access to oversight authorities outside airline management structures, standardized response clear, consistent protocols for addressing passenger concerns, with defined timelines and mandatory documentation regardless of the passenger's status, appearance, or class of service, transparent accountability, public reporting of incident data, including demographic analysis to identify potential patterns of disparate treatment, with regular independent audits of compliance. Meaningful consequences: automatic financial penalties for verified discrimination incidents, with proceeds directed to civil rights organizations and passenger advocacy groups. The implementation of these elements varied slightly between airlines, but the core standards remained consistent, creating a uniform experience for travelers regardless of carrier. At Chicago O'Hare International Airport, where the original incident occurred, the protocol's physical manifestation was particularly visible. The Terminal 3 concourse now featured prominently displayed passenger advocate stations, staffed by professionals in distinctive navy blue blazers with silver pins identifying their role. Digital kiosks offered multiple language options for reporting concerns, while clear signage explained passenger rights in concise, accessible language. Michael Johnson, one of the first passenger advocates hired under the protocol, described his typical day during an interview with Aviation Weekly. "My role is fundamentally about ensuring dignity and safety for all travelers, with special attention to those who might be most vulnerable, children traveling alone, elderly passengers, those with disabilities, or anyone experiencing treatment that doesn't meet our standards," he continued, gesturing toward the busy terminal around him. "What makes this position unique is our independence. I don't report through airline management channels, which means I can make decisions based solely on passenger welfare without conflicting priorities. If I determine intervention is needed, I have both the authority and responsibility to act immediately." This structural independence proved crucial to the protocol's effectiveness. Unlike traditional customer service roles that balance passenger satisfaction against operational and financial considerations, advocates focused exclusively on ensuring dignified treatment, with authority to intervene in real-time situations. The protocol's impact extended beyond the immediate passenger experience to transform industry practices at a systemic level. Aviation industry publication. The Wing Forward examined these broader effects in a comprehensive feature article 6 months after implementation. The Harrington Protocol represents the most significant passenger rights advancement since the tarmac delay rules of 2010. Unlike previous regulations that address specific operational issues, this protocol fundamentally restructures the power dynamic between airlines and passengers, establishing mechanisms to ensure dignified treatment regardless of demographic factors or class of service. Initial data shows remarkable results. Discrimination complaints have decreased 62% industry-wide, while successful resolution of reported incidents has increased 78%. More tellingly, passenger surveys indicate a 43% improvement in perceived fairness of treatment across demographic categories. The article continued with analysis of the protocol's economic impact. Contrary to industry concerns about increased operational costs, airlines implementing the full protocol have documented $27.52 million in annual savings through reduced legal settlements, decreased regulatory fines, improved employee retention, and enhanced customer loyalty. What began as crisis response has evolved into sound business practice. Beyond commercial aviation, the protocol's influence extended to adjacent transportation sectors. Amtrak adopted modified versions for rail travel, with passenger advocates now visible at major stations throughout the Northeast Corridor. Major cruise lines incorporated similar advocacy and reporting mechanisms, their distinctive blue uniforms becoming recognized symbols of passenger protection across multiple transportation modes. International carriers serving destinations implemented compatible systems to ensure consistency across passenger experiences. Most significantly, the International Air Transport Association, IATA, established a global working group to develop Harrington-inspired standards adaptable to different cultural and regulatory environments worldwide. Their initial report, released at IATA's annual conference in Singapore, recommended core elements of the protocol as baseline requirements for member nations. In corporate boardrooms across the transportation sector, executives who had initially viewed the protocol as an excessive reaction to an isolated incident now referenced it as a model for modern customer protection systems. Harvard Business School developed a case study examining how operational changes, initially perceived as compliance burdens, could transform into competitive advantages and cost savings. For Rebecca Peterson, serving her 18-month sentence at Logan Correctional Center, the protocol's widespread adoption represented an unexpected legacy, the transformation of her worst professional moment into systematic protection that would prevent countless similar incidents. It's strange to think something positive came from what I did, she reflected during an interview for a prison rehabilitation program documentary. I caused terrible harm to a child through my actions, but that harm led to protections that will benefit thousands of children I'll never meet. That doesn't excuse what I did, but it gives meaning to the consequences I'm facing. At American Airlines, now 8 months into Dr. Diana Rivera's tenure as CEO, the protocol had become central to corporate identity rather than merely a compliance requirement. Employee training emphasized the business case alongside the moral imperative. Better passenger experiences led to higher loyalty. Fewer complaints meant reduced legal exposure, and consistent treatment standards simplified operational decisions. The Harrington Protocol isn't just about preventing negative incidents. Dr. Rivera explained during a quarterly earnings call, the Dallas skyline visible through the windows behind her. It's about establishing a consistent service standard that enhances our brand value and customer relationships. What began as crisis response has evolved into competitive advantage. The protocol's implementation required significant cultural and operational adjustments. Some veteran employees initially resisted what they perceived as constraints on their authority or unnecessary oversight. Others embraced the changes, particularly those who had witnessed or experienced problematic treatment previously but lacked systematic support to address it. Sandra Martinez, a flight attendant with 22 years' experience, described the transformation during a training workshop at the Airline's Fort Worth Training Center. Before the protocol, we had policies against discrimination, but they existed mainly on paper. When actual situations arose, we had little guidance, inconsistent support from management, and conflicting priorities between operational efficiency and passenger dignity. Now we have clear standards, dedicated resources, and consistent backing when we prioritize appropriate treatment. The protocol's most visible component, the Independent Passenger Advocate Office, proved particularly effective. Advocates' authority to intervene in real-time situations, investigate complaints without management pressure, and implement immediate corrective actions created accountability that had previously been absent. Michael Johnson, the passenger advocate at Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, described his role. We serve as neutral third parties with a singular focus on ensuring appropriate passenger treatment. Unlike customer service representatives who balance multiple priorities, including cost considerations, Our mandate is exclusively passenger dignity and rights. That clarity of purpose makes a tremendous difference in addressing potential issues before they escalate. The protocol's impact extended beyond formal airline operations to influence passenger behavior as well. Knowing advocates were readily available and reporting mechanisms were protected encouraged travelers to address concerns promptly, rather than suffering in silence or escalating to confrontation. Training materials for frontline staff now included detailed scenarios with standardized response protocols. Where previous approaches had relied heavily on employee discretion, creating inconsistency and potential bias, the new system established clear guidelines while still allowing appropriate flexibility for unique situations. Perhaps most significantly, the protocol's transparent reporting requirements created unprecedented visibility into patterns that might otherwise have remained hidden. Quarterly public reports documented complaint types, resolution outcomes, and demographic analysis, allowing independent verification that standards were being applied consistently, regardless of passenger characteristics. When Aviation Weekly surveyed industry leaders about the most significant developments of the past year, the Harrington Protocol ranked first, above new aircraft models, merger activities, or technological innovations. The publication's editorial board noted, "What makes the Harrington Protocol remarkable isn't just its comprehensive approach to passenger protection, but how quickly it transformed from crisis response to industry standard in less than a year." Practices that were initially viewed as extraordinary requirements imposed on one airline during a public relations disaster have become baseline expectations across the sector. This rapid evolution demonstrates that many industry practices previously defended as operational necessities were actually cultural artifacts that could be changed when sufficient pressure and leadership aligned. The question now is not whether these standards will persist, but why they weren't implemented decades earlier. 8 months after the incident that catalyzed these changes, Olivia Harrington received a formal invitation to address the annual Aviation Customer Experience Summit, a gathering of executives, regulators, and industry leaders focused on passenger service standards. Her keynote speech, delivered from a stage at the McCormick Place Convention Center in Chicago, acknowledged the personal catalyst while emphasizing the broader implications. The protocol that now bears my family's name emerged from a moment of failure that no parent should experience. My daughter Zoe endured physical harm and psychological trauma that could have been prevented through proper systems, training, and accountability. But this isn't about one child's experience or one airline's response. It's about recognizing that dignity isn't a luxury amenity to be distributed based on ticket class or demographic characteristics. It's the fundamental baseline from which all service should begin. She continued, addressing the industry-wide adoption. What's most telling about the protocol's rapid expansion isn't that airlines embraced these standards once they became mandatory, but that these basic protections were considered revolutionary rather than obvious. The fact that ensuring consistent, dignified treatment, regardless of appearance, background, or circumstance, represented a transformative change rather than existing practice reveals how far we still have to go in truly valuing every passenger's humanity. The speech concluded with a forward-looking challenge. The Harrington Protocol shouldn't be the ceiling of passenger protection, but the foundation upon which we continue building. The systems now in place demonstrate that operational excellence and universal dignity aren't competing priorities, but complementary values. The next phase of evolution is ensuring these protections extend to every traveler on every mode of transportation worldwide. As industry leaders gave Olivia a standing ovation, cameras captured a moment of quiet pride on her face, not for personal recognition, but for the transformation her daughter's suffering had catalyzed. What had begun as a mother's determination to protect her child had evolved into systemic protection for all children who would travel in the future. The Harrington Protocol had become more than a set of policies or procedures. It had become a fundamental shift in how the transportation industry conceptualized its relationship with passengers, from service providers exercising authority to stewards entrusted with ensuring dignity, safety, and equal treatment for all travelers. And for Zoe Harrington, now healing both physically and emotionally from her experience, the protocol represented the answer to her profound question about whether her suffering could have meaning beyond personal trauma. It had become her legacy, protection extending to countless children she would never meet, ensuring they would travel safely in ways she had not. Industry transformation. 1 year after Zoe Harrington tumbled down boarding stairs at O'Hare International Airport, the aviation industry had undergone a transformation that extended far beyond American Airlines and the specific circumstances that catalyzed it. The annual Airline Passenger Experience Association Apex Conference in Singapore devoted its opening day entirely to what participants now refer to as the Harrington effect, the rapid, comprehensive evolution in passenger protection standards, particularly regarding children and vulnerable travelers. The conference center's grand ballroom, filled with airline executives, regulators, and industry experts from around the world, buzzed with discussions about implementing Harrington Protocol standards globally. Digital displays showed real-time metrics of protocol adoption across different carriers and regions, while breakout sessions addressed cultural adaptations needed for various markets. The scent of fresh coffee and international cuisine from the catering stations mixed with the energetic hum of collaborative conversation. What we've witnessed over the past 12 months represents the most significant shift in passenger treatment protocols since the dawn of commercial aviation, observed Apex President Dr. Rajiv Patel during his keynote address. His voice carried clearly through the state-of-the-art sound system to the hushed audience of over 500 industry leaders. The Harrington Protocol began as crisis response by a single airline, but has evolved into a global standard reshaping every aspect of the passenger experience. Statistical evidence supported this assessment. Across U.S. carriers, discrimination complaints had decreased 78% compared to the previous year. Incident resolution satisfaction ratings had increased 67%. Most tellingly, a comprehensive survey of travelers from historically marginalized groups showed a 71% improvement in perceived fairness of treatment, the largest single-year gain ever recorded in aviation customer experience metrics. The transformation manifested across multiple dimensions. Structural changes. The independent passenger advocate position, initially created at American Airlines, had been adopted by every major U.S. carrier and was expanding internationally. These advocates, trained in conflict resolution, civil rights, and child protection, operated outside traditional management structures, reporting to oversight boards rather than airline executives. This structural independence proved crucial to their effectiveness. Unlike traditional customer service roles that balanced passenger satisfaction against operational and financial considerations, advocates focused exclusively on ensuring dignified treatment with authority to intervene in real-time situations. At Chicago O'Hare International Airport, where the original incident occurred, passenger advocate Maria Rodriguez described the practical impact. Before this position existed, responsibility for addressing potential discrimination or mistreatment was fragmented across multiple departments with conflicting priorities. Now there's a clear, dedicated resource with unambiguous authority to prioritize passenger dignity above all other considerations. Regulatory evolution. The Department of Transportation had formalized many elements of the Harrington Protocol into binding regulations applicable to all U.S. carriers and foreign airlines operating within American airspace. These included mandatory bias prevention training, standardized complaint investigation procedures, and public reporting requirements with demographic analysis. Transportation Secretary James Williams, who had championed the regulatory changes, emphasized their significance during congressional testimony. These aren't merely procedural adjustments, but fundamental recalibrations of the power balance between air carriers and the traveling public. By establishing clear, enforceable standards with meaningful penalties for non-compliance, we've created accountability mechanisms that simply didn't exist previously. The regulatory framework included three particularly innovative components. Transparent metrics. Airlines were required to publish quarterly reports documenting passenger complaints by category, demographic patterns, resolution outcomes, and response times. This unprecedented transparency created both public accountability and competitive pressure for continuous improvement. Financial consequences. Verified discrimination incidents triggered automatic penalties proportional to carrier size, with escalating amounts for repeated occurrences. Unlike traditional fines that went to government coffers, these penalties funded passenger advocacy organizations and civil rights education programs. Independent verification compliance assessment moved beyond self-reporting to include mystery passenger programs, where trained evaluators from diverse backgrounds tested treatment standards across carriers and reported findings directly to regulatory authorities. Training revolution. Perhaps the most profound change occurred in how airlines prepared customer-facing staff for passenger interactions. Traditional training had emphasized procedural compliance and conflict management. The new approach centered on recognizing and preventing bias while ensuring dignified treatment regardless of passenger characteristics. American Airlines, under Dr. Dana Rivera's leadership, pioneered this transformation with evidence-based methods that went beyond awareness to develop practical skills through scenario-based learning, behavioral psychology principles, and measurable outcome assessment. The fundamental shift was moving from passive knowledge transfer to active skill development, explained Dr. Rivera during an industry panel discussion in the glass-walled conference room overlooking Singapore's Marina Bay. Rather than simply informing employees about policies against discrimination, we focused on building their capacity to recognize potential bias in real time, intervene appropriately, and prioritize dignified treatment during high-pressure situations. Other carriers quickly adopted similar approaches, recognizing both the ethical imperative and business advantages of comprehensive bias prevention training. Technological integration. Technology companies specializing in aviation operations developed new tools specifically supporting the Harrington Protocol implementation. These included anonymous reporting platforms accessible through airline apps, real-time incident tracking systems, and data analytics identifying potential patterns of concern before they escalated to serious incidents. Silicon Valley startup Passenger Protect created a particularly innovative solution, an AI-powered system that analyzed complaint data to identify potential systemic issues that might not be apparent through individual case review. The system didn't replace human judgment, but enhanced it by detecting subtle patterns across thousands of passenger interactions. What makes this approach unique is moving beyond reactive responses to individual incidents toward proactive identification of potential systemic problems, explained Passenger Protect founder Sophia Kim. Her presentation slides highlighting trend analysis capabilities on the screens behind her. By analyzing aggregate data while protecting individual privacy, we can help airlines address underlying issues before they manifest as serious incidents. Economic validation. Perhaps most surprisingly to industry skeptics, the comprehensive reforms proved financially beneficial rather than burdensome. Airlines implementing the full protocol documented significant cost savings through multiple channels. Reduced legal exposure, discrimination-related legal settlements decreased 83% industry-wide, representing approximately $127 million in annual savings. Improved retention, employee turnover among customer-facing staff decreased 24%, reducing recruitment and training costs while maintaining institutional knowledge. Enhanced loyalty. Passenger retention improved 17% among demographic groups who previously reporting higher rates of negative experiences, translating to increased lifetime customer value. Operational efficiency. Standardized response protocols for potential incidents reduced escalation rates by 62%, decreasing costly disruptions and delays. Aviation economist Dr. James Thompson conducted a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis 1 year after implementation, finding that the initial investment in Harrington Protocol adoption, averaging $14.22 million per major carrier, yielded first-year returns of $31.47 million through combined direct savings and revenue protection. What began as crisis management evolved into sound business practice, Dr. Chaw Thompson observed in his widely cited report, which featured detailed financial modeling and ROI calculations. The evidence conclusively demonstrates that treating all passengers with dignity and ensuring non-discriminatory service delivery isn't merely ethically correct, but financially advantageous. This economic validation proved particularly significant in securing the transformation's durability. What might otherwise have been temporary adjustments during intense public scrutiny became permanent operational standards supported by clear business benefits. Cultural shift beyond specific policies and procedures. The most profound aspect of the industry transformation involved fundamental cultural recalibration regarding the airline-passenger relationship. The pre-Harrington paradigm positioned airlines as authority figures and passengers as subjects of that authority, observed aviation culture specialist Dr. Elena Rodriguez, her presentation drawing nods of recognition from industry veterans. The post-Harrington reality establishes airlines as service providers with specific obligations regarding passenger dignity, and passengers as rights holders entitled to consistent, respectful treatment regardless of appearance, background, or circumstance. This cultural shift manifested in subtle but significant changes to operational language, training materials, and management priorities across the industry. Terms like passenger compliance gave way to passenger experience. Security briefings incorporated explicit acknowledgement of dignity alongside safety considerations. Performance metrics expanded beyond operational efficiency to include treatment quality metrics across passenger demographics. Most tellingly, industry conferences and publications that had previously focused primarily on revenue optimization, cost control, and operational efficiency now devoted substantial attention to passenger dignity, inclusive service delivery, and equitable treatment standards. Global impact. Though the initial incident and response occurred within UBS, commercial aviation, the transformation quickly expanded internationally. Within 1 year, 27 countries had adopted regulations inspired by the Harrington Protocol, and international carriers serving UBS destinations implemented compatible systems to ensure consistent passenger experiences. The International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, established a working group specifically focused on developing global standards for passenger protection with particular emphasis on children, elderly travelers, and those with disabilities. Their preliminary report recommended adopting core elements of the Harrington Protocol as baseline requirements for member nations. European carriers were particularly quick to embrace the new standards, with Lufthansa, Air France, and British Airways implementing comprehensive passenger advocacy systems within 6 months of the original incident. Asian and Middle Eastern airlines followed soon after, recognizing both regulatory necessity for U.S. operations and competitive advantage in global markets. What began as an American response to an American incident has evolved into a global recalibration of how airlines conceptualize their responsibilities toward passengers, noted International Air Transport Association Director General Mohammed Al-Farsi from the conference's main stage. This represents one of the rare instances where industry transformation originated from passenger experience concerns rather than technological advancement or economic pressures. Legacy impact. 1 year after the incident that catalyzed these changes, the transformation had proven remarkably durable. Unlike typical crisis-driven reforms that gradually erode once public attention shifts elsewhere, the Harrington-inspired changes had become institutionalized through regulatory requirements, economic incentives, and cultural integration. Most significantly, the transformation expanded beyond mere prevention of similar incidents to establish new baseline expectations for passenger treatment across all aspects of air travel. What began as response to a child being pushed down boarding stairs evolved into comprehensive reassessment of power dynamics, dignity considerations, and accountability mechanisms throughout the aviation experience. As American Airlines CEO Dr. Diana Rivera observed during her Apex conference address, the true measure of this transformation isn't just the absence of viral incidents, like what happened to Zoe Harrington, but the presence of consistently dignified treatment for all passengers, particularly those who traditionally experience disparate outcomes. We're not simply avoiding specific failures, we're establishing new standards for success. This perspective captured the essence of the industry's evolution, from reactive crisis management to proactive excellence in passenger treatment, from compliance-driven minimum standards to value-based aspirational practices, from protecting corporate interests to protecting passenger dignity. And at the center of this transformation, though largely shielded from public attention as she continued her personal healing journey, was Zoe Harrington, the 12-year-old girl whose tumble-down boarding stairs had revealed the systemic failures that could no longer be ignored or minimized. What had begun as one child's traumatic experience had catalyzed changes that would benefit millions of travelers for generations to come, a legacy of protection extending far beyond what anyone could have anticipated in those first shocking moments on the tarmac at O'Hare International Airport. The Chicago autumn sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the newly established Harrington Foundation headquarters, casting warm patterns across the sleek conference table where Olivia addressed the inaugural board meeting. What began as a mother's response to her daughter's trauma has evolved into something much larger, she explained, gesturing toward the mission statement displayed on the wall. The Harrington Foundation exists to ensure that all travelers, particularly the most vulnerable, receive dignified treatment, effective protection, and meaningful recourse when systems fail them. The Foundation's office space reflected its forward-looking mission while acknowledging its origins. Located in a renovated brick building in Chicago's vibrant River North district, the design balanced modern functionality with thoughtful touches that connected to its purpose. Meeting rooms were named after cities where significant passenger rights advances had occurred. The reception area featured an art installation of paper airplanes created by children expressing their travel experiences through color and form. The office hummed with purpose, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, collaborative conversations happening in various workspaces. The board of directors represented diverse expertise across relevant fields. Eleanor Wright, child psychology specialist; Marcus Taylor, former FBI Civil Rights Division chief; Alexandra Diaz, consumer protection attorney; Dr. James Thompson, aviation economics expert; and Sophia Kim, technology innovation specialist. The Foundation's executive team, led by Jessica Martinez, who had transitioned from Skystream Energy, brought operational excellence to the organization's ambitious mission. Our three core initiatives address the full spectrum of passenger protection, Jessica explained, referencing the detailed presentation on each board member's tablet. Education, advocacy, and innovation will work in concert to transform how vulnerable travelers are treated across all transportation modes. The education initiative focused on empowering travelers with knowledge about their rights and resources. Programs included age-appropriate materials for children, multilingual guides for international travelers, and specialized resources for those with disabilities. A partnership with the Department of Education would integrate travel safety and rights awareness into school curricula nationwide. The most vulnerable travelers often lack basic information about what protections exist and how to access them, explained Education Director Maria Gonzalez, a former teacher who specialized in accessibility education. We're creating resources that make this knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of age, language, or ability. The Foundation's Chicago office walls featured prototypes of these materials, colorful children's books explaining passenger rights through engaging stories, interactive digital guides for teenage travelers, and comprehensive resources for parents and guardians preparing children for independent travel. The advocacy initiative built upon the Harrington Protocol's success, expanding its principles beyond aviation to all transportation modes. Programs included regulatory reform campaigns, incident response systems for affected travelers, and partnerships with existing civil rights organizations to address transportation-specific concerns. The Harrington Protocol demonstrated what's possible when sufficient leverage exists to demand accountability, noted Advocacy Director Robert Chen, whose background in transportation policy shaped the initiative's approach. Our challenge is creating similar pressure where equivalent leverage might not naturally exist, ensuring protection for all travelers, not just those whose stories capture public attention. The Innovation Initiative represented perhaps the Foundation's most forward-looking dimension, developing and testing new approaches to passenger protection that could be implemented industry-wide. Current projects included technology for real-time reporting of concerning incidents, training simulations using virtual reality to help transportation staff recognize and prevent bias-based mistreatment, and data analytics systems to identify patterns of potential discrimination before they escalated to harmful incidents. Technology isn't just for operational efficiency or entertainment, emphasized Innovation Director Sophia Kim. It can fundamentally transform how we protect vulnerable travelers by creating transparency, accountability, and prevention mechanisms that didn't previously exist. As the board reviewed first-year objectives and funding allocations, Olivia emphasized the Foundation's unique approach. We're not interested in incremental improvement or symbolic gestures. The standard for every initiative is substantive, measurable impact on how real travelers experience transportation systems. We'll evaluate success not by intentions or efforts, but by actual outcomes for those most vulnerable to mistreatment. The Foundation had launched with significant resources, $50 million initial funding from Olivia Harrington personally, with additional support from corporate partners across the transportation sector. This financial independence allowed for ambitious programming while maintaining critical autonomy from the industries it sought to transform. 6 months into its operation, the Foundation had already demonstrated tangible impact through several key accomplishments. The Know Your Rights educational program had reached over 100,000 young travelers through partnerships with schools, youth organizations, and transportation hubs, Age-appropriate materials explain passenger rights, reporting options, and response expectations in engaging, accessible formats. The Passenger Protection Certification Program provided standardized training for transportation staff across multiple sectors, with early adoption by regional transit systems, intercity bus lines, and cruise operators. The certification established consistent standards for recognizing and preventing bias-based mistreatment while ensuring dignified service for all passengers. The Incident Documentation System offered travelers a centralized platform for reporting concerning experiences, creating both individual resolution pathways and aggregate data for identifying systemic patterns. Early implementation at major transportation hubs showed promising results. 83% of documented incidents reached satisfactory resolution through appropriate intervention. Perhaps most significantly, the Foundation had established itself as the authoritative voice on passenger protection through research publications, regulatory consultations, and media engagement. When transportation-related incidents occurred, the Foundation provided context, analysis, and specific recommendations that shaped both public understanding and industry response. One particularly notable success involved the expansion of Harrington Protocol principles to Amtrak and major bus carriers, creating consistency across transportation modes that allowed travelers to expect similar protections, whether traveling by air, rail, or road. 8 months after its establishment, the Foundation faced its first significant test when a viral video captured discriminatory treatment of an elderly Asian American passenger on a cross-country train. Unlike the reactive scrambling that had characterized the industry response to Zoe's incident, the systems established through Foundation advocacy enabled prompt, effective intervention. The passenger received immediate support from a trained advocate familiar with the specific protection protocols. The incident investigation followed standardized procedures with transparent documentation and regular updates to the affected passenger. The outcome included both appropriate individual remediation and systemic changes to prevent similar incidents. The public reporting complied with established metrics, allowing for meaningful comparison with historical patterns and identification of improvement opportunities. This comprehensive response demonstrated the Foundation's impact beyond individual incidents to systematic transformation of how transportation providers conceptualized and implemented passenger protection. At the one-year anniversary of the Foundation's establishment, Olivia reflected on this evolution during a small gathering of staff and partners at their Chicago headquarters. The evening reception featured local catering and subtle touches reflecting the Foundation's mission: model airplanes as table centerpieces, travel-themed cocktails, and a gallery of artwork created by children depicting their ideal travel experiences. When Zoe was injured, my initial response was simply a mother's determination to protect her child and ensure accountability for harm done, she acknowledged, her composed demeanor momentarily softening at the mention of her daughter. But as we engaged with the systems that had failed her, it became clear that true justice required more than individual consequences. It demanded fundamental transformation of how vulnerability is protected during travel. She continued, gesturing toward the impact metrics displayed on screens throughout the space. What makes the Foundation's work distinctive isn't just addressing specific incidents, but creating systems that prevent harm before it occurs. We're not just responding to failures, but building infrastructure for consistent protection that doesn't depend on viral videos or corporate leverage to function effectively. The Foundation's approach had indeed evolved beyond reactive advocacy to proactive system building, creating standards, training, technology, and accountability mechanisms that functioned regardless of public attention or specific incidents. This evolution represented a mature response to the catalyzing trauma, not forgetting or minimizing what had happened to Zoe, but channeling that experience toward protection that would benefit countless travelers who would never know the specific circumstances that had created these safeguards. The Foundation had carefully balanced public awareness of its mission with protection of Zoe's privacy throughout its development. She remained largely shielded from direct public exposure, with Olivia and the professional team serving as the organization's public face. While the Foundation's name acknowledged the origin story, its focus remained firmly on forward-looking protection rather than dwelling on the specific incident that had catalyzed its creation. This approach reflected Olivia's commitment to ensuring Zoe's experience drove meaningful change without defining her daughter's identity or development. The trauma would always be part of Zoe's story, But it would not be the entirety of that story, just as the Foundation's work extended far beyond response to a single incident to comprehensive transformation of passenger protection systems. As the Foundation entered its second year of operation, its impact continued expanding through strategic initiatives across multiple transportation sectors. The passenger advocate model had been adapted for cruise ships, regional transit systems, and intercity bus services. The standardized training programs reached transportation staff beyond aviation, creating consistency in protection standards regardless of travel mode. Most significantly, the research and policy work had begun influencing international standards through partnerships with global transportation authorities, human rights organizations, and passenger advocacy groups worldwide. Our ultimate vision, Olivia explained during the Foundation's strategic planning session, is a world where dignified treatment isn't dependent on a traveler's appearance, background, or ticket class, where protection systems function effectively for everyone, particularly those most vulnerable to mistreatment. This vision represented the most meaningful possible response to what had happened on those boarding stairs at O'Hare International Airport, not merely preventing identical incidents, but fundamentally transforming how transportation providers conceptualized and fulfilled their responsibilities toward all passengers, especially the most vulnerable. For Zoe Harrington, watching the Foundation's development from an appropriate distance as she continued her personal healing journey, this transformation offered profound validation, the knowledge that her suffering had catalyzed protection extending far beyond herself to benefit countless travelers she would never meet. What had begun as a mother's determination to protect her injured child had evolved into systematic protection for all children who would travel in the future. A legacy of dignity, safety, and equal treatment that would endure long after the specific memory of boarding stairs and a flight attendant's cruelty had faded from public consciousness. Zoe's personal victory. The small audience in Westbrook Middle School's auditorium fell silent as 13-year-old Zoe Harrington stepped to the podium. Unlike her previous science fair presentations, this was the annual Personal Victory Assembly, where selected students shared challenges they had overcome during the past year. The auditorium smelled of floor polish and the faint aroma of chocolate chip cookies from the reception table in the back. Afternoon sunlight filtered through high windows, creating diagonal beams that illuminated dust particles floating in the still air. The wooden stage creaked softly beneath Zoe's feet as she adjusted the microphone. For a moment, she stood silently, taking in the sea of expectant faces, classmates, teachers, parents seated on uncomfortable folding chairs. In the front row, Olivia watched with a mixture of pride and protective concern. This moment represented a significant milestone, Zoe's decision to integrate her traumatic experience into her public identity on her own terms, in an environment she controlled. 1 year ago, Zoe began, her voice steady despite the butterflies in her stomach. I was pushed down boarding stairs at O'Hare Airport by a flight attendant who decided I didn't belong in the first-class line. I tumbled down 14 metal stairs, receiving 17 stitches in my knee, a sprained wrist, and bruises all over my body. The bluntness of her opening created a palpable shift in the room. Some teachers exchanged glances, recognizing this was not the sanitized narrative they might have expected. Olivia maintained her composed expression, having carefully reviewed Zoe's presentation beforehand while respecting her daughter's ownership of the story. But the physical injuries weren't the hardest part, Zoe continued. The hardest part was understanding why it happened. Why an adult in a position of authority would deliberately hurt a child who had done nothing wrong. Why someone who knew nothing about me would make assumptions based on how I looked. She paused, her fingers lightly touching the small scar that remained visible on her right cheekbone, a physical reminder of that day. For months afterward, I had nightmares. I'd wake up feeling like I was falling again, hearing the gasps from other passengers, smelling the blood on my dress. I was afraid to fly, afraid of stairs, afraid of people in uniforms. I kept asking myself what I had done wrong, even though logically I knew I hadn't done anything wrong. The auditorium remained absolutely silent. Even the usual shuffling and whispering had ceased as students and adults alike absorbed the raw honesty of Zoe's account. My personal victory isn't that I'm completely over what happened. I'm not. I still get anxious in certain situations. I still have occasional nightmares. I probably always will. My victory is that I've learned to integrate this experience into who I am without letting it define me completely. She gestured toward a digital display beside her, which showed a split image. On one side, the viral photo of her tumbling down the stairs, white dress stained with blood. On the other, a recent picture of her confidently boarding an airplane for a family trip to visit her grandmother. I flew again 6 months after the incident. I was terrified, but I did it anyway. Not because I was completely ready, but because I refused to let fear make my world smaller. That's my first victory. The second slide showed Zoe in a therapy session, using art materials to process her experience. I learned that healing isn't linear. It's not a straight line from trauma to recovery. It's messy and complicated, with setbacks and breakthroughs and everything in between. Understanding that was my second victory. The third slide showed the Harrington Protocol signage now standard in airports nationwide. I discovered that personal trauma can lead to collective protection. What happened to me led to changes that help other children travel safely. Finding meaning beyond my own experience was my third victory. The fourth slide showed Zoe with her soccer team, returning to physical activities despite her initial fears. I reclaimed my body and my confidence through movement. Each time I ran or jumped or played without thinking about my knee, I was winning back pieces of myself. That ongoing process is my fourth victory. The final slide showed simply a journal page with Zoe's handwriting. What happened to me is part of my story, but it is not my whole story. My biggest victory, as she concluded, is understanding that I am not defined by the worst thing that happened to me, but by how I've responded to it. I didn't choose what happened on those stairs, but I am choosing what happens next. I'm choosing to be more than a viral video or a protocol name. I'm choosing to be Zoe Harrington, student, soccer player, pianist, friend, daughter, and yes, someone who fell down boarding stairs and got back up again. Thank you. The applause began slowly, then built to a sustained standing ovation. Olivia remained seated for a moment, wiping away unexpected tears before joining the ovation. The reaction wasn't just about sympathy for what Zoe had endured, but recognition of the wisdom and resilience she had demonstrated in her response. After the assembly, as students and parents mingled around the cookie table, Zoe's science teacher, Mrs. Rodriguez, approached her. That was brave, Zoe, really brave. It didn't feel brave, Zoe admitted. It felt necessary, like something I needed to do for myself. That's what real bravery is, Mrs. Rodriguez replied. Not fearlessness, but doing what's necessary despite the fear. As they prepared to leave, Olivia noticed a small group of students approaching Zoe, not with the awkward curiosity or pity she might have feared, but with genuine connection. My sister had something bad happen to her last year, one girl said quietly. She's still having nightmares. Could I maybe ask you some questions about how you dealt with that part? I had to testify in my parents' custody hearing, added a boy from Zoe's math class. Everyone was watching me and it made me feel like I was falling even though I was sitting down. That's kind of like what you described. In these brief exchanges, Olivia witnessed another dimension of her daughter's victory, the ability to transform her experience into connection and support for others facing their own challenges. What had been isolating trauma was becoming shared resilience. Later that evening, as they sat in their backyard garden watching fireflies emerge in the summer twilight, Olivia asked the question that had been on her mind throughout the day. Why now, Zoe? Why did you decide to share your story publicly at school after being so private about it for so long? Zoe considered the question carefully, her thoughtful expression illuminated by the string lights woven through the garden trellis. Crickets chirped in the background, and the faint scent of jasmine filled the evening air. I think I needed to own it, she said finally. For a long time, it felt like that moment on the stairs owned me, like it was controlling what I could do, how I felt, who I was. Talking about it publicly, but on my terms, in my words, with my meaning. It was like taking back ownership. She plucked a blade of grass, twisting it absently between her fingers. And I wanted people to understand that healing doesn't mean forgetting or being completely over it. It means learning to carry it differently. Olivia marveled at her daughter's wisdom, the depth of insight that had emerged through the process of integrating traumatic experience. I'm so proud of you, not just for today, but for every day this past year, every step forward, every setback you've faced, every moment of courage, small and large. I had help, Zoe acknowledged. You, Dr. Howard, friends who stuck by me, even the people who created the protocol. Knowing that what happened to me led to protecting other kids, that helped more than anything else. This perspective reflected perhaps the most profound aspect of Zoe's personal victory, the ability to find meaning and purpose in an experience that could easily have left her defined solely by victimhood. Instead, she had gradually transformed her narrative from one of passive suffering to active engagement with her own healing and with the broader changes her experience had catalyzed. The following weeks brought evidence of this transformation in subtle but significant ways. Zoe's nightmares, which had decreased in frequency over months of therapy but still occurred occasionally, became even less frequent after her presentation. Dr. Howard explained this as the psychological benefit of narrative integration, taking ownership of traumatic experience by incorporating it into one's personal story in a way that created coherence and meaning. At school, Zoe's openness created space for more authentic connections with classmates. Rather than being whispered about as the girl from that airport video, she became recognized for her resilience, her insight, and her willingness to engage with difficult experiences honestly. Most significantly, she began volunteering with the Harrington Foundation's Youth Advisory Panel, helping develop age-appropriate materials for young travelers about their rights, available protections, and resources if problems arose. Her contributions brought invaluable lived experience to these materials, ensuring they addressed the real concerns and needs of children rather than merely adult perceptions of those needs. During one foundation workshop, as team members reviewed draft materials for children ages 9-12, Zoe provided critical feedback that transformed the approach. This focuses too much on what adults should do to protect kids, she observed, reviewing the initial concept. That's important, but what kids really need to know is what they can do themselves if they feel unsafe or mistreated. What specific words to say, who exactly to approach, what their rights are in clear, simple terms. This insight led to a complete redesign of the youth materials, shifting from passive protection messaging to empowerment strategies appropriate for different developmental stages. The resulting resources would ultimately reach millions of young travelers, providing practical tools for self-advocacy within adult-dominated transportation systems. 14 months after the incident, Zoe faced another significant milestone, delivering a brief testimonial at the congressional hearing on transportation safety standards. Unlike her school presentation, which had been entirely her choice, this opportunity came with greater complexity. The Foundation's advocacy work had helped create momentum for federal legislation establishing minimum passenger protection standards, and personal testimony could significantly influence lawmakers' perspectives. After careful discussion with Dr. Howard about potential psychological impacts and extensive preparation with the Foundation's legislative team, Zoe decided to participate, with specific boundaries to ensure the experience remained empowering rather than exploitative. The hearing room in the Dirksen Senate office building hummed with activity as committee members settled into their places behind the elevated dais. Staffers whispered to their senators, providing last-minute briefings. Photographers jockeyed for position along the side walls. The room smelled of furniture polish and coffee, the overhead lights casting a slightly yellowish glow over the proceedings. When called to testify, Zoe approached the witness table with remarkable composure for a 13-year-old addressing a Senate committee. She wore a simple but professional navy blue dress, her hair pulled back with a matching headband. Olivia sat directly behind her, a supportive presence without intervening in her daughter's testimony. "My name is Zoe Harrington," she began, her voice clear despite the intimidating setting. 14 months ago, when I was 12 years old, I was physically assaulted by a flight attendant while boarding an airplane at O'Hare International Airport. I am not here to discuss the specific details of that incident, but rather to help you understand why the protections in this legislation matter for children like me. She continued with remarkable poise. When children travel, they are particularly vulnerable because they depend entirely on adults in authority positions to ensure their safety. When those same adults become sources of harm rather than protection, children have few resources or recourse options without systemic support. Rather than dwelling on her personal trauma, Zoe focused on specific protections. The proposed legislation would establish independent advocacy systems, standardized reporting mechanisms, transparent accountability, and age-appropriate resources for young travelers. These protections aren't abstract concepts for me, she concluded. They represent the difference between what happened in my case, where only my mother's persistence and corporate leverage created accountability, and what should happen in every case. Regardless of a child's background or circumstances, every young traveler deserves the security of knowing that systems exist to ensure their dignity and safety, and to respond effectively if those standards aren't met. The committee chair, Senator Eleanor Martinez, responded with unusual directness. Ms. Harrington, your testimony today demonstrates extraordinary maturity and perspective. You've helped us understand not just what these protections would do, but why they matter for our most vulnerable travelers. Thank you for transforming your difficult experience into advocacy that will benefit countless children in the future. As they left the hearing room, Olivia squeezed Zoe's hand. How are you feeling? Tired, Zoe admitted. But good tired, like I did something important that was worth the energy it took. This balance, recognizing both the cost and value of engaging with her traumatic experience as an advocate, reflected Zoe's growing ability to make nuanced choices about how her story would be integrated into her life and identity. In the months that followed, Zoe's personal victories accumulated in ways both significant and subtle. She completed her first solo flight, traveling to visit her grandmother with appropriate support systems, but without Olivia accompanying her. She gave an award-winning presentation in science class without experiencing flashbacks to her previous school presentation that had preceded the airport incident. She helped develop a virtual reality training module for transportation staff that simulated interactions with young travelers from their perspective, providing insight into how adult behaviors and responses felt to children in various situations. Each of these achievements represented not just resilience, but growth, not merely returning to her pre-trauma state, but developing new capabilities, insights, and contributions through the integration of difficult experience. 18 months after the incident, as Zoe prepared to enter high school, she reflected on this journey during her final session with Dr. Howard. The familiar therapy room with its comfortable chairs, soft lighting, and shelf of art supplies had been an important constant throughout her recovery process. When I think about who I was before it happened, she said thoughtfully, it's like remembering someone else, someone who didn't know how fragile safety could be, but also didn't know how strong she could be when that safety disappeared. Dr. Howard nodded encouragingly. That's profound insight, Zoe. Many people never develop that dual awareness, both vulnerability and strength existing simultaneously. I still wish it hadn't happened, Zoe acknowledged. I would never choose that experience, but I'm starting to understand that the person I'm becoming includes what happened on those stairs and everything that came after, not as defining trauma, but as part of a much larger story. This perspective captured the essence of Zoe's personal victory, not the absence of impact from traumatic experience, but the integration of that experience into a complex, resilient identity that included both vulnerability and strength, both pain and purpose. As they concluded their therapeutic relationship, transitioning to less frequent check-ins rather than regular sessions, Dr. Howard offered a final observation. What strikes me most about your journey, Zoe, is how you've maintained ownership of your story throughout. From those first difficult days in the hospital to your congressional testimony, you've consistently made thoughtful choices about how to engage with this experience on your terms. That's remarkably rare, particularly for someone your age. Zoe considered this with characteristic thoughtfulness. I think that's because Mom never tried to hide what happened or pretend it wasn't serious, but she also never defined me by it. She gave me space to figure out what it meant to me, not just what it meant to everyone else. This insight reflected the foundation of support that had enabled Zoe's recovery, the careful balance Olivia had maintained between protecting her daughter and empowering her, between acknowledging trauma and fostering resilience, between private healing and public impact. 2 years after tumbling down boarding stairs at O'Hare International Airport, Zoe Harrington had achieved a personal victory more meaningful than simply moving beyond trauma. She had integrated that experience into a more complex, insightful identity, one that included both the vulnerability revealed on those stairs and the strength discovered in the journey that followed. The scar on her knee had faded to a thin silver line. The protocols and protections bearing her family name had expanded across transportation systems nationwide. And the girl at the center of it all continued growing into a young woman whose identity encompassed but was not limited to the experience that had briefly made her the focus of national attention. Her personal victory wasn't about forgetting what happened, but about choosing what it meant, not just to herself, but to the countless children who would travel more safely because of the changes her experience had catalyzed. In that choice lay the most profound healing of all. The sunset painted their backyard garden in warm amber hues as Olivia and Zoe Harrington sat together on the comfortable bench beneath the old maple tree. This quiet evening ritual had become increasingly important over the past year, a protected time for conversation without distractions, for processing experiences both ordinary and extraordinary. 2 years and 1 day after the incident at O'Hare, both mother and daughter sensed the need for this private moment together. "I received an interesting today," Olivia said, breaking the comfortable silence. "From American Airlines." Zoe's eyebrows raised slightly. "About what?" "They're creating a permanent installation at O'Hare, a physical display explaining passenger rights and protections, with special emphasis on resources for children and youth. They want permission to reference the Harrington Protocol by name, with a brief explanation of its origin." "How do you feel about that?" Zoe asked, turning to study her mother's expression in the fading light. Crickets chirped in the background, and the garden's herbs released their fragrance in the cooling evening air. "I told them I needed to discuss it with you first," Olivia replied. "It's your story too, a significant part of it. Anyway," Zoe considered this thoughtfully. At 14, she had grown taller over the past year, her features maturing from child to teenager. But the thoughtful deliberation in her expression remained unchanged, that careful consideration that had impressed Dr. Howard from their first meeting. "I think it's appropriate," she said finally, not focusing on me specifically, but acknowledging that real harm to a real person led to these protections. It makes it more meaningful than just abstract rules. Olivia nodded, pride evident in her expression. "That's what I thought you might say. I've drafted conditions for permission, focusing on the protocol's purpose rather than the incident details. No use of your photo without specific additional approval. Emphasis on the protections created rather than the harm that necessitated them." "That sounds right," Zoe agreed. She was quiet for a moment, watching a firefly blink in the gathering dusk. "It's weird to think about becoming part of airport architecture. Like, people will walk past that display rushing to catch flights without knowing the actual person is out here living her life, doing algebra homework and practicing piano." This insight, the strange disconnect between public narrative and private reality, reflected Zoe's growing understanding of how her personal experience had transformed into something larger, something that existed independently from her daily life. 2 years ago today," Olivia said softly, "we were preparing for what was supposed to be a simple weekend trip to visit your grandmother. And instead, we started a revolution in passenger rights," Zoe finished, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Not exactly what we had planned. The ability to find gentle humor in the situation, not minimizing its seriousness but recognizing its unexpected outcomes, represented another milestone in Zoe's healing journey. Dr. Howard says that's often how meaningful change happens," she continued. "Not through careful planning, but through unexpected moments that reveal problems that were there all along, just waiting for someone to notice." Olivia reached over to tuck a strand of hair behind her daughter's ear, a maternal gesture that Zoe, now solidly in adolescence, sometimes resisted but accepted in this moment of reflection. "I'm so proud of how you've handled all of this, not just the initial trauma, but everything that came after, the attention, the protocol development, your advocacy work. You've shown wisdom beyond your years." "I had a good example," Zoe replied simply, leaning briefly against her mother's shoulder before straightening again, asserting the independence appropriate to her age. As darkness settled more fully around them, Olivia broached another topic that had been on her mind. "Rebecca Peterson is being released next week. Her 18-month sentence is complete." Zoe nodded, having already been informed as part of the victim notification process. "I know. How do you feel about that?" The reversal of the question, daughter asking mother rather than the other way around, reflected their evolving relationship. Through the crucible of the past 2 years, they had developed a partnership alongside the parent-child dynamic, each recognizing the other's distinct perspective on their shared experience. "I believe in rehabilitation," Olivia answered carefully. "The reports from her prison counselor and the restorative justice program suggest genuine transformation rather than mere compliance. She's completed extensive bias recognition therapy, anger management training, and community service focused on child welfare. If those changes are substantive rather than performative, her release is appropriate." "I think they are real changes," Zoe said with surprising certainty. In her last communication through the restorative justice program, she didn't just say the right things about remorse and responsibility. She showed understanding about why what she did was wrong, not just because it hurt me physically, but because it revealed how she had been thinking about people who looked different from her, or who she thought didn't belong in certain spaces. This assessment demonstrated Zoe's remarkable capacity for discernment, separating performative apology from genuine accountability, recognizing the difference between regret for consequences and understanding of harm. "You're right," Olivia acknowledged, "and that distinction is what makes her release feel like appropriate resolution rather than premature leniency." As night fully descended around them, fireflies creating constellations among the garden plants, mother and daughter sat together in comfortable silence. The journey that had begun with trauma had evolved through healing, advocacy, and transformation to reach this moment of relative peace, not perfect resolution, but integration of difficult experience into a meaningful narrative that extended beyond their personal story. "Mom," Zoe asked finally, "do you think we'll ever just be us again? Not the Harringtons of the protocol and the foundation and all of that, but just Olivia and Zoe." The question revealed an adolescent's natural desire for normal identity alongside the extraordinary circumstances that had shaped their recent years. "We are still just us," Olivia answered, choosing her words carefully. "Everything else, the protocol, the foundation, the public narrative, those exist outside us, even while they connect to our experience. But here, in moments like this, we're just mother and daughter sitting in our garden watching fireflies. That hasn't changed." Zoe nodded, seemingly satisfied with this perspective. "Good. Because sometimes I just want to be a normal teenager worrying about normal teenage things. You know? Like whether I'll make the varsity soccer team or if Lucas McCarthy actually noticed my new haircut." Olivia laughed, grateful for this glimpse of ordinary adolescence amid the weight of their extraordinary journey. "Lucas McCarthy would be blind not to notice. And I've seen you on the soccer field. Varsity is definitely in your future." As they eventually rose to go inside, the house lights creating a welcoming glow in the gathering darkness, Olivia reflected on the resolution they had achieved. Not perfect healing or complete closure, but integration of traumatic experience into lives that remain fundamentally intact, fundamentally connected, and increasingly defined by purpose rather than pain. 2 years after Rebecca Peterson pushed 12-year-old Zoe down boarding stairs at O'Hare International Airport, the incident had transformed from shocking trauma to catalyst for change, from viral outrage to systemic protection, from individual suffering to collective benefit. The scars remained, physically in the thin silver line on Zoe's knee, psychologically in the occasional nightmare or moment of anxiety in crowded spaces, socially in the public narrative that would always connect their names to that moment on the boarding stairs. But alongside those scars had grown unexpected strength, unanticipated purpose, and profound connection. Mother and daughter navigating extraordinary circumstances together, transforming personal trauma into protection that would benefit countless travelers for generations to come. This, perhaps, was the most meaningful resolution possible, not erasing what had happened, but ensuring it led to protection for others who would never know how close they had come to experiencing similar harm. Not forgetting the trauma, but integrating it into a larger story of resilience, advocacy, and transformation. As they closed the garden door behind them, stepping back into the warmth and light of their home, that integration felt complete enough, whole enough, not perfect, but sufficient for the lives they would continue building, both shaped by and extending beyond what had happened 2 years ago on boarding stairs at O'Hare International Airport. Thank you for watching Airline and Chaos moments after flight attendant pushes Black millionaire's daughter down the stairs. This story of injustice, accountability, and transformation reminds us how a single moment can reveal systemic failures and how determined advocacy can create lasting change. Zoe and Olivia's journey shows us that justice isn't just about punishment, but about creating protection for others who might face similar harm. If you found this story moving and insightful, please like this video and subscribe to our channel for more compelling narratives that explore important social issues through human stories. Share this video with friends and family to spark conversations about accountability, bias, and the power of strategic advocacy to create meaningful change. Your support helps us continue bringing these important stories to light. What other stories of justice and transformation would you like to see? Let us know in the comments below.